I need 50 on pump 3.
Hey, boss. He's back.
Not again. Get the sign. Eco Boost Engine. Freebie for Mr. Ford from yesterday.
The 2014 Ford Fiesta, with available 1-liter EcoBoost engine, has an EPA estimated rating of 45 highway miles per gallon. Less stops or squeegee.
Hate that guy.
I'm Danny George. Behind me is my hand-cooked tire, Mazda Miata.
There's a Sasquatch up here. Be careful.
Saw it. It was in my mirror. I turned around.
I woke up every day in the Air Force thinking I've got the best job in the world. Airplanes, jets, propeller planes, rockets, spaceships, starships. If it left the surface of the Earth and went somewhere else on an adventure, it just captured my imagination. The opportunities that the Air Force can offer are boundless. When opportunity knocks at your door, be bold, be courageous in following that dream, step across that threshold and into that new adventure. My name is Colonel Alvin Drew, and I am an American Airman.
Welcome, everybody, to the House of Drift. This is Irwindale Speedway. As you can see, it's a sunny blue sky day, signature Southern California weather. This is round 7 of 7 of the Formula Drift Championship. We've deemed this the final fight. Reason being, because we're going to find out not only who the winner is here under the lights at Irwindale, California, but also who our 2014 champion is. This is Jared Deanna joining me once again, Ryan Sage. I mean, I can't believe, 11 years we've been coming here. This is the birthplace of drifting in the United States, and we've gotten older. The driver has gotten gnarlier, and it's just like fine wine. We're not in wine country, we're in smoke country, and it's about to get nasty.
I mean, this is the pinnacle of the sport. This is where it all started. It's great to be back here, and obviously we've got a really, really close chase for the championship between Chris Forsberg and Frederick Osbo. Expecting fireworks tonight. There is a strong possibility that they can meet at some point in competition, so we're looking for a great way to cap off the event here this season, number 11.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, are we going to see Chris repeat? Obviously, Frederick Osbo. I mean, that's kind of obviously the talk of the pits and the talk of the fans. Let's talk about the format. I mean, we kicked it off Thursday, and we had Pro 2 qualifying. We obviously had practice. I mean, some of these teams showing up as early as Monday, but it all culminates to tonight. But let's talk about the format. Yesterday was qualifying. Today it's top 32.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the essence of drifting. We have 55 drivers starting off in competition, whittling down from yesterday's qualifying into 32 drivers competing in a single elimination head-to-head battle where each battle consists of 2 runs. The higher qualifier leads the first run and chases the second. The judges, for them, it's very easy. There's no numbers to this. It's either driver A, driver B, or if it's too close to call, it's a one more time.
All right, well, let's talk about the judging format because, over the years we've progressed. Speed no longer criteria. And I talk about judging even going to head-to-head because the lead car needs to adhere to the judging criteria. Obviously, they want to have that perfect lead run, but if you could, walk us through the judging criteria.
Well, as you mentioned, speed is not an actual points factor, but of course the cars have to go fast, so speed is important in the actual tandem battling itself. But as we take a look at the track and we look at how this course is laid out, as you see these orange and yellow markers out on track indicating the actual start and the ending of the first outer zone right after the initiation point. As we come off the track right down here, you'll see an inside clip number 1. This is a really important part of the track where the drivers really need to maximize their angle there to set themselves up for this inside portion of the track where we tend to see a lot of action there, cars going into the wall. And then coming off that inner bank, you get into that second inside clip and then the transition to what is now an outside zone as they cross the finish line.
I mean, it just makes for some exciting driving. I mean, if a lot of these drivers, if they're showing up for the first time, I would hope they have seen it before, like in person, either in the flesh or obviously on the drift stream. Now let's talk about style. I mean, style is just such, it's 50% of the overall score in judging, but style just hypercritical for these drivers.
Well, what's important about style in tandem is that it's what the lead driver is really looking to do. He's really looking to deliver that impact, that fluidity, and the commitment, and drive as close to a 100-point run as he possibly can. What the chase driver is looking to do is go wherever the lead car goes, no matter where he goes, try to mimic him in the best possible way, and whatever driver does that best will take home the win.
All right, well, we talked about being a hero. Let's talk about zero and how you can actually, gain a zero and the ways it can be done.
Well, it's pretty simple this year. I mean, the zeros start off with things that are very easy to understand, like spinning out. If you straighten or lose drift at any time on the course, that can be deemed a zero. If two tires can clearly be seen off course, that can be given a zero. If your hood, latch, or doors open anytime during competition on course, that'll be considered a zero, and that's a safety precaution, actually. Contact that is considered avoidable, that would be over-aggressive driving and where a driver makes contact with another driver. And this is a really interesting one, inactive chase. This is where a chase driver is not giving the lead driver any kind of push or staying close in proximity, and typically this can happen after that lead driver had zeroed out in that prior run. So basically he's kind of sandbagging a little bit, and the judges say if you do that too much, it can be deemed an inactive chase.
Yeah, I mean, that's a technical term to sandbagging. All right, so we talked about the zeros. Let's talk about yesterday in qualifying. I mean, just, again, these drivers, they know it, they love it, and I think the fans love it. That's why you're tuning in and watching. We've already seen this track already claim some victims here in practice, even to kind of get us involved in 32. But let's talk about our number 3 qualifier, Ryan Turk. Kudos to him finally getting his car dialed. Seemed really smooth.
Well, you take a look here, your number 3 qualifier. Look how high he is on the bank right there, staying out of the tire particulate, but just high enough to really show that impact that the judges are looking for. Good angle on the inside clip right there, setting himself up for a very consistent and smooth line on the inner bank. This put him in the number 1 position for a while, and then he was knocked down by the next 2 guys that we'll see here, but congratulations to Ryan Turk on that 3rd place.
Ryan Turk did not get turked, as his Network A shows and deems, but that Retax Lifestyle backpacks Sign FRS look good. Now, similar vehicle, but different badge. It's running the Subaru BRZ. Daiyo Shihara, former Formula Drift champion. Again, getting that chassis set up. He's running a different setup than Ryan Turk, that turbocharged V8 under the hood of his vehicle, but looking back to his championship form, and no better place than Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the year that Daiyo's had, this is a really awesome moment for him to really see not only the confidence that he has behind the car performing the way that he would like it to. I think this makes him a real contender for tonight, as he did win a championship here in 2011, and that bodes well for him here tonight in Irwindale.
All right, last but not least, our number 1 qualifier, garnishing a 90, or gaining a 90, excuse me, I always like to say that. The STR Racing Wheels Get Nuts Laboratory, car number 808. It's Forrest Wang. Really smooth. He's one to watch all the way from Long Beach. You know, just really smooth, really dynamic driving.
And if you take a look at the front wheels, really what he has kind of differentiated himself from the other drivers is just the maximizing of the angle. Look at that right there. He almost at just a perpendicular angle right there. Very, very smooth and consistent, and he is your number 1 qualifier here tonight.
All right, so and you know, with Forrest Wang, we talked about, you know, speed, and it seems to be kind of his Achilles heel, but he's a force to be reckoned with. So again, our number 1 qualifier. Well, again, we're talking about not only who wins tonight, grabs that 1, 2, 3 podium, holds up the signature carbon fiber trophy that you can now drink champagne out of, but also the bigger, the heavier trophy. It's heavy because it's 7 rounds, and 2 drivers are up for grabs. Hankook Tire has officially locked up the Tire Manufacturer Championship. Congratulations to them. But one of those 2 Hankook Tire drivers is going to be our 2014 champion. Who will it be? Frederick Osbo or Chris Forsberg? Chris Forsberg, a 2009 champion. Frederick Osbo grabbing his first win, grabbing a second win this year. But who's it going to be? And you know what? Taking a look at the stats, Frederick Osbo, he's got Forsberg's number.
Yeah, well, obviously qualifying was really important yesterday to kind of determine where we're going to sit in the championship chase, but it really didn't make that much of a difference. You can see right here, the story that's been going on all year long is that Chris Forsberg has essentially dominated the championship. He's been on the podium every single round except for last round, but what Frederick Osbo has done throughout the season, he's kind of chipped away a little bit at Chris and really maximizing some opportunities where he's taken home 2 wins, and he's put himself in a very close position. Now how this will all boil down as we take a look at the runs between these guys this year. They've faced each other 3 times. Osbo has actually beaten him all 3 times. Now, all 3 of those times, they have not actually had 2 full runs. There's either been the pass by, they did do 2 runs in Atlanta, but Chris was passed on the inside, and then there was contact on the other 2 runs. This was just last round in Texas. So, you know, it begs the question a little bit is how are these guys going to perform if they meet each other again here tonight? Now, what Osbo needs to do is he needs to finish at least 2 positions ahead of Chris, 2 rounds ahead of Chris to take the championship. Now they will meet in the final. They will meet in the final 4 if they both win their battles up until that point. That would mean that Frederick Osbo needs to actually win the event if he beats Chris Forsberg in the final 4. All Forsberg needs to do is actually finish ahead of Frederick Osbo.
And again, it's a sticky situation. It's fun. It makes it exciting. I mean, it hasn't been this close. It's 27.5 points, I believe, after yesterday's qualifying because of where Chris Forsberg qualified by comparison to Frederick Osbo, but it was pretty interesting as, we're taking a look at the point standings. There's Jeff Stoneback, but there it is, 493 compared to Frederick Osbo's 467. I believe that was even before qualifying, but Vaughn Gittin Jr. seeming to have locked up officially that third place finish for the 2014 season. But look at Odie Bakchis. I mean, just look at the rest of the field. Very diverse. Kenny Moen, in that Achilles radial S14, very smooth, coming from Norway. So 2 Norwegians, originally a Lithuanian, Odie Bakchis. But look at D-Mac, Pollock. There's a couple Falcon Tire drivers. Forrest Wing, our number 1 qualifier. Dean Carnage-Carney and Ryan Turk jumping up to that 10 spot, so feeling comfortable. But it's diversity. Diversity is key, right?
Well, this is what it all comes down to. Every single driver has nothing to lose at this point. 2 drivers are going for a championship, and 1 driver is going for a win here tonight. So let's kick off the top 32, Jared, and see what we can find out. Well,
real quick, I don't know if you've seen these Formula Drift Takata collaboration wallets. We also have female versions for sale. They're available here and also online at shopfd.com. But this one in particular is signed by all the Takata drivers, including Ken Gucci, Ryan Turk, Chris Forsberg, Frederick Osbo, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. Now, how are you going to win this here on site? You can actually win it because who's going to take the best selfie in front of the Takata booth, which has a 1977 Toyota Celica. So use the hashtag FDIRW. I'm going to be the judge of this, Ryan. So you could win this one of one. I mean, you could do the work. You could buy the wallet and go get it signed by the drivers. But I'm going to make it easy for you. Make it a little hard for you. Take a selfie in front of the 77 Celica. Hashtag FDIRW on Instagram. The best selfie will win this wallet tonight. Again, signed by all the Takata athletes and drivers that are out here on track. So let's go to the track now. Without further ado, this is round 7 of 7. We're kicking off here at top 32. High five, Ryan. Let's go and send it here with our first battle on deck as we pull out the bracket. Now, Forrest Wang is currently on the line. He was to go against Matt Kaufman, but he called the competition timeout, and we'll get clarification if Kaufman can pull to the line or if he has retired. Ryan, if we get some clarification, we're here real quick. If Matt Kaufman, I don't know if you've been watching practice throughout today's festivities or if you're just tuning in. Again, this is round 7 of 7 of the Formula Drift Championship. Want to thank our sponsors who make this event possible. This is Formula Drift presented by GoPro. GoPro, the world's most versatile camera. United States Air Force, the official military sponsor of Formula Drift. Ford, go further. Hankook Tires, be one with it. Hankook Tires. Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. Falcon Tire, we get you going. And Achilles Tire, tires you can trust. Also, if you're here in the building, get your drift on right here at Formula Drift Irwindale. How? Well, with the 2014 Crazy Kart. If you haven't seen it yet, the Razor Crazy Kart is the ultimate drifting machine. Lets you spin and drift. Be sure to visit the Razor booth behind the grandstands. Also, you can see up close and personal coming out later this year, Crazy Kart XL. I'm a big dude, and I'm 6'4". Won't tell you the weight because, not trying to, divulge any information, but it's big enough for me to actually go drift. So go check it out. It's on display behind the grandstand. Again, Razor Crazy Kart. So, Ryan, get an update on the action here. Forrest Wang on the line. Kaufman took it hard on the wall, calling a competition timeout. I have to assume the clock has already started. I mean, Wang's been there for quite some time.
Yeah, we're going to pull Wang off the line here. We're going to get going to the next pair as Kaufman takes a look at his vehicle for that 5 after making contact with the wall. We'll see what that end result will be for him, but unfortunately, right now he is taking time to look at his vehicle and see if he's going to be able to compete.
Okay, so Forrest Wang will be pulling to the side, or will he not? And behind them, as we take a look, again, top 32 format, head-to-head battles, Wang and Kaufman. Mike Essa goes against Kenny Moen. Odie Bakchis versus Jeff Jones. Conrad Grunwald versus Dave Briggs. Savage versus Saito. Moen versus Kato. Robbie Bashida Blade Nishida versus Darren McNamara from Ireland. That turbocharged V8 S14. And the Goosh, Ken Gucci versus June Meng. That's on one side of the top 32 bracket. As you hear that, Roush Yates, S13, and Matt Kaufman, again, coming to us from Southern Oregon. Got some Maxxis tires on each corner of the vehicle as we're seeing Forrest Wang actually pull to the line. So Forrest Wang actually going to circle around. Looks like he's going to warm up his tires, warm up those hand-cooked tires to go against. So we got Wang and Kaufman.
Yeah,
we'll
just
set for our next battle, or
just,
for our first battle.
Well, just as I said that Kaufman was calling the 5, his team said he's ready to go. So got a little tap on the shoulder. Forrest is going to rewarm his tires back up, and we're going to see this first battle.
As you can see, our 2013 Formula Drift champion, Michael Essa, of his BMW waits in the wings. He will be our next battle. So, and right behind him will be Kenny Moen. All right, so Forrest Wang scrubbing the tires. Also, want to thank our, again, GoPro. The most advanced GoPro is finally here. The Hero 4 camera takes Emmy Award-winning performance to the next level. Check out the new Hero 4 line for yourself. Visit GoPro.com. Focus, speed, precision, and flawless execution. The keys to victory on the track are the same in the air and on the battlefield. Be sure to swing by the Air Force trailer and see if you have what it takes to be an American airman. What do you get when you customize a Dodge Challenger with technology from the United States Air Force? You get Vapor's Special Ops Car Supercar. Custom-built car like you've never seen before. Head over to Vendor Village and check it out. All right, Ryan, here it is. We've seen Wang versus Kaufman. These gentlemen have never seen battle against each other before. Look at that horsepower, 8 versus 890. You got the V8 S13 versus the 2J S14. Remember, join us on Snapchat. I mean Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and Snapchat. That's at Formula_Drift. Ryan, you can see currently right now the smoke is lingering. I mean, there is wind on the track. You can see that one flag there in the back waving, but the smoke's still lingering. I mean, it's kind of like a salad bowl here as the smoke lingers. Here we go. So, first official battle of round 7. Kaufman jumping up front, but Wang high up top, nice on the bank as Kaufman. Look at that, nothing to lose right now. This battle is built for war. That's what the wing says as Kaufman, out front, Wang is placing the car in the right place. He does tap the wall once and twice. Not affecting his line too bad. Kaufman just throwing caution to the wind right now. Whoa, Kaufman, wheel to wheel, but the wrong wheel to wheel. I mean, his back wheel was surpassing Forrest Wang out front.
Well, here we go. Let's take a look at the Nitto replay. Here, as you can see, both drivers coming up into initiation. You can see Kaufman on that lower line and Wang on that higher line. Nice job, very consistent. A lot of fluidity there by Forrest Wang. You can see a little bit of wavering right there by Kaufman, though he is doing a good job on the proximity factors. He dives in right here. You can see Forrest Wang making contact right there, getting adjusted just a little bit. Nice job right here on this inside clip by Forrest Wang. Now, this is where Matt Kaufman kind of dives in a little bit. You want to see him try to shoot out as wide as he can. He does take away the line a little bit from Forrest Wang. So good aggressive move right there by Kaufman, but looks like some of the mistakes will cost him as Forrest did set a precedent for a really good lead line.
All right, so Kaufman obviously sustaining that damage to his vehicle, seeming to kind of relinquish the dragons that are nestled under the hood. Obviously losing that front bumper, saying, you know what, forget it, run what you brung. So Kaufman going hard now, but down. Would like to see Forrest Wang go a little bit harder and get that proximity. Ryan, are we potentially... Oh, and Kaufman going once again into the wall. Woo! Man, again, Kaufman seeming to just say, you know what, forget it, throwing caution to the wind, or Kaufman to the wind in this instance. And I said it, I'll say it again, that might be the nail in the Kaufman. That getting a chuckle from you, Ryan?
Well, it looks like he's okay down there. Seems like there was a thumbs up there for a second. We'll have to take a look at that on the replay to see exactly what happened there. Obviously, he did make contact with the wall, so he got a little bit too close. Now, it started off pretty good for him, this Forrest, giving a little bit of room right here to Matt Kaufman, who starts on a low line, works up high on the bank, and then transitions right here in this first inside clip, which he does a pretty good job with. But right here, this is where he makes contact with the wall. He just adjusted his line a little bit high and makes contact right there. At that point, the run is essentially over. And so for Forrest Wang, this will be him moving on into the top 16. Meanwhile, Matt Kaufman, you know, it'll be his last run of the season, a valiant effort right here as he's trying to make his way into the top 16. And you can see right there, he looks pretty bummed about going into the wall. But no better place to do it than Irwindale Speedway.
Yeah, I mean, you know, after this, you obviously want the card. I mean, Kaufman is just gaining more confidence. He's a young man, a great dude, you know, kind of quirky, a fun dude, but, you know, he's tall, lanky, kind of got this, you know, this rad build. He's ripping his mountain bike around the paddock area. A rad car. I mean, just a really cool, you know, the matte black with that khaki nose. But we'll make it official. Let's go to the judges. Kaufman and Wang, you have to assume that Wang will get the win. And there it is. Forrest Wang, the Get Nuts Laboratory STR Racing Wheels Hankook Tire S14 advances on to the top 16. As Matt Kaufman, again, takes himself out in practice. He takes himself out here. So, you know, defeated, but hold your head up, buddy. I mean, this is no easy task. It's unforgiving. You know, we started with such a menacing track in Long Beach, California. You know, then when we move on to Atlanta, you know, it's a lot more forgiving. You have the runoff, you have the kiddie litter. It's a traditional race course. But then in New Jersey, it's obviously, you know, got those menacing walls. But obviously clean up on aisle 3. So we'll clean up on aisle 3, get Matt Kaufman's car off course, but this just goes to show you how menacing this track is. When we come back, we'll continue with the action. This is round 7 of the Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro.
Here we go. Epic racing, corner taking, crazy karting, high-speed chasing, drift bar lifting, sideways drifting, electric powered, backwards driving, best friend chasing, driveway sliding, adrenaline charged, precision driving, cut the wheel, 360 spinning, hold on tight, it's just beginning. Off-road course, obliterating, crazy tunnel, crazy karting, pull the handle and start spinning. How'd he do that? Now he's winning. The all-new crazy kart from Razor, the ultimate drifting machine. Parental supervision recommended.
I know when I toss my car into a turn at over 100 miles per hour, it's going to hold it. If you don't have confidence in your tires, you have nothing.
All right, well, here we are once again back. Thank you for your patience as we got Kaufman off track, and we are seeing our next pair. This is Michael Essa, our 2013 Formula Drift champion. Will not stand to be a repeat champion as last year it all unfolded. As Michael Essa, Kenny Moen, looks like they've gone up against each other one time before, with Kenny Moen actually getting the win in that 2JZ-powered Achilles Radial S14. Kenny's a force to be reckoned with. I mean, you look at where he's at in the standings, and he's a strong contender. Whoa! I say that. Moen, out of shape, goes into the wall on initiation. I mean, we haven't seen anybody really get into a tussle with that wall. And here it is, Ryan. I mean, now, which, yesterday in qualifying, we didn't see anybody, go into the wall. And now Essa, if he finishes this out, which there it is, he will have an advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, that is really something you don't see very often. Kenny Moen is one of the most consistent drivers in the championship, and he does not make a lot of mistakes. I have to wonder if there was something mechanical with the car here, or if there was just something going on. You can see right there, the car straightens out. He tries to adjust. He makes contact with the wall right here. Now, at this point in the competition, Michael Essa does need to finish the run to be able to achieve a score. He is able to do that, so Michael Essa will be sitting on a big advantage. But for Kenny Moen, a tough break right there, something you don't see very often. He was a contender early on in the championship, has a bunch of podiums this year, so, man, very unlike him to go into the wall that early.
So Kenny Moen outside of the vehicle, I'm sure feeling a bit defeated here, assessing the damage when it is just absolutely parallel parked into that wall. This is a good opportunity for you to take a look. Those that are watching at home, you could see that tire particulate that Ryan was talking about. They're called gumballs. It becomes debris that basically, if that gets underneath the car, and right now, tough break for Kenny Moen. Now, Kenny Moen's also currently number 1 in the Turbo Life standings. And what is Turbo Life? Well, hashtag Turbo Life. It's the Garrett by Turbo. It's a championship within a championship. Basically $3,000 up for grabs, courtesy of Turbo by Garrett. So as we're seeing all the yellow safety crew, Kenny was obviously outside of the car. So we'll get Kenny off course. His competition timeout. He's going to get 5 minutes on the track and get the car fixed. But at this time, I would invite you to, if you're watching at home or if you're here in person, hashtag FDirw. I mean, with these delays, it obviously, makes it exciting seeing the action unfold, but, obviously causing delays. So we appreciate your patience with the cleanup and getting these guys off the track and making sure safety is our number 1 priority. But as I said, take a selfie with that 77 Celica Takati Racing Formula Drift wallet. And we'll get Kenny Moen off the course. We'll take another short break here and see how it all unfolds here at round 7 of 7 of the Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro.
What does Made in the USA mean anymore? To Voodoo 13 USA, it means a promise to be hands-on from start to finish. Made in the USA is a commitment to a superior product in a world of inferior promises and quality standards. Mil-spec standards is a quality often imitated but never duplicated in the automotive suspension world. Until now. It all starts by utilizing the best materials possible. Engineering and designing with mechanics and technicians working together to create the best product for you. Manufacturing with standards that have never been seen before in the industry. Once the process and parts are completed, it's go time. The next generation of drift, road race, and street vehicles is upon us. Let us do the heavy lifting for you. Voodoo 13 makes the commitment to create the best product that the industry has ever seen. Voodoo 13 USA is made in the USA.
Well, as you can see, Kenny Moen is just getting pulled onto that flatbed. We'll have to assess the damage. Essa not on the start line currently, but obviously ready to be up there. An obvious advantage for Michael Essa. We'll see if Kenny Moen can get his car back together. And the 5-minute allotment, as we call it, a competition timeout would not begin until he gets his car back on the ground in that hot pit area, Ryan. Yeah,
so he'll have the 5 minutes to actually see if he can continue in the second half of the run. It's a possibility that he could actually just bow out, but you got to wonder if nerves were getting to him or if there was a mechanical there. Like I said, it's really untypical to see Kenny Moen do something like that. But what we'll probably do here is we'll get him off course, and then we'll move on to our next battle, which will be Odi Bakchis and Jeff Jones, who took home his first Pro 2 win last night in pretty dramatic fashion. And we'll see if we can find out who's going to be our next person moving into the top 16.
All right, so Odi Bakchis, man, yeah, just a real killer. I mean, look at these builds. Both of them V8s, but with Jeff Jones vying for that twin turbo setup on the V8. Definitely, as you said last night, has to have some momentum. But going against Odi, who seems to be just gaining momentum throughout the season, sitting now currently 4th in the overall championship, just outside. But, Ryan, hashtag FDIRW. Let's take a look at some of our fans watching at home. Kaufman wanted a battle. Forrest Wang played it safe. I'll watch it for him. I'm creating my logo. How we doing? On Lock Daily. There you are. Again, hashtag FDIRW. If you're watching at home, let us know. Jen Castle, got all your friends out there cheering on the Miata as unfortunately, Danny George not in the mix, but unfortunately did not qualify. Not the cleanest runs by either driver, but Wang had some good angles and clip proximity. This is Motocentric GA. Thanks for watching on Twitter. And Joey Bean Burrito Top Hat. It's a sweet name. That might be a great tattoo idea for me.
There you go.
There must be a magnet on wall too. And then look at that, Kate Wolf. Look at that. Throwing down and look, got the Kenny Moen footage. Snap. K. Wolf, he's not too far from us right now. Nice little margarita on the rocks, literally. Got the beer koozie, the Bilstein beer koozie. How are we doing? And Marcus Aurelius Service and Liza Balera are in the building. Thanks for joining us. And Unlock Daily once again, straight into the wall. Dang. So just a short break. We'll find out what Kenny Moen's status is when we come back. Round 7 of the Formula Drift Championship.
Exedy has the most trusted clutch used by the most abusive drivers. When it comes to sliding sideways, Exedy Clutch has you covered. Head over to ExedyUSA.com for more information.
All right, Ryan, real quick, update on Kenny Moen.
Kenny Moen bowing out of competition. Too much damage sustained to the vehicle. That means Michael Essa is moving on to face Forrest Wang in the top 16.
All right, so real quick work as Kenny Moen is knocked out or knocking himself out. Michael Essa advances as Odi Bakchis and Jeff Jones are the next pair to do battle. So 2 S14s, both V8, but one is twin turbo, and coming off that momentum of grabbing the Pro 2 victory last night under the lights, got to be feeling good. Here we go, navigating through that start chicane that we've introduced as of Seattle. As Odi pulling away, could be higher on that bank as Jeff Jones actually runs a higher line, reaching Air Force high, that Air Force top 32. Jeff Jones lacking that angle down, going almost claiming another victim. As Jeff Jones, is he still standing on it? Seems like he's got a one-wheeler peeler there going down, but Jeff Jones comes to a halt as Odie finishes out the rest of the course.
Yeah, Odie able to finish out the rest of the course without making any big mistakes there. So this is going to be a big advantage for Odie Bakchis as we take a look at the replay here. Going back to the initiation right here, you can see Jeff Jones trying to get as close as he possibly can to Odie, who's on a middle line right here. You like to see him a little bit higher, but there is a pretty good gap established right here as we come into a really important part of the course as Odie misses that inside clip, but it doesn't really have a big effect on this run overall because Jeff Jones spins out on the inside right there, giving himself a 0 and giving Odie Bakchis a very sizable lead going into the second half of this run.
All right, so we are seeing Jeff Jones spin out. He's ready to go back on the line. These guys have not done battle against each other before. We'll see who gets it right now. Jones with that deficit. Can Odie continue and take out Jeff Jones, who, man, he said he's never qualified here at Irwindale Pro Championship. So right now, Jeff Jones has that deficit to make up, but fortunately for him, he is out front, and that's where you want to be when you're sitting on a deficit. You're in charge of your own destiny, but look at Jones riding high. Odie struggling to get up on the bank, and Jones tapping the wall once, twice, 3 times maybe. Coming into the inner portion, Jones getting that confidence back. Odie Bakchis not putting the car where Jeff Jones did, but is that enough to offset a big mistake by Jones? I have to say, I personally don't think so, but you never know. I'm not a judge. So Ryan, as we take a look at it again, break it down.
Well, remember going back to the last run, Jeff Jones sitting on that 0 for spinning on the inside of the bank. A nice lead run right here as he taps the wall. He makes an adjustment. Odie adjusts in the chase position as well as they come up on the inside. Jones goes wide on that first inside clip. And then right here, really shooting out towards that inner bank right here. As you can see, Odie just giving him enough room to make sure that there's no contact made, doesn't take too many inherent risks. And this is going to be a win for Odie Bakchis as he moves into the top 16 with a valiant effort right there in the lead position by Jeff Jones.
Okay, so I have to assume that Odie will be getting the win, but again, crazier things have happened. Hashtag FDIRW. Let us know you're watching. PDP Photography. Evo Mike. He's watching at home. How we doing, buddy? And there it is. Let's go to the judges. Brian, Andy, and Ryan says Odie Bakchis. Odie Bakchis gets the win. So already 3 battles in. Wang, Essa, and Odie are in the top 16. Evo Mike, Chaz Boyd, Sammerhead, and Shea 1306 watching back on the East Coast. Yogi Fatlace, how we doing, bud? All right, moving on to our next battle, Ryan. It is the bow tie of Conradical Grunwald. Conrad Grunwald, originally from Texas, now living in Northern California. In that Molly piston internals in that BRE Racing engines. He's on Megan Racing hand-cooked tires. Going against Dave Briggs. Dave Briggs in that SR-powered S14 coming to us from Canada. That works. There we go. Initiating. You can see Conrad saying, "No wing for me, please. Hold the wing." Guys high on the bank. Nice job. Good transition by Conrad. Now Briggs, see if he can strike hard, strike with a vengeance. Seem to be keeping it clean, keeping it off the wall. Good proximity there by Briggs, keeping his calm and composure. Good showing. I mean, not great, but not like we've seen in these 3 previous rounds.
Well, it's a good standard right here that Conrad has sent. Nice job on initiation right out of the gate. You can see David Briggs, kind of probably the biggest part of this run right here, is he's a little bit lower on the bank as compared to Conrad Grunwald, who just goes a little bit wide on that inside clip. But overall, this is a really good lead run by Conrad. And Dave Briggs not phased too much. He's staying with them. Nice proximity right here. Good angle by both drivers. Great job by Conrad on that transition right there. Staying inside the track and then shooting out wide towards his outer zone. So both drivers with some high marks right there as now we go into the second part of the battle with David Briggs taking the lead.
All right, here we go. Keep it serious. Keep drifting serious, right? Hashtag for Peter and the IDC guys. Doug Bergmeyer, how we doing?
And Jared, as we're taking a look at the shot right here, you can see the construction of the start line down there where we're actually implementing a chicane. Now, what's that's for is to keep the drivers closer together. It requires that the lead driver actually drive through a series of cones and the chase driver drive straight. So it allows these guys to get as close as they possibly can going into initiation, which is what we're trying to do.
I mean, that's definitely the intention, and, You'd hope, we've always talked about gentleman rules, but sometimes these guys just need to get a little wrangled in, right? So here we go, Dave Briggs establishing that gap that we talked about, but Conrad Grunwald could be playing some strategy. I mean, one of the last SRs in Formula Drift competition, maybe even the last, as Conrad Grunwald lets it hang out there quite a bit. I mean, surprisingly, giving himself almost way too much of a gap here. I would almost consider this an inactive chase. I mean, now gaining that proximity to Briggs around that second to last clip, and Conrad Grunwald now wheel to wheel. I mean, now we talked about that first battle. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. This was, I mean, not a pretty sight for either of these gentlemen.
Well, let's go back and take a look at the Nitto replay. We break it down here as we take a look on the bank. You can see David Briggs is on that middle line. Conrad Grunwald trying to chase him down right here to transition into this first inside clip. Briggs is way off that. Conrad comes up on it on low angle, and this is where the gap and the separation kind of starts. And there's a bigger part of this tandem battle that I want to point out right here as we come into the second part of the course as Briggs goes wide on that inside clip. Watch Briggs not reach out to the outer zone right here. He almost allows it so that there's contact made with Conrad Grunwald, who makes an adjustment, does not make contact. So that'll definitely be an error in the lead position for David Briggs. We'll have to see how the judges take the gap that was established on the first part of the run into account for Conrad Grunwald.
All right, so here's the judges' verdict. As Brian, Andy, and Ryan, Dave Briggs running that turbo life. So going to look at that, Brian, and Conrad Grunwald gets the win. So Conrad Grunwald gets the win, advancing on to the top 16. So 4 are in. Who else is going to join them? Want to give a shout out to the Dienda kids that are in the building: Isaiah Dienda, Davis, Ashley, Dash, Ava, Parker, and Tyson. Of course, Jason, Nicole, and Stephanie. They're watching here up in the grandstands. Love you guys, as obviously cheering for your favorite drivers. Here we go. Daigo, the Ninja Saito, in that Achilles radial Toyota Sora, the right-hand drive, the Ninja. He pulls to the line. He's going to be going against Dan Savage, and unfortunately for Dan Savage, we're hearing that coming off of that Pro 2 championship victory last night. I mean, he only won it by 5.5 points over Jeff Stoneback, but so Dan Savage unable to run. So Daigo Saito will have a bye run, advancing him into the top 16. So, Daigo Saito advancing on, not having to do battle. This is what you call a bye run. So, enjoy the sights and sounds. A loud and proud 2JZ, 1,000+ horsepower. Daigo Saito and that Achilles radial Toyota Sora. Yair Productions on the line. I can see my man Ryan Davis sitting there, Formula Dread, operator of Golden Gate Drift. As Daigo Saito, a little parade lap here.
Interesting factoid about Daigo Saito is he'll turn back around. All he needs to do is clear the plane there. So
okay.
Daigo Saito is the only driver to win back-to-back Irwindales that I can remember in recent history. So he won last year, he won the year prior. He definitely is a guy that can win here again. It would be an interesting statistic to see somebody that's actually won 3 Irwindales in a row.
But almost didn't make it yesterday. I mean, yesterday in qualifying on his first run, bam, takes the heart of the wall, similar to Kaufman. But kudos to his team getting it back together. He qualified in, I believe it was the high 20s as Daigo. Yeah, I mean, he barely made it in, qualifying 29th. So, Daigo Saito almost getting knocked out. You said it would be notable for him, but almost didn't make it. Kyle Moen, who was a resident not too far from here. Kyle Moen from Long Beach, California, and that Mazda Tricks Energy X GT Radial Mazda RX-8 going against Ryan, the Kid Kato, DNA Motoring, Yokohama Tires, 350Z. All right, so already Daigo Saito is in. So, yeah, we've kind of changed the rules. We previously said you have to do a bye run, but as you said, Ryan, just clear the plane, and you'll be advancing on. So here's Kyle Moen. He's in that RX-8 as we go up close and personal with Ryan, the Kid Kato. So leaving the start line, Kyle Moen. Where are my Rotary fans at? Raise them up. You know what to do. Raise up the winkles. Brap. Let's see if Kyle Moen can brap himself up. High and tight. And there's Moen transition around that front clip. Now, this is the second rear clipping zone. Let's define this track here. Kyle Moen doing a good job. Kato, not as much angle, but keeping that proximity, looking good. Nothing too outstanding, but then just as I say that, Kato slams it to the backside of Moen. Ryan, now what, quick assessment, it looked like Cotto went to Moen. We are not judges again. That we rely on the judges. They will deem fault, and that will basically allow if whoever's at fault or not at fault will have ample time to fix their vehicle.
Well, it's a great run right out of the gate right here for Kyle Moen in lead position. He starts off nice and high on the bank. He does leave this part of the second bank a little bit early, and Ryan Cotto has to make an adjustment here as he comes up on the inside. And as we shoot into this the second inside clip, this is where the contact is made. You can see coming through the smoke cloud right there, Ryan Cotto runs into the back of Kyle Moen. Now we'll have to talk to the judges, assess fault, and then that'll dictate whether or not driver A or driver B will have the ample time to fix their vehicle, and then whoever is at fault will have to utilize their 5 minutes or their competition timeout to fix their vehicle if that does come into play for them. So right now we will look at talking to the judges and finding out who's at fault.
All right, so the judges are looking at the tail of the tape once again as Moen coming in, transition past that front clip. Like I said, nothing sensational. Moen has a strong lead run. And here comes Cotto around that last front clip. This could get pretty interesting here because, Mohen's a line. He seemed to be shallow, taking a tighter line, trying to get to that outside clipping zone. But, the chase car's job is to utilize that lead car as a moving clipping point. But was Kyle Moen coming so much to a halt that, he actually hit that of Kyle Moen. Steve Hatsunaka watching from home in Japan. How we doing, Steve? Also, we're going to be giving out the Rev'd Award. The judges, or excuse me, not the judges, but the Formula Drift drivers are actually voting for their peers. The fans got the hashtag Rev'd Award, $2,000 up for grabs, and the Basecamp X Rev'd Axe. So Ryan, when you look at this once again.
Yeah, as we take a look at this, Jared, what the judges are looking for specifically is fault for contact. Now, the vehicles are equipped with brake lights on the top of the vehicle, so we can see when brake lights are on. You can see Kyle Moen gets on it there for a second. Now, that's a transition area, so it's not a big throttle area. So my initial assumption is that this might go towards Ryan Cotto on the fault there, and it makes sense because coming through the smoke cloud, he may just not have adjusted properly. But when you have contact in the throttle area, that sometimes can lead to a different circumstance, especially if we can see that the lead driver is on the brakes or that he is using the e-brake by looking at the back tires, which you can actually see that. That's a way the law that can be determined. We saw that last night in Pro 2, but in this particular case, this is a transition area where there's a less throttle going on as they throttle out of that turn. So we'll have to see. My initial reaction would be that it's going to be Ryan Cotto, but we'll have to see how the judges interpret it. As we take a look at it again, you can't see Kyle Moen's back rear wheels right here, but on the contact point as he transitions back around, it's right there where Cotto looks like he just comes up a little bit strong.
Again, we talked about it, but Ryan, as he transitions, but could potentially say that Moen slowed down potentially too much. I don't envy the judges in this situation. So Ryan, you conversed with the judges, if we could.
Yeah, that's what I initially thought. It's going to be Ryan Cotto at fault there. So Kyle Moen, if he does need to work on his vehicle, will have time to do that. Hopefully he'll be able to get back in competition. Otherwise, we'll go right to the next battle. But as it stands right now, Kyle Moen will be sitting on an advantage, a sizable one, against Ryan Cotto.
All right, so they are deeming that fault. I'm hearing the officials up here. We're seeing Mohen's spotter, his wife and father, actually his spotter. So they're saying you have ample time to fix the vehicle, but obviously not excessively within a given certain amount. But fortunately for him, you have quite some time. So as Efren's in the building, how are we doing, Efren? As you can see Cotto's on the line. He can get hands on his vehicle if he wanted to, but he'd have to call a competition timeout. Now, systematically, I don't believe he called his competition timeout yesterday in qualifying. So we'll ideally get him off the line and visit our next battle. Ryan, we've already seen some some crashes, some mistakes, between obviously Moen, Kaufman. I mean, we're seeing some spins. Yesterday in qualifying is pretty clean cut. I mean, we ended an hour early in qualifying.
Well, this is when it counts. It's the tandem battles. I mean, nerves play a huge role here for a lot of drivers. This is the last event of the year. There's not a lot to lose. If you wreck it and go into the wall, you don't have to prepare for another event a week away, which is oftentimes the case when we're in the midst of the championship. So you see a lot of this, especially in the round of 32. The guys are just really trying to push as hard as they can. They want to make their mark. This is the last opportunity before going into SEMA, where they can utilize their results as the way to pitch their marketing efforts to brands. So we will move forward. We will go on to the next battle of Robbie Nishida and Darren McNamara.
So there you see Robbie Bushido Blade Nishida, Achilles Radial Toyota Soarer. Pursuing the dreams of many, they're your productions. Also our TV crew on site. GoPro working the cameras. I have Glass and James Kirkham down on the start line. Nate Lewis. And there is Darren McNamara. So Darren McNamara. So McNamara actually qualifying 28th yesterday compared to qualifying 5th of Robbie Nishida. 2 and 2, so they're 50% of the time. Basically Darren's won twice and Nishida has won twice. All right, so Nishida will be leading as we talked about the start chicane. McNamara will be giving chase. We have the turbocharged twin turbo V8 versus the 2JZ of Nishida, McNamara. Look at that, Darren running through the gears. You can see that thing shift and move and shimmy. And now shimming, trying to get to the side of Nishida. Nishida pulling away from McNamara. Nice aggressive transition by the Achilles radial vehicle of Nishida. Goes off the wall a little early as Darren gets settled. A correction there by McNamara's right wheel standing out like a sore thumb. Bit off that rear clipping zone by Nishida out front. Some mistakes on either side by my quick assessment, knee-jerk reaction. Let's see how they do on the second half, but take a look at it real quick.
Well, remember, the lead driver is dictating the battle wherever the lead driver goes. The chase driver needs to go. You can see Robbie Nishida starts on the middle line. He goes high. Darren McNamara trying to reel him in at this point. As he's coming into this transition right here on the inner bank. Robbie Nishida comes off a little bit early. I'd like to see him a little bit higher, but Darren basically trying to fall at this point, staying back a little bit. You like to see him a little bit closer on proximity. And then Robbie Nishida shoots out wide there as Darren cuts in a little bit on the inside. So both drivers doing, I guess I would say, okay. Nothing super standout, and a good opportunity right here for these guys to make up, some, at least put it out there for the judges and do something impactful in this next run, either in the lead or the chase position.
Yeah, they both had, their vehicles, it was really good to see how similarly matched the vehicles were when they're leaving that start line. I mean, they were like running through the gears and kept that proximity. So let's see, as Darren now is out front, is he going to be able to pull away from Nishida? That's not, whoa! Nishida strikes with a vengeance, but then has to back off. Bushido Blade goes in for the kill, but I have to think too early. Oh, and Darren spins! Darren spins out. It was all his. I mean, it was Darren McNamara's, and he just blew it. I mean, that's, wow. So, now think about this, Ryan. We saw Nishida going for the kill. He backed off. He made a mistake, but it wasn't a spin. So, was there a mistake? Was there a straightening? Let's take a look at it again, assess it.
No, I mean, this is a pretty clear cut. I love this move right here by Robbie Nishida, but it does cost him. He drops down on a lower line. It would be a negative for him, even though it was a pretty dynamic move. But check this out right here. I mean, aesthetically, this is amazing to watch. As you see Darren right there, just unable to hold that angle right there in spins. I like to see that again. As Robbie was coming up very, very close to him. There was not contact there, but Darren just unable to hold that angle. And Robbie Nishida, I guess his move paid off. Possibly, maybe he saw him right there, got a little bit nervous, and just wasn't able to hold it together on that first inside clip. But a tough break right here for Darren McNamara.
So dissecting it, is a spin, was Robbie Nishida's mistake by being aggressive and falling down, does that equate to a spin?
No, I don't think so. It was a mistake. It was an aggressive mistake, and it was one that he felt that he needed to do to try to really put it to Darren, do something dynamic, as we mentioned.
Right.
But Darren McNamara, clearly it looks like that he spun out there unencumbered. So
All right, so Darren McNamara with that spin. Both these guys, Turbo by Garrett, going in contention for that Turbo Cup. The Turbo Cup given out by Turbo by Garrett. Going to the judges, Brian, Andy, and Ryan. Look at this. So Robbie Nishida gets the win as Darren McNamara. Man, I mean, if he went and continued the rest of the run, I mean, it seemed like he just he hit an oil slick and just rotated around.
Yeah, it was really from an aesthetic standpoint, visually, it was really, really awesome to watch. Both drivers so close right there, and just literally inches from hanging on to that angle right there was Darren McNamara, but unable to hold it. Robbie Nishida flies by without making contact. Both drivers are okay, but unfortunately for Darren, he's going to bow out on the top 32, and Robbie Nishida moving on into the top 16.
Battle. This is the Ken Gushi versus Jun Meng. Ken Gushi versus Jun Meng. Gushi riding the bank. Nice job there as Jun Meng trying to play catch up. And we will be revisiting the battle between Moen and Kato. And Jun Meng failing to get out to the outside clipping zone, but the Scion Racing FRS ready performance on Hankook tires. Goosh works the course in its entirety. So a good showing there by the Goosh, Ken Gushi. So we'll take a look at the instant replay here. Seemed that Gushi put his car in the right places. Jun Meng just fallen quite a bit short.
Well, staying nice and high on the bank is Gushi. A lot of commitment here as he moves up closer and closer to that wall. You can see really low on the bank right there is Jun Meng, just unable to match the line of Ken Gushi. He comes a little bit shallow on that inside clip. He's able to extend further out from Jun by doing so. Jun doesn't really take advantage of it. He tries to take an inside line to close that gap right here, and then dives in right here, drops the tire. Ken Gushi shoots out towards his last outer zone. So pretty good lead run right there by Ken Gushi, setting himself up for a good chase.
All right, so there we are. We can see Ken Gushi to the line and finding out, and it seems that Ken Gushi has called the competition timeout. We're seeing hands on the car. And yeah, Jun Meng, again, with potentially having, an issue with the car. He knows he's at a deficit right now, not getting to where Gushi exactly was. The Greddy Performance Scion Racing FRS. So you can see the hood pop there just behind the start line. Again, quite a few, key players here in the drifting world. You see Formula Dread there. That's Luke operating Golden Gate Drift up in the Bay Area. Nicholas Dizon, he is right there next to the yellow crew there. He operates Vegas Drift and expanding next year to quite a few regions. So I encourage you to check out vegasdrift.com. I'm talking Phoenix, talking Colorado even, and New Mexico. So that's him right there in that gray shirt. So you can see Jun Meng here. The hood popped. Find out exactly what has transpired as Ryan Sage. A little update on the action.
Yeah, Jun Meng's team calling 5. His vehicle had some fire coming from the engine bay, so he's going to need to enact his competition timeout. We'll pull both drivers off and get to the next pair here, which will be Daijiro Yoshihara and Nate Hamilton.
So, again, Ryan, Moen and Kato will need to revisit that, but Kato sitting on a deficit, can get his hands on the car. He'd have to enact his competition timeout, as we just saw with Jun Meng. Got that Holly Snuffleupagus intake, as it's been nicknamed, sticking out of the hood. So a lot of horsepower to the hood, but unfortunately none of it active right now. It's got 3, now 4 manpower getting pushed to the hot grid area. So we'll still have to revisit the second half of the Moen versus Kato. And the second half of this Gucci versus Meng as we explore the other side of the bracket. You see Dean Carnage Carney in that Oracle lighting. Achilles Radial Dodge Viper. Head to the hot grid. As again, Dai Yoshihara qualified second. We saw him earlier. You know, we saw his highlight, and it's just great to see Dai Yoshihara in the mix. Congratulations to him and his now wife. You know, they're expecting a kid. Just a great dude overall. He's one of those Formula Drift veterans. He's been around since day one, and just a lovable kind of guy, right? And Nate Hamilton, Little Tex, he's had some struggles. He's in the mix, but here he is now going against, you know, not only our number 2 qualifier, but also our 2011 Formula Drift champion. And Dai Yoshihara, you know, he's so comfortable in the S chassis. We saw Jerry Sai out here yesterday. I don't know if he's out here in the building, but he campaigned an S chassis from day one, and now finally switching it up to a new vehicle. Used to the V8, used to the power, but then, boom, let's throw some turbos at it in that BRZ.
Yeah, you know, he's had a really challenging year, but it's great to see him come out and get that number 2 spot. Nate Hamilton, in the meantime, trying to put together his program, slides in that qualifying number 1, and it's got to be tough to think about you're going against one of the few drivers on the circuit right now that actually is a standing champion in Formula Drift 2011. So we'll see this battle go underway here, and then we'll revisit the Ken Gucci and Jun Meng and Kyle Moen and Ryan Cotto.
Man, just crazy. The insanity continues here. I mean, it wouldn't be Irwindale. I mean, if you watched Pro 2 yesterday, it was just, I don't want to say textbook Irwindale, but not textbook at all. Just the insanity just unfolds from, you know, delays, competition timeouts. So, you know, if you had any plans to go anywhere, just cancel them, because tonight it's just about to get rowdy. If this place had a metaphorical roof, we just blow it off. Wear a hat, because we're going to blow your mind. It's going to get loud. And also, an FYI, remember, this is a family event, so, you know, obviously have some adult beverages, but don't get too silly, and just join arms with your fellow Drift family. Don't do anything too silly, too ridiculous. Keep a controlled environment. Also, squeeze up, because, to be honest, it's standing room only. And, you know, obviously, as you saw, if you came a little bit later, parking is a situation, but keep it off the streets and keep it on the track. So we advance on to our next pair, Ryan. Here we go. Dai Yoshihara out front. Nate Hamilton, Little Tex, front of 144 is going to be giving chase. The Falcon tire shrouded BRZ initiate into the bank. Now, both of them housing LSs under the hood, but Nate Hamilton not with the turbo setup. Dai Yoshihara put his car in the right places. Nate Hamilton, a little bit of correction there, but now, whoa! Almost backs it in. Nate Hamilton rotates, coming to a halt, but fortunately he saved it from hitting that wall. So as Dai Yoshihara completes the rest of the course, that will mean Dai Yoshihara has an obvious advantage going to the second half of this battle. I mean, again, Little Tex, Nate Hamilton from Rowlett, Texas, going against Dai. That's a big hill to climb.
Yeah, obviously the biggest part of this run right here is the spin by Nate Hamilton. You can see Dai still looking really consistent out front. He's on that higher line right there as Nate doing a pretty good job up to this point. You can see he really loses a lot of angle right there as he comes into that first inside clip, and then on the transition just unable to hold it, spins out and lets Dai run the rest of the course. Dai makes it all the way through without any major bobbles, and he'll have a pretty sizable advantage right here going into the second part of the run.
All right, so there we see Nate Hamilton and the Subaru BRZ of Dai Yoshihara. As Parker Jet is out here and in the building. The infamous Parker Jet. How we doing, Bubba? I love you. As Little Tex, Nate Hamilton sitting on that deficit. Here comes Hamilton and Yoshihara. Hamilton throws it in. Nice angle. Look at that. Kissing the wall. A correction there by Hamilton. How does it affect the rest of the course? The entirety going hard. But Yoshihara's right there. Hamilton throwing it to the wind, but Yoshihara cannot be shaken nor stirred. And straight up is Yoshihara on the door of Hamilton. Great job by Hamilton when the pressure was on. He put it down, but just not enough to shake Yoshihara.
This could have got really interesting right at the beginning here, Jared. As you can see, Nate Hamilton stays high right here. He hits the bank, and it causes him to lose angle and then shoot wider than he probably should. Dye has to make an adjustment so he doesn't make contact right there. He's able to stay in the pocket, stay close to Nate Hamilton. Hamilton gets back on it, tries to maximize his angle coming off the bank. He straightens out a little bit right here, goes wide on that second inside clip. Dye right here staying consistent. Good follow through all the way around as Nate does drive all the way through that last outer zone. But obviously it's going to come down to that first run with Hamilton spinning, Daijiro Yoshihara getting the easy win.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much have to be, unable to see, but it's going to go to Dai Yoshihara. But a good effort by Hamilton on that second run. Going to the judges. Let's make it official. Dai Yoshihara gets the win. Yoshihara shoots and scores as Nate Hamilton gets knocked out in that Enjuku Racing, Falcon Tires, NK Wheels. That vehicle, from what I understand, is going to be on display in the NK Wheels booth at SEMA. Great vehicle, cool dude. I mean, he goes from 4 wheels in the car to 4-wheel skating. If you haven't followed him, just a great heart, big dude. Stay moving, right? As he will be stay moving. So, Ryan, an update on the action. We're finding out from our officials what just transpired.
Yeah, just getting word from down in the grid that Jun Meng does not have the ability to move on and compete against Ken Gushi. He's bowing out, so Ken Gushi will move on into the top 16.
Man, just dropping like flies. So Gushi advances into the top 16. Now we officially have 8 vehicles in the top 16. We're halfway done with the top 32. Hey, real quick, Irwindale, make some noise for me. Real quick, make some noise. There we go, just warming up. I want to make sure you're not falling asleep. If you are falling asleep, you need to check your heart because you might not have one, because this is absolutely heart racing action, good time. This is round 7 of 7, the final fight. If you're tuning in, this is Jared Deanna, Ryan Sage, voice of Drift, your tour guides, and also your hosts on Formula Drift on NBC Sports Network. So here we go, advancing on Dean Carnage Carney in that Oracle Lighting Achilles Radial Dodge Viper, as well as Alec Honendale, coming to us from Florida. Go ahead. And Dean Carnage Carney, a good showing yesterday. Man, I thought he had a killer qualifying run. I would have scored it pretty high, but he qualified 15th compared to Alec, who had a good showing, qualifying 18th. Now, we obviously have the SRT10 Dodge Viper of Mr. Carney, coming to us from Ireland. And Alec, a multiple-time jet ski champion, now switching to drifting. So is a rookie in that Enjuku Racing V8 S14, again, applies the pressure similar to Nishida, has to back off, not as aggressive a drop-off for him. He could strike here coming into this inner bank as Dean out front. The devil eyes on the prize going into that final rear zone and crossing the finish line.
Well, remember, Jared, quite a bit of momentum right here for Dean Kearney in the past few months, doing well in Canada at the Formula Drift event up there at San Eustache, and then obviously that podium in Seattle. You can see right here taking the lead against Alex Hollandale. Both drivers missing that inside clip. Alex having to shallow up a little bit to try to gain proximity, but that Viper is just so quick as he pulls away from Alex. Alex trying to touch base right here, close the door a little bit, coming up on the inside right here, and then you can see Dean Kearney shooting out to that last outer zone.
All right, so here's Alec Honendale out front, and Dean Carnage Carney's going to be giving chase. How we doing, Logan Hunter and Liza in the building? You ready to send it there? As Alec Honendale will be leading that V8 S14 Enjuku Racing. Great local kid, mom and dad supporting. Race together, stays together. Here we go. Alec lapping the angle though, but Dean, playing a little bit of maybe cat and mouse here. Knowing that. But look at this, Dean actually kind of a mistake there, getting off line, way off that front clip. Oh, look at Alec dropping the bumper, shedding some pounds. CrossFit, check him out. Coming into that last rear clipping zone as Dean now brings that proximity, but foregoes that rear. Ryan, you kind of made the face. I kind of verbalized it. Not a pretty run. Dean, unfortunately, dropped back quite a bit.
Yeah, let's take a look at this because it's the first time we've seen a driver dip down that low on that inside clip. You can see Alec right here is on that mid-high line. He still goes up wide. He does a pretty good job on the bank right there. You can see right here Dean kind of doesn't anticipate that properly, and he completely misses that first inside clip. Meanwhile, Alex was decently close to it. Alex taps the wall right there. You can see Dean then comes up on the inside, closes proximity right here. And as Alec gets to the last part of this course, you can see he doesn't fill the zone completely, comes off a little bit right there. Dean adjusts. So both drivers, having a few mistakes, but that mistake by Dean right in front of the grandstand here on that inside clip was definitely very noticeable.
I'd almost have to think, as Ryan drops his headset and, gets that interesting, gets the feedback from the judges. So going to the judges, Brian, Andy, and Ryan, I'm thinking one more time, but and there it is. Brian says one more time, Andy and Ryan. So, look at this. Dean Carnage Carney actually gets the win. So Andy and Ryan saying Dean Carnage Carney. So given the mistake that Alec made, they're basically saying that's Alec made too big of mistakes on that lead run, and Dean, I don't know. I mean, you start splitting hairs there. I mean, I would have gone, don't leave it in the judges' hands. Dean playing dangerously there, but me personally, I probably would have sided with it one more time. But Ryan is currently conversing with the judges, and it's an unenviable position being the judges. As now, finally, we're seeing Kato on the line. That means Moen is able to do battle, able and willing, I should say. Ryan, you converse with the judges. I kind of thought one more time, but Andy and Ryan are saying Dean Carnage Carney there on that situation.
Yeah, I think overall the consensus there is just that, enough mistakes by Alec to force the win for Dean. Did have that mistake on the inside clip. It is a mistake, but it wasn't enough to actually push it into the direction of Alec. So that seemed to be the consensus from all three judges down there as I quickly converse with them.
All right, so Ryan, finally we're seeing the Moen versus Kato battle, and it seems that Moen's finally put together here. And again, we're ready to send the cars. All right, here we go. So Kato will be out front. Moen giving chase. All right, so here goes Kato. Kato leading now. He's sitting on that deficit, Ryan. Moen, if he, basically finishes out the entirety of this course, he should get the victory and move one step closer to, hopefully bettering his best ever would be a fourth. I mean, Kato looks great out front right now, but it's just not enough to make up for that big hit.
Well, you said it exactly right, Jared. I mean, really, the strategy is pretty simple for Kyle Moen in this run. Just don't zero. I mean, with the contact going and the fault going to Ryan Kato, Kyle Moen just needs to hold it together here, not do anything that's going to put him in that zero category. It looks like he's able to do that. He stays with Ryan Kato pretty close throughout the entire course right here. Ryan Kato does put on a really good lead run. It's unfortunate about the contact in that previous run, putting him at that disadvantage, but unfortunately that is the name of the game. So for Ryan Kato, this will be all that she wrote. He will get knocked out in the top 32, allowing Kyle Moen to move on into the top 16. And there you go. You have it. All three judges going with Kyle Moen, who takes home the win, moving on into the top 16.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Kato, just cannot make up that big mistake of obviously hitting Moen. So unfortunate for him, but good showing, but just not strong enough, making up that big hit. So more than halfway through our top 32, forging our top 16. This is round 7 of 7 of the Formula Drift Championship as our next pair is ready to do battle. Tyler "The Rock" McCory, the GoPro Mobile 1 Chevrolet Camaro on Hankook Tires, going against Matt Spedable. It's on Falcon Tires in the Goldenette Toyota Mark II, coming to us from Canada. Those guys have gone against each other once before, with Tyler McCory getting the victory. Overall winning percentage, Matt Spedable not that high, but remember, he is our 2013 Formula Drift Rookie of the Year. Now remember, Jason Britton, he's going to be doing a Kawasaki stunt bike demo later on, but also an autograph session at 7 o'clock. Jason Britton, one of the best stunt bike riders in the world, and riding a Kawasaki. He's going to do an autograph session at 7 o'clock in the Kawasaki area. right, here we go. Tyler McCory initiating. Matt's Barabo lacking the angle. As Tyler McCory, nice job so far as, a little bit of a mistake there, Ryan. He had the angle. It seemed like he ripped up and shot in. But Matt's Barabo with that chase job back for quite a bit. I mean, kind of almost 2 independent runs, Ryan.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. There was quite a few mistakes right here from Matt, and Tyler McCory did have one of his own, but other than that, it was a pretty good lead run. He stays high right here on initiation. You can see Matt's trying to close the door right here. Watch Matt's in the chase position as he loses angle right here, comes off the line. Tyler McCory hits that inside clip perfectly. Matt's has to straighten out a little bit by it. This is where that mistake right there by Tyler McCory's made. He just loses angle a little bit for a second, then he gets back on it. He's able to pull away from Matz as he transitions to that second inside clip, and then shooting out wide right here as Tyler McCory does look like he fills that zone. Matt's towing up the rear end right there on the last part of the run, but some pretty sizable mistakes on the bank and on that first inside clip for Matz. He'll have to put together a really good lead run right here to try to take out Tyler McCory.
Well, we've seen, Team Carnage Carney had that advantage, but when it came to the chase, he just couldn't put it together. So, speaking of GoPro will be giving out a Hero 4 at 7 p.m. on site. 7 p.m. on site. And also, be sure to stop by the Achilles Radial Pit. Enter to win a set of 4 Achilles tires. Winners will be chosen at the end of the halftime break. Visit Achilles Radial and find out if you will win a set of tires. GoPro, the world's most versatile camera, again, giving it out at 7 o'clock. All right, Ryan, here we go. Advancing on. The plot thickens as Matt Sperabo will lead Tyler McCory through his chase. Sperabo throwing it in. Tyler McCory, see, nowhere in the picture. Ryan, at this point, you consider this an active chase?
No, not yet.
Okay. All right, so here we go. Now, look at Tyler McCory jumping up into Matt Sperabo's business, but then spins, rotates. Ryan, this is what we're talking about. Anything can and will happen. So Tyler McCory, you can see Lindbergh to win there. So, Ryan, as I asked you about the inactive chase, so Matt's way out there. Tyler gaining the proximity, but watch Tyler's line here. Matt seems to be on it. Tyler just, whoa.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that caught the start and the main bank caught Tyler off guard. He saw that he was losing some proximity, losing some distance to it. He tries to get back on. He really accelerates coming off the bank. He actually shoots up on the outside of Matt and then has to transition on the inside to try to get up below Matt on the inner part of the bank. And unfortunately, while he does that, it causes himself to spin out, and he looks very frustrated down there, throwing the gloves in the car. And let's take a look at this again one more time so we can get some real clarity on here. But I'm wondering if this caught Tyler by surprise, the distance here. You can see he's really getting on the throttle now. He realizes he's at a deficit on the bank as Matt goes wide on that clip. And see, Tyler does fill the clip, but then it puts him in a weird position where he has to make a transition, get on the brakes, and unfortunately was not able to hold the angle to dive back in the pocket, and it caused him to spin out and then crash into the wall.
So Tyler McCory, a very passionate racer, unfortunately for him, takes it into the wall. And, man, what a bummer for him. And that being the second run, we should have a verdict, and I have to assume it's going to go the way of Matt Sperabo, which, it's not the way you want to get it done and advance on, but sometimes that's how you have to take them and take the victory. So Matt Sperabo waiting in the wings as we'll get Tyler McCory off the track. Now remember, go visit Tyler the Rock McCory in the pits because they'll be giving out a GoPro Hero 4, the brand new camera. I mean, it just came out 2 weeks, and here we are giving it back to you. All right, well, here we go. And, again, not the way you want to get it done, but the destroyer that is Matt Sperabo is sponsored by the Destroyer team. He's running BC, and he is Matt Sperabo advancing on, surpassing Tyler McCory. And, Ryan, that's just not the way you want to get it done, but take it however you can get it, right?
Yeah, I mean, an unfortunate break for Tyler McCory. You definitely don't want to go out in the top 32, but, he was trying to make some adjustments with Matt's driving. Matt's was off that inside clip, and Tyler was really trying to catch up and gain that proximity. He made a bad decision and put him in a tough place, and he paid the price for it.
And there's Tyler McCory getting towed off. Traditional road racer. He's been drifting for numerous years, and just a passionate dude. And he's got his baby farm here. He's got his kids. He's got his wife. And go check him out. Great dude. But Tyler McCory, the GoPro Mobile 1 Chevrolet Camaro, he will be giving out a GoPro at 7 o'clock. So you could see Osbo, the Norwegian Hammer, grabbing some hydration now. Talking with Ryan here, I mean, this has championship implications on the line. Chris Forsberg, after qualifying yesterday, had a 27.5-point lead. So Frederick Osbo sits on the line with destiny in his vehicle, with championship efforts. Not only a victory, but a potential championship. In his back, not in his back pocket, but going for it.
Well, this is one of many times throughout the night that we could potentially be saying this has championship implications. And for Frederick Osbo, this is an absolute must-win. He needs to win this battle in order to continue to fight for the championship. If Osbo loses here, Chris will win the championship in the round of 32 because they're both sitting in the top 32. Forsberg has a points advantage, so even if Forsberg goes out in the top 32, he'll still have more points than Osbo. So Osbo must win this to keep the hunt alive.
And taking a look at the stats, these guys have gone against each other one time before, Osbo getting the win. But don't count out Landerville. I mean, he's a champion in his native country of Canada, or, obviously, being up there in the Great White North. He's in a V8-powered S14. Yes, Frederick Osbo's got his number before. Osbo, we've seen pilot here at Irwindale before. Real quick, Irwindale, let me hear you make some noise. This is championship implications on the line. Frederick Osbo, Papadakis Racing, Hankook Tires, Motegi Racing, Scion TC. The first battle, the first half of this battle is about to be underway. So here we go. Frederick Osbo out front. Mark Landerville in the chase position. Frederick Osbo initiated into the bank. Landerville dropping down a little bit there as Frederick Osbo pulling away, lighting him up as Landerville lacking a bit of angle in that proximity. Here we go into that first front clip. Osbo on it. Absolutely dialed as Landerville applying the pressure, getting the outside clipping zone. Osbo, great angle. Actually gets off the wall a little bit early, but tightens it up on that front clip. Approaching that final rear clipping zone. Gets out to it. Spectacular run there out front by Osbo. As Landerville, not too shabby, but would like to see him closer. Little less angle than Osbo. Let's dissect it once again, Ryan.
Well, for fans of Frederick Osbo, it's not a sigh of relief, but you can actually breathe. Right here you can see Frederick Osbo nice and high on the bank. You like to see him get a little bit closer, but it's a pretty strong, nice high line right there. As Mark Landerville trying to do the best he can to chase down Frederick Osbo, who Osbo does miss that inside clip a little bit, but you can see this gap established right here. Landerville cuts the line a little bit, tries to gain proximity, close the door on Frederick Osbo. Osbo staying nice and consistent out front, shoots out wide, hits that outer zone right there. So a nice lead run, starting off, good standard set by Frederick Osbo. Now he's got to chase down Mark Landerville.
All right, so Landerville out front now as Osbo will be given chase. All right, so Landerville and Osbo. You can see the fans, standing room only here. We're seeing some spotters, seeing the staff there, and the crew on that wall there at the start through the start chicane. Landerville initiates into the bank, not as high as Osbo, and lacking that angle, allowing Osbo to get that proximity. Absolutely fearing the angle of Landerville in that standard suspension. S14, Osbo looking at hesitation there, getting smoked out by the Achilles tires of Landerville around the front clip, And there goes Landerville through. A great showing by both these guys, but there we go. Stop your feet. Shouldn't have to ask you. Hold stumped. As Frederick Osbo
Well, Jared, I'm just going to go out there and say it. I have to imagine that I think that's going to be enough to get Frederick Osbo through, which that is the biggest question of this battle right here as we dissect it. You can see he stays really close to Mark pretty much the entirety of this run right here. Just a brief moment right there where there's a slight separation, but he gets right back on it. Nice job by Mark hitting that inside clip right there. You can see good movement by Osbo. Goes back and forth, switches right in, pops up in the pocket. He's able to stay pretty close to Mark the entire way through the run. Interestingly enough, Mark Landerville, the Canadian driver, if Osbo advances on, he'll go against another Canadian driver, Mats Betterbo. Go to the judges, Brian, Andy, and Ryan. Landerville and Osbo. As you said, Ryan, you made the call, and let's make it official. Brian says Osbo, there it is. Frederick Osbo still in contention for the championship. So the Norwegian hammer thumbs up to his competitor. Class act there as the Hankook tires shrouded. Papadakis Racing Scion TC lives to see another day and fight for the championship. So as we advance on, Ryan Turk versus Taka Ayano. He is our next pair. Ryan Turk, our number 3 qualifier. In that Retax Lifestyle Backpacks United States Air Force Portland Speed Industries in Juku Racing FRS. Going against Taka Ayano, a Formula Drift veteran. I mean, this gentleman has taught classes, maybe taught a lot of you how to drift. He has his own drift academy. And Taka Ayano not only been competing since day one, but also in a Corolla. It's the Flying 86. So Ryan Turk, Taka Ayano, the sun is setting. Ryan, does that come into play? I mean, as these guys transition, they're coming off the bank. You've seen it come to play in many different forms of motorsports. That sun could potentially blind you and affect you. Yeah, and they deal with this also at Wall Speedway as well. It definitely has an impact. I mean, when you have the sun nice and high at 12 o'clock noon, it's a lot easier to see everything. So, especially with the smoke on track, can present a challenge. All right, here we go. So, Ryan Turk out front, the Retax Lifestyle Backpacks, Maxxis tire shrouded. FRS going against the Hankook tire, Life Blasters, Megan Racing, Toyota Corolla. Ryan Turk, almost as identical to his qualifying run. Taka Ayano down there quite a bit. Let's see if Taka can catch up. Oh, a quick, snappy transition, but then just falls down, struggling to get out to the outside clipping zone is Taka Ayano. As there is Turk finishing it out. And an obvious advantage there to Ryan Turk after that first portion of this battle. Yeah, I definitely agree with you here. You can see Ryan Turk starts off very strong right here. This does look exactly like his qualifying run. You can see he's very high on the bank, consistent. Not a lot of wheel movement there. He's just locked in, right on target, comes off the bank pretty much right in the area that you need to. Just shoots a little bit wide of that inside clip right here, but you can see Taka Ayano makes pretty sizable mistake on the inside as he's unable to ride the line that Ryan Turk was all the way on that outer perimeter right up there on the inside bank. And then you can see this last transition right here, so this outer zone was able to be filled as Taka pulls up the rear end right there, but just a lot of mistakes right there in the chase overall.
Well, here we go on the second portion of this battle. Taka Ayano, due to popular belief, not Taco Ayano, Taka Ayano. Oh man, Taka already into the wall, little tussle, but like to see Ryan Turk chase him down, get closer. I don't think we've reached the inactive chase point as Turk now lunges forward, and Ryan Turk is on the wall. Ryan Turk hits the wall. So, Ryan Sage, Taka Ayano. Oh, man, let's take a look, Ryan. I mean, assessing the first run, an obvious advantage to Ryan Turk. Now with this, Ryan Turk going into the wall. Ryan, let's analyze what transpired here. I mean, it was Turk, trying to chase down Taka. Taka worked his way up high, but right here it all unfolds.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ryan Turk, it looks like an independent incident here as he just comes up very strong on the rear end of Takayama. You can see Taka was not on the brakes there, and Ryan Turk hits the wall. We'll get it from that other angle, but this could be a big break for Takayama and a tough break for Ryan Turk.
All right, so this was the bank here. Saw Taka throw it in, not the highest possible, but keeps it consistent, keeps it clean. And Turk, once again, just strikes, taps that back end. You see that front wheel correct, and that wall just sucks you up. I mean, it's not as big as a bank, obviously on initiation, but it's a bank enough where it'll whip you in.
Yeah, and one of the things that the judges brought up in the drivers' meeting, and I think it's a pretty good token of importance, is the amount of angle that you carry through that first inside clip will really determine how much speed you carry into the intersection of the wall there. And Ryan Turk did seem to be a little bit shallow there and on the gas in that section where you need to be on the gas. And unfortunately, he just was unable to anticipate the amount of braking needed or the angle needed to get back in the pocket right there and forcing him to make contact with the wall.
Unfortunate, like as you said, for Ryan Turk, not the way Taka wants to win, and it was his in the bag. I mean, if he would have finished that run, potentially just tapped the wall, maybe corrected real quick, but I think he still would have had the victory given the that first portion of this battle. So going to the judges, Taka and Turk, both of them running Turbo by Garrett, getting some points in the Turbo Life Turbo Cup. And there it is. Takayama gets the win. Takayama at Megan Racing, Hankook Tires, Toyota Corolla gets the win as Ryan Hampshire Turk in the Retax Lifestyle Backpacks Scion FRS is knocked out. So, man, Ryan Turk was a top 10 coming into this round. Where he ends up, we'll see. I mean, man, a bummer for him. I mean, number 3 qualifier, pretty much had it in the bag until, it was 2 clipping zone, 2.5 clipping zones away from advancing to the top 16.
Well, Jared, as you know, calling for 11 years, you've seen pretty much more than anybody. The tide can turn for anybody at any given time in this sport, and you can be on the top of your game 1 minute and be knocked out of the top 32 in another, and we see that all the time. The sport does not hold back for anybody. You got to come with your A game, but even sometimes your A game is just not enough when you're dealing with all the different things that go on at one of these events during the weekend.
Enter an end scene 7. End scene 7 as so many people speculate that we could script. I mean, you can't write this stuff. You can't write this story, man. I mean, as far as people, saying it's politics or this or that, I mean, it's absolutely insane for you to really believe that. I mean, Formula Drift was an inside job, right? All right, Matt Field, who, raised so many eyebrows, some neon eyebrows, as he went against Daigo Saito in his championship year and went one more time, and went toe-to-toe with the Ninja as, that is Daigo Saito. And Matt Field, he is coming from left field, actually San Jose, California, the left coast, upper portion, Matt Field. He's going against JTP, Justin Pollock. Look at these percentages of winning. JTP 64.1 compared to Matt Field 44.9. Should be interesting. You have the Roush Yates powered Ford Mustang, Falcon tires, the teal and blue of Justin Pollock going against Matt Field, the neon yellow CX Racing Black Tracks Netto tire Vortex Supercharged V8, and Field is a strong contender.
Well, both drivers cut their teeth here at Irwindale for sure. I mean, and both have really made their name here at these last rounds. Justin Pollock, obviously, his very first podium here a few years ago in his old vehicle. And Matt Field, those 2 one more times against Daigo Saito in 2012, I think made him a standout moving into 2013. So, both these guys have had an incredible drifting career up till this point. And with them not having competed against each other up until now, this could get interesting. Yeah,
this should be fun, man. I think this is going to be a really exciting one to watch, and I think our last one too, another Mustang versus Pat Good. And here we go. So all right. So we're seeing a restart. Okay, so Ryan, if you can't explain, we talked about the start chicane. The red flag was out. They got stopped. Ryan, if you could break down what transpired.
Yeah, you can see as we have implemented the chicane, the cones surrounding the chicane you cannot hit those cones. If you do hit those cones, we will restart you once. If you do it twice, we'll do it one more time. If you hit it a third time, you'll receive a 0 for that run. So that was the flagger popping out there showing that Matt Field had knocked over a cone. We'll restart this run. and try to get a clean start between these drivers. Obviously, the goal of the chicane, the method, and how it's implemented is trying to give these drivers an opportunity to be as close to each other upon initiation.
Just basically trying to eliminate a drag race. I mean, you know, we really pride ourselves in run what you brung as far as horsepower, vehicle chassis. I mean, building regulations as far as weight to tire size. So here we go. Matt Field. We got a full pull here. We got a clean start, I should say. We're far from a full pull yet. As Matt Field, a little shimmy there, but gets settled. As Justin Pollock pushing high on the bank. Matt Field drops down early. Man, how Pollock is navigating through that good start is beyond me. Field, look at the angle and degree, but Pollock is mirroring a teal and blue shadow to Field. Nice showing by both these guys. Really, the rear clipping zone. It's going to come down to the second half of this battle, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm loving it too. Absolutely. Let's take a look at this right here on the Nitto replay. You can see Matt initiates and JTP initiates. Both guys a little bit of struggle on initiation, but then both lock into their position right there, their line. You can see Matt right there coming up on that inside clip. JTP actually a little bit closer to it. Then right here, JTP really locks in, but Matt Field does a really good job drawing out the line, filling the entire zone. JTP locked him to the inside, drops that right front tire just a little bit. Minor mistake right there, but this is a great battle with both competitors doing what they need to do. The first half of the run, a little bit of mistakes, but JTP nice on the chase in the second half, and Matt Field really filling that zone and doing a great job on that second outer zone as well.
So much going on here today. We do not have a dedicated autograph session outside of Jason Britton, who's going to be doing some two-wheel Kawasaki stunt bike demos. He has a dedicated 7 o'clock session, but so much going on in the pits and the paddock. Be sure to go by the Razor booth and get your drift on, courtesy of the 2014 Crazy Kart, the ultimate drifting machine that lets you spin and drift. Be sure to visit the Razor booth behind the grandstands. Also want to thank our sponsors, GoPro, the world's most versatile camera. Giving out a camera 7 o'clock. Also, you can text GoPro FD to 46776 to win the new GoPro Hero 4 camera. We'll give you details later today. Also, from saving lives to launching rockets, the Air Force offers career opportunities for just about everyone. What will your adventure be? Experience more at airforce.com. As we continue with our second portion of this battle, JTP will be out front. Matt Field giving chase. We'll see who will be going higher. The Air Force top 32. Justin Pollock. Visit him over at the Ford display in the Falcon Tire pits. Also, Exit Clutches, durability through advanced engineering. All Exit Racing clutches are designed from the ground up as performance clutches. Exit is the most trusted clutch used by the most abusive drivers. All right, JTP will be out front. Giving chase. Let's see how they go. Ryan initiating into the bank. Field back there. Similar to his lead run. Had a quick little shimmy, but then gets settled. Going into the second rear clipping zone. Pollock not exactly all the way out to it. Crawling into that front clip. Now snappy transition into the final rear clipping zone. Nice job by both these gentlemen. Now Ryan, I really want you to take a look at it. I don't think Pollock exactly hit the clipping zones that Field did in that lead position.
No, but I think, the one thing voting for Justin is that he had that really good chase with Matt's really good lead. So that first run to me is maybe possibly even. And in the second run right here, JTP does a nice job on the bank. He stays higher than Matt Field on the bank. Matt Field is able to dive in right here as JTP does a nice job on that inside clip. But JTP does not fill this zone right here. He does a good job staying on the line, but he doesn't go as deep as you would like him to. And Matt Field takes advantage of that and stays pretty close to Justin Pollock. I can definitely see this going one more time if you want to nitpick it. But, both drivers having some high points in that first run and the second run, both of them making a couple mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a good chase job there by Justin Pollock on the lead. But I liked where Field put his car. I liked the impact that he had. As far as Justin Pollock defining, looking at that wouldn't be a high qualifying run for JTP. I mean, he was off the clipping points. He was off the clipping zones, I should say. Not a super snappy transition there. Could be one more time. I'm kind of saying Field there. I wasn't great on the initiation, but then kind of tightened it up, especially given where Pollock put his car. But hey, I've been wrong before, and again, I do not envy the judges. Pollock versus Field. Brian, Andy, and Ryan going to the judges. Brian says one more time. Andy says one more time. They're going at it again. And Ryan, just to make it clear, you're going one more time. All right, so you know, this track, I mean, have you talked to any of the drivers as far as keeping the tires together? I mean, they're one and done. I mean, one battle and done. I mean, they're changing them out like toilet paper.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, at this level in the game, it's basically for the high horsepower, heavier cars, you're getting 2 laps out of them.
Yeah, I mean, these are the same tires that you could purchase from your local tire retailer. That's by Formula Drift rules and speculation, or not speculation, but specification. Excuse me. Now, Ryan, we'll revisit the field versus Pollock. Championship implications are on the line, as Chris Forsberg is here on the start line, and he is to go against Jeff Stoneback. But we're finding out that Jeff Stoneback is not to the line. That means that Chris Forsberg advances on. So we're getting Stoneback was up here earlier. He said his car wasn't able to be fixed. So now Chris Forsberg is advancing on the top 16 without having to do battle. So both our gentlemen, both our gladiators, both our warriors advance on to the top 16. So Stoneback was up here earlier. He said his car was unable to be fixed. So Stoneback is unable. You saw him earlier go hard into the wall in that borrowed Retax Lifestyle Backpacks LS13. And we'll advance on to not our what was to be our final battle will not be it, or potentially, as Gooden and Gittin. As man, that sounds like a great TV show. I'd totally watch that. Gooden and Gittin on Fox. We're coming live as Pat Gooden and Vaughn Gittin Jr. I mean, this would be a good show. One boy from Maryland and one from Florida. They're going to get into some Southern good old time mix. As Pat Gooden in that turbocharged V8 and Juku Racing S13, shrouded some Falcon tires, going against none other than 2010 Formula Drift champion, the Monster Energy Nitto Tire Mustang RTR of Vaughn Gittin Jr. Now, Vaughn Gittin Jr., one of the busiest gentlemen in the drifting world. He's gone against doing it for Donna and for Dud. I know Dud's at home watching. That's his grandma. They're at home watching. Donna and Dud, another TV show I'd watch. As Pat Gooden will be out front, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. will be giving chase. Twin turbo V8 of Pat Gooden. Had a good time with him last night, just getting some words. Just a fun-loving dude, and he's doing it for Dale. Here's an interesting fact. His number is based off of the movie Days of Thunder. Yeah. Here's a fun fact. And Vaughn Gittin Jr., he's ready to rock the RTR. That's his brand. Hair Brian in the building. Not so Hair Brian, but still good looking. How we doing? Pat Gooden, he's going to be leading. Vaughn Gittin Jr. giving chase. Here we go as the sun is setting. The track stays hot. Pat Gooden, Juku Racing, S13 throwing it in. Vaughn Gittin Jr. Wow, you see his front wheel actually kind of stopped there mid-drift. Now throwing it in past that front clip. Look at the angle from Gooden. Vaughn Gittin Jr. Oh, so Gooden actually comes to a halt. Did Gooden foresee that Gooden was having, did Gittin foresee that Gooden was having a mistake there? Brian getting some words with the judges. Gooden, I was like, wow, look at the angle. And then it seemed that again, let's break it down.
Yeah, he got a little bit too jacked right here on the inside. You can see right at the gate. Look at the squatting by Vaughn Gittin Jr. who locks up that front wheel for a second, stays close right here to Pat Gooden as he comes off the bank. This is where the moment of impact takes place. You can see he locks it up right there. Gittin to avoid contact comes up on the inside. So it was a good cautionary move by Vaughn Gittin Jr. to avoid contact. Pat just extended way too deep right there. He wasn't going to be able to make it back. Vaughn saw that, took the opportunity to come up on the inside. So he's going to probably, in my mind, put Pat Gooden at a very large deficit here against Vaughn Gittin Jr.
I mean, that's just a veteran move. That's just having awareness. I mean, Vaughn does a lot of different things to just excel his craft. Just doing some hand-eye coordination testing. I mean, he's avid in CrossFit. I mean, he loves having a good time. He parties with the best of them. But also, just is really just trying to just perfect his craft. He wants to get back to championship form. He locked up the 3rd place overall in the 2014 season. Now he's sitting on a huge advantage going against Pat Gooden here as Vaughn Gittin Jr. now throwing it in, but the dishes are not done just yet as Vaughn Gittin Jr. in the bank. Pat Gooden trying to chase him down, gets aggressive. Vaughn Gittin Jr., that rear view mirror, I mean, just his awareness probably like, oh man, that was a close one. As Pat Gooden and Vaughn Gittin Jr. going toe-to-toe. And there's Vaughn bringing it across the finish line. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. unofficially will have that victory as we take a look at it again, Ryan. Vaughn, nice and dialed there. Seemed that good. Was trying to get settled. You see him work the wheel, but it happened again for good.
Yeah, that looks like a mistake by Vaughn Gittin Jr. to me, to be honest with you. I mean, he's locked up right there. Pat's right on him. The lead driver has a responsibility. If he makes a mistake and causes the chase to make a mistake, it could go in fault of the lead driver. It's just a matter of whether or not that was enough of a mistake in the judge's mind to give Pat Gooden any kind of advantage here, but he was right on proximity. He was right there. Vaughn extends out a little bit further than he should in that area of the course, and as the judges are going to take a look at it again, they might be thinking the same thing that I am. Let's go ahead and look at this run right here as Pat trying to close the door here. Vaughn comes off. Watch the transition, a little bit weird. He straightens up a little bit, and that's where Pat accelerates, tries to avoid contact. You can see Vaughn make that mistake on transition. Pat's just right there in proximity. So I'm really interested to see how the judges are going to interpret this.
All right, so waiting for the judges' verdict as our staff is there down on the line. You can see Nick Dazon of Vegas Drift, Colorado Drift, New Mexico. Field and Pollock. And let's go to the judges, Brian, Andy, and Ryan. Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Gooden. I have to assume Gittin will get it. And he is, oh, look at this. So one more time. So kind of spoke too soon. Ryan Lantain says Vaughn Gittin Jr. So 2-1. As Andy said one more time. I don't know about that. But, 2-1. As Brian and Ryan say Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. advances on to the top 16. Look at that beautiful sunset here in Southern California, blessed with some beautiful weather. Thank you, fans. You guys having fun, Irwindale? Yeah. Thank you for joining us again, Jared Deanna, the voice of Drift. 11 years strong, like fine wine. Consider myself like a nice Kentucky bourbon. Right, Ryan? Would you rather be a wine or a bourbon?
I don't know. It's a good question. What are the benefits?
I mean, just assess pros and cons.
I don't know.
Nice red wine, or you want to just be a nice Kentucky bourbon? Just a metaphor, man. You want to be old and rusty. You kind of want to be just a little more refined. I don't know. On with the next. On revisiting the battle one more time. Matt Field versus Justin Pollock. Matt Field is, he's not backing down as Justin Pollock in that Falcon Tires Mustang. That will be our final battle. Ryan, let's take a look. We will have a break in between our top 16. Ryan, if you could pull up our schedule. There's Justin Pollock warming his Falcon tires, but our top 16 battle. Let's walk through the pairs. Forrest Wang versus Michael Essa, our 2013 champion. Odi Bakchis versus Conrad Grunwald. Daigo Saito versus Kyle Moen. That's Mr.
That's Nishida. I wrote that.
Wow. I could go either way. That's Robbie Nishida versus Ken Gucci.
I'm sorry, my writing.
Yeah, your writing is terrible. Dai Yoshihara versus Dean Carnage Carney. Matt Sberbo versus Frederick Osbo. Take Ano is going against the winner of this. And then Chris Forsberg versus Vaughn Gittin Jr. So, championship. Osbo versus Matz. And look at that. Two bros right there. I mean, two Formula Drift veterans. Forsberg versus Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that last battle for that championship contention.
Yeah, that's a big one right there. You got to wonder how that's going to play out. Both guys, obviously, at the top of their game. Forsberg wants that championship. Vaughn's got third locked up. He's not one guy to back down, so we'll see how that goes.
So just an update to the schedule, or just want to let you know, make you aware, 6:25 right now on the dial. We're scheduled to go to 6:30, so we're almost on the button. We'll have a halftime break. 7 o'clock, autograph session with Jason Britton as Matt Field leaves the line. Feeling a little punked here, so we'll get a restart here. But again, 7 o'clock, autograph session with Jason Britton. Stunt bike demo from 7:45 to 7:55 with our national anthem and opening ceremonies beginning 8 o'clock. So that's when we'll be on the live stream beginning at 8 p.m. local time. Local time currently is 6:25. So don't blow me up on Instagram, Facebook, asking when the live stream is. Pay attention. Do the math. It's currently about 6:25. We'll begin at 8 o'clock. And we will not stop until we find out who wins the event and grabs that championship. Remember, join us on Instagram, Facebook, and now Snapchat at Formula_Drift. Also, you could win the Takata Formula Drift wallet signed by Vaughn Gittin Jr., Chris Forsberg, Ryan Turk, Ken Gucci, and Frederick Osbo. take a selfie in front of the 77 Celica. It is in the Takata booth. So during the halftime break, take a selfie with it. I'm going to be the judge of that. Who takes the most ripping selfie? Hashtag FDIRW, and you could win this signed Formula Drift Takata wallet. So we are seeing Matt Field, Justin Pollock on the start line. Sending cars here. The one more time battle between these gentlemen. A clean start as Field rips through the chicane. Let's see how the CS Little tires. Supercharged V8 S 14.5 does. Pulling away from Pollock here. The blue oval, the Ford Mustang, great angle. Justin Pollock throwing it in. Gained some composure. As Field ripping through the course. The 22-year-old of Matt Field puts it down out front with Pollock having a bit of wavering back there, but maintains some composure.
Well, it's a pretty similar, not exact start as the last run. You can see Matt Field, nice job, very, very high on the bank right here. A little bit of separation between him and Justin Pollock. Great angle right there coming up on the inside clip. JTP shoots up on the inside, trying to get in the pocket right here. This is where he got really close to Matt last time. He's not as close this time around as Matt comes up on that second inside clip. It's a great lead run by Matt Field, pretty much all the way through with JTP, then buttoning up at the end. I don't think he was as close as he was in the prior run, but he definitely was there and given Matt Field a run for his money. But now Matt has an opportunity to really put down a really solid lead run and maybe make it very unvague and ambiguous to the judges. Don't leave it in the judges' hands. That's kind of an old saying we've been saying for quite some time, and that's not where you want to be. You want to make it a point. Make it clear, DOG. As Justin Pollock will now be out front with Matt Field giving chase. As Justin Pollock and Matt Field are getting set. You can see the red start line there, or the red lights will illuminate. And then once they go off, that is when they are to leave. So not only is the car neon, the neon lights are on in the front of Matt Field's vehicle. This is our final battle of top 32. Our 15 drivers. Who's going to join them? Will it be Pollock or Field? You can see the lights illuminate, ticking on down the pole, and away they go. Send it. Pollock out front. Field giving chase. Off like a pissed off dragon is Field. Pollock, good angle, working his way to the top. Transitioning into that front clip. Like Pollock, snappy transition. Now getting out to the outside clipping zone as Field actually gets further out. You want to follow that lead car, though. Ryan, I mean, what do you think? Well, it's definitely another close battle, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of saw your body language is saying, like, this could go one more time, right?
Well, you can see JTP starts off nice. He has a little bit of a fluctuation right there on initiation, but so does Matt Field. Matt's pretty close to JTP on the bank. As they come off the bank, nice job right here by JTP and Field to hit that inside clip. It's a very tough part of the course. You can see Matt Field goes a little bit deep here, and it cost him a little bit as Justin was on that just on that right line right there, and he was able to shoot out towards this last part of the outer zone and put down a pretty good lead run. Matt Field and Justin Pollock not making it easy for us.
No, I mean, well, for the judges, not us.
Well, for me too, I think.
Yeah, no, I guess that is correct. All right, well, we're seeing the judges' scorecard already up. I mean, pretty quick knee-jerk reaction there. Brian, Andy, and Ryan going to the judges. JTP, Matt Field. So Matt Field says Brian, Andy, and Ryan. Field gets the win. Matt Field is in the top 16, going past a very aggressive driver that is JTP. So Justin Pollock in the Falcon Tires Ford Mustang is knocked out. So I mean, that's a big battle there, Ryan.
Yeah, huge battle right there. You know, Matt Field fought hard for that one. If the last one was a one more time, you could see Matt Field getting the edge there, just putting down a little bit more consistency in some of the high points there. So congratulations to him as he moves on to the top 16.
So you can see Pollock, and knowing him, a very passionate fellow, and, you know, he's got to have a little bit of frustration there. But, you know, thank you for joining us again. This is round 7, the final fight of Formula Drift, the Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro, Jared Deanna, Ryan Sage. I mean, we have a star-studded cast here. Don't want to run all the way through them. But, again, local time, 6:30 on the button. We scheduled it. We nailed it. And a lot of drivers. Man, crazy turn of events. You know, kind of some usual suspects, some newcomers, some big makes, some big mistakes, as I say. But, Ryan, anything to add?
No, just, you know, we'll see you guys back here for the top 16 introduction and ceremonies. Lots of action to come as we find out tonight who will be our 2014 Formula Drift champion and, of course, who will take home the win here as well.
Well, remember, we have the Vendor Village. If you're here in person, we have the Razor Crazy Car activity. We have all the fans, you know, just streaming over there. So go visit your favorite drivers. And there's the tag board. So you can see there as look at this, watching Mo Drift. James F.C. Wood, obviously a Rotary fan. Rest of the KMR team. And you could win the Takata wallet. So speaking of Takata, there's John Sabal tagging up the livery that he designed on the real one in the 110 scale. But the Takata Formula Drift wallet, there it is. I'm claiming it right there. Ladies, you can buy one, and guys and gals could actually win the Takata wallet. It's signed by 5 Takata-sponsored drivers. You have that of Von Gint Jr., Chris Forsberg, Ryan Turk, Frederick Osbo, and Von Gint Jr. So you have those 5 drivers. You could win it. Hashtag FDIRW, as well as you need to take a selfie with the 77 Celica in the Takata booth. The signature green harnesses is now on a Formula Drift Takata signature wallet. I got one that's signed, so take a selfie. I'll be the judge of that. Who's got the most creative, fun, or, you know, just awesome selfie with that 77 Celica. Remember, Jason Britton and the guys will be out here at 7 o'clock doing their 2-wheel Kawasaki bike demo. Excuse me. Not at 7 o'clock. They'll be doing an autograph session at 7 o'clock, and then we'll be back here before that at 7:45. 7:45 for the Kawasaki motorcycle demo. But, again, we'll be on track for opening ceremonies at 8 o'clock for the live stream. So Jared Deanna and Ryan Sage. And we're not shutting it down just yet as, Ryan, we are live still here. We have a special guest with us, Ryan. Here, I'm gonna step out. You're going to step out? Who do we have here with us?
Hey, what's going on? My name is Megan Lamontagne. I co-host with Brian Sage on Formula Drift Nation, and we just want to give a quick shout out because we are actually doing the show on Monday this week, and we're going to have special guests Chris Forsberg and Frederick Osbo on the show.
That could get very hairy. I mean, just given the situation right now with Osbo and Forsberg, they're both in it to win it.
Yes.
The championship is still up for grabs. How it transpires, what culminates of a whole season, and then, hey, guys, let's just bring in the same room together, and we're going to get you and Ryan, and we're just going to talk about good old stuff.
But all the more reason to watch, right?
Ah, man, the plot thickens.
The plot thickens.
Yeah, so, well, again, so the FD Nation.
Yes, 8 p.m. We go live. You can check it out on Daily Motion, and tune in Monday. Don't forget, Monday night. It's usually on Tuesday, but Monday nights.
All right, so there you have it. So, Formula Drift Nation, our 2 potential championship contenders. One will be the champion. I'm glad I put that finger up. And as we will have one 2014 champion. You're finding out tonight. 8 o'clock, we'll be back here on the live stream. And, of course, 7:45, we'll be on here with 2 wheels. This is Jared Deanna. And this is round 7 of the Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro.
Hi, I need 50 on pump 3.
Hey, boss. He's back.
Not again. Get the sign. Eco Boost Engine. Freebie for Mr. Ford Fiesta.
The 2014 Ford Fiesta, with available 1-liter EcoBoost engine, has an EPA estimated rating of 45 highway miles per gallon. Less stops, more squeegee.
Beat that guy.
Crank it up.
I am the trusty co-pilot. The moving part that moves all 2,000 parts. I am the translator who interprets the road, the permission to take the scenic route, and the guide that gets you there safely. I'm not just any tire. I am a Yokohama.
We have broken the sound barrier and pioneered new paths to space. But where is that new frontier? What barriers will we break next? Every day we are given the opportunity to sign our name to history. Just close your eyes and look inside. You are that new frontier. I'm General Mark Welsh. These are my heroes. And we are American Airmen.
I'm Danny George. Behind me is my hand-cooked tire, Miles Miata.
There's a scout squatch up here. Be careful.
Saw it. It was in my mirror. I turned around.
I know when I toss my car into a turn at over 100 miles per hour, it's going to hold it. If you don't have confidence in your tires, you have nothing.
What's up? I'm Ryan Turk. Welcome to the House of Turk. I'm going to take you for a ride. Let's break something. We will break something. Run the wall. Bash the limiter. Try make sure it still drives at the end.
go. Epic racing, corner taking, crazy karting, high-speed chasing, drift bar lifting, sideways drifting, electric powered, backwards driving, best friend chasing, driveway sliding, adrenaline charged, precision driving, cut the wheel, 360 spinning, hold on tight, it's just beginning. Awesome course, obliterating, crazy tunnel, crazy karting, pull the handle and start spinning. How'd he do that? Now he's winning. The all-new Crazy Kart from Razor, the ultimate drifting machine. Parental supervision recommended.
Hi, I need 50 on pump 3.
Hey, boss. He's back.
Not again. Get the sign. Eco Boost Engine. Freebie for Mr. Ford from yesterday.
The 2014 Ford Fiesta, with available 1-liter EcoBoost engine, has an EPA estimated rating of 45 highway miles per gallon. Less stops, more squeegee.
Beat that guy.
I'm Danny George. Behind me is my hand-cooked tire, Mazda Miata.
There's a Sasquatch up here. Be careful.
Saw it. It was in my mirror. I turned around.
America's future will be determined by your dreams and your visions.
Some of you will fly the fastest planes that have ever been built, reach the highest altitude that man has ever gone to.
Whether you serve in the skies above or on the ground below, each of you has stepped forward to defend your country. The American people support you, and they believe you truly do represent the best of America.
I know when I toss my car into a turn at over 100 miles per hour, it's going to hold it. If you don't have confidence in your tires, you have nothing.
X-Eddy has the most trusted clutch used by the most abusive drivers. When it comes to sliding sideways, X-Eddy Clutch has you covered. Head over to ExedyUSA.com for more information.
crank it up.
I am the trusty co-pilot. The moving part that moves all 2,000 parts. I am the translator who interprets the road, the permission to take the scenic route, and the guide that gets you there safely. I'm not just any tire. I am a Yokohama.
Hi, I need 50 on pump 3.
Hey, boss. He's back.
Not again. Get the sign. Eco Boost Engine. Freebie for Mr. Ford Fiesta.
The 2014 Ford Fiesta, with available 1-liter EcoBoost engine, has an EPA estimated rating of 45 highway miles per gallon. Less stops, more squeegee.
Beat that guy.
I'm Danny George. Behind me is my hand-cooked tire, Miles Miata.
There's a Sasquatch up here. Be careful.
Saw it. It was in my mirror. I turned around.
I woke up every day in the Air Force thinking I've got the best job in the world. Airplanes, jets, propeller planes, rockets, spaceships, starships. If it left the surface of the Earth and went somewhere else on an adventure, it just captured my imagination. The opportunities that the Air Force can offer are boundless. When opportunity knocks at your door, be bold, be courageous in following that dream, step across that threshold and into that new adventure. My name is Colonel Alvin Drew, and I am an American Airman.
Here we go. Epic racing, corner taking, crazy caught in high-speed chasing, drift while lifting, sideways drifting, electric powered, backwards driving, best friend chasing, driveway sliding, adrenaline charged, precision driving, cut the wheel 360 spinning, hold on tight, it's just beginning. Obstacle course, obliterating, crazy tunnel, crazy cutting, pull the handle and start spinning. How do you do that? Now he's winning. The all-new crazy cart from Razor, the ultimate drifting machine. Parental supervision recommended.
I know when I toss my car into a turn at over 100 miles per hour, it's going to hold it. If you don't have confidence in your tires, you have nothing.
What does Made in the USA mean anymore? To Voodoo 13 USA, it means a promise to be hands-on from start to finish. Made in the USA is a commitment to a superior product in a world of inferior promises and quality standards. Mil-spec standards is a quality often imitated but never duplicated in the automotive suspension world. Until now. It all starts by utilizing the best materials possible. Engineering and designing with mechanics and technicians working together to create the best product for you. Manufacturing with standards that have never been seen before in the industry. Once the process and parts are completed, it's go time. The next generation of drift, road race, and street vehicles is upon us. Let us do the heavy lifting for you. Voodoo 13 makes the commitment to create the best product that the industry has ever seen. Voodoo 13 USA is made in the USA.
Exedy has the most trusted clutch used by the most abusive drivers. When it comes to sliding sideways, Exedy Clutch has you covered. Head over to ExedyUSA.com for more information.
Hi, I need 50 on pump 3.
Hey, boss. He's back.
Not again. Get the sign. Eco Boost Engine. Freebie for Mr. Ford from yesterday.
The 2014 Ford Fiesta, with available 1-liter EcoBoost engine, has an EPA estimated rating of 45 highway miles per gallon. Less stops, more squeegee.
Hate that guy.
Crank it up.
I am the trusty co-pilot. The moving part that moves all 2,000 parts. I am the translator who interprets the road, the permission to take the scenic route, and the guide that gets you there safely. I'm not just any tire. I am a Yokohama.
We have broken the sound barrier and pioneered new paths to space. But where is that new frontier? What barriers will we break next? Every day we are given the opportunity to sign our name to history. Just close your eyes and look inside. You are that new frontier. I'm General Mark Welch. These are my heroes. And we are American Airmen.
I'm Danny George. Behind me is my hand-cooked tire, Miles Miata.
There's a Sasquatch up here. Be careful.
Saw it. It was in my mirror. I turned around.
I know when I toss my car into a turn at over 100 miles per hour, it's going to hold it. If you don't have confidence in your tires, you have nothing.
What's up? I'm Ryan Tuck. Welcome to the House of Turk. I'm going to take you for a ride. Let's break something. We will break something. Run the wall. Bash the limiter. Try and make sure it still drives at the end.
Here we go. Epic racing, corner taking, crazy caught in high-speed chasing, drift bar lifting, sideways drifting, electric powered, backwards driving, best friend chasing, driveway sliding, adrenaline charged, precision driving, cut the wheel, 360 spinning, hold on tight, it's just beginning. Obstacle course, obliterating, crazy tunnel, crazy cutting, pull the handle and start spinning. How do you do that? Now he's winning. The all-new crazy cart from Razor, the ultimate drifting machine. Parental supervision recommended.
Hi, I need 50 on pump 3.
Hey, boss. He's back.
Not again. Get the sign. Eco Boost Engine. Freebie for Mr. Ford from yesterday.
The 2014 Ford Fiesta, with available 1-liter EcoBoost engine, has an EPA estimated rating of 45 highway miles per gallon. Less stops, more squeegee.
Hate that guy.
I'm Danny George. Behind me is my hand-cooked tire, Miles Miata.
There's a Sasquatch up here. Be careful.
Saw it. It was in my mirror. I turned around.
America's future will be determined by your dreams and your visions.
Some of you will fly the fastest planes that have ever been built. Reach the highest altitude that man has ever gone to.
Whether you serve in the skies above or on the ground below, Each of you has stepped forward to defend your country. The American people support you, and they believe you truly do represent the best of America.
I mean, there's multiple parts of Falcon's involvement. You know, they've kind of pushed the envelope in many ways, and maybe set trends and set the bar for teams and other brands to be at. And because of that, I think the expectation of their presentation, of the quality of the cars, of the drivers, is much higher. And thus, I think it sets a great bar for as we become more professional in the sport. They're a great example to look at from you know, many different angles. And so I think because they have done that, I think it's, you know, organically pushed along the sport for other up-and-coming teams to look at them and say, hey, look, I want to be like them. I want to look like them. I want to operate my paddock like them. I want to do it that way. And so in that sense, I think, you know, indirectly, it's definitely helped the sport because it's brought us to a higher level.
My favorite thing about being a Falcon sponsor driver is, I think, the professionalism of the whole team. You know, I'm completely addicted to motorsport, and I watch like all kinds of motorsport just because of the professionalism of how it's done, you know, from pit wall to the rigs, the team, the crew. And to be part of something like that, that's pretty cool for me. Yeah, it's been my dream job before I got here, and I'm lucky enough to be here for the last 7 years, so I'm happy out.
Being a Falcon driver brings along a lot of stuff. Basically, they will give us everything we need on the track, off the track, just to be able to compete in Formula Drift. At the track, of course, the great car, BRZ. Yeah, so it just, basically I don't have to prepare anything else. I just show up and drive, which is great.
My name is Pat Gooden. We're at Njuku Racing today. The three current Falcon drivers, Darren, Di, and Justin, I think they're all really good dudes. They're all very helpful. Justin Pollock has really helped me the most out of anyone, really. He's just willing to tell me, a lot of the stuff that people don't normally tell people to help me out and make sure that I can put on a good showing for Falcon. When I first started running their tires, Falcon decided they would sponsor me, and I ran 2 years of Pro-Am on Falcons, and then I've always been on Falcons since I started driving Formula D. But now this year, everyone at Falcon has just been so awesome to all of us, and always making sure we're taken care of. J-Brad always makes sure we're fed and we have what we need, and if we need parts, and Steve and Sergio are always running around helping us do whatever we need to do, and Mountain Tires. Falcon has helped me out so much, and it's just so nice to not have the stress of, oh no, is it going to get done? Because I know if it needs to get done, Falcon will help us get it done. I totally feel like we have a car that could win a championship. We built this car to basically be like Di's 2011 championship winning car, with the exception that this has 800 horsepower and the ability to turn up to 12 or 1300. So I definitely feel like we have the car, the tire, everything to be on the podium and win a championship. It just, I keep making small mistakes that are just nothing more than inexperience. I don't have as much experience as the other guys that they've been doing it for 10 years and know everything about everything, and it's just the little mistakes that keep killing us. And if I can really focus more, I think that we have a shot at doing very well. Going into the top 32 battle with Darren, we knew that we would be following first, and we knew that he was going to be super fast, so we kept progressively speeding the car up, and I think we had the car more gripped up than I've ever had it, so it was kind of like a crazy feeling to drive. But also, entering behind someone at wall is interesting, because you can't enter behind them, because when they enter, they pull away, and then you lose proximity on the entire bank. so I knew I had to do something like a little bit risky to enter behind him. So I basically drove next to him the whole run up, and then when he entered, he was entering straight and I was doing a small like flick in. So the car set perfect. I was like, okay, great, this is exactly where we need to be. He pulled a little bit, but I knew I could catch up, so I started catching, put the car where I thought I needed to be. I'm looking at his door, and I look down where we're at on the track, and I realized that, oh no, I need to transition right now. Tried to do it, I transitioned 3 feet too late, and when we hit the transition coming off the bank to flat, it just loaded the car and like bounced up and threw us off, and then the whole rest of the follow run was me just trying to catch him due to that mistake coming off the bank. When we went to lead, I knew that he had the advantage. I knew I had to do a great run, so I just left the line as hard as I could, knowing that he was going to be able to keep up. Entered, and pretty much just full throttle the entire track. Not really trying to throw him off, but just trying to do the best lead run I could. And we did a pretty good run, but he stuck with us the whole time, and at the decision, they gave him the win. It was disappointing to not advance, but at the same time, like, it was my mistake, so disappointing, but not like a shock or anything. I think even though we didn't really do that great in New Jersey, I still think it was a great round. Every round we learn more and more and more, driving, car setup, everything. So I guess it really helps me calm down more to know that when I get so worked up and so excited, I don't really pay as much attention, and that's where mistakes happen at.
The battle with Kyle Moen went really well. I was able to stick really close to his door on my follow run. On the lead run, I threw really high on the bank, exactly what the judges were looking for. We moved on past Kyle Moen, which was great. Got lined up against Charles Ng. I knew that his car was really fast. All the speeds that we had on him for the weekend was really fast. So we tried to throw more grip into the car, which I was comfortable in doing. And our lead run, again, I was able to throw it down. Had a really high bank run, but he was right on me. Same through all the clipping points. Felt like I had a really solid line, good angle, good smoke coming off the car. And he was just right there the entire time. On the follow run, I just tried to stick it to his door on entry, and on the bank I was pretty close, and then coming off the bank I had a bobble and straightened out, and he gained a lot of distance on me at that point, and the rest of the run I just tried to play catch up. But a big bobble like that, it's really hard to come back from, especially when he had such a strong follow run, and I just didn't have enough for him and got knocked out in top 16. But going into Seattle, I just really want to slow it down, just focus on hitting my marks, and we made some changes to the car, should make it a lot faster, should be able to keep up with these guys that are just have these rocket ships this year. But I think we have the team and the car and the tires to make it happen, and I'm just looking forward to doing the best job I can once we get there.
I felt my car was pretty even with Asbos. I ran in practice as well today or yesterday, whatever it was, and we were pretty much the same. I knew I had a good chance. I knew it'd be tough. And yeah, so preparing for that guy, you know you've got to make no mistakes to turn one. You know, there's no sandbagging, there's no lifting, there's no, you know, I should be a little bit faster, so I'll give him a car and a half just to make my life a bit easier. You've got to go, because you know that when the places swap, he's going to be right there too. So it was a good battle. It was all right. I think he got me a little bit, maybe not off the light, but down the straight. I don't know, was he able to put the power down a little bit better than I was, and that made me make a dive going into one. And from like left foot on the clutch, right foot on the brake, diving to right foot on the accelerator, I mashed the thing wide open. I don't know if it, I think I over-revved the motor and kind of had a bit of a bobble there, and I think that was the difference. It corrected me a little bit, and he got a better run off of the bank in and kind of pulled a little bit of a gap just going through the transition and down into the turn that we're really close to here. And but I caught up to him again. You know, he didn't blitz us, or he didn't pull away or anything. So you got to take the positives, and there is a lot of positives from this event. So it's good. My more semi kind of happy behind the smoky documentary thingy.
So in top 16 round, I was going up against Brian Turek. I led first, and my lead one was one of the best in a weekend, I think. And when I followed him, I did pretty good. Not like super tight, but pretty tight, and I was stable behind him throughout the track. I think that was close, but yeah, I was able to win the battle. Even though I had a really good feeling going to the battle. I know the battle is gonna be tough because Audi was doing really good that week. He was doing super close tandem battle all the way to top 8. And when I was leading, I did my best, and then of course he was close. So after my lead run, I thought I need to do really good to beat him. So when I followed him, I did my best to catch up, like towards the end of the bank. I was pretty close. And from there, I was trying to keep the proximity. But his car was so fast, I was almost lose him going to first in a bank. But I was holding, barely holding there. When he approached to the last turn, I kind of took a chance and then dived in, like didn't slow down and kind of like jump into the corner. And unfortunately, it didn't make through, and then I hit him and made him spin, and I spun myself as well. So, that's the reason why I got knocked out in top 8. Considering our qualifying point, we finished 5th. 5th place, which isn't too bad. So, for sure we got good momentum going to next round in Seattle. I think we have good chance to get a podium.
Am I ready to go? What's up, Cali? We got Team No Limit out here performing a good stunt show. Let's give it up. We got Jason Willian around the track. Nam on the 636. Let's give him a round of applause. Jason's out there killing it, riding the ZX, the 2014 ZX 636, with a lot of modifications, a lot of stunt parts. Right now he's riding 50-50 high chair, coming up close in person, getting ready to do a high chair stoppie, rolling it right off of the bank, still going, making it look good. Now I'm doing a little bit of side saddle drifting. Jason 50-50 clap while looking at the crowd. Give it up for Team No Limit. He was just on the ZX-10 drifting around the track, trying to make it look easy, but it takes a lot of practice and a lot of hard work and dedication to do what we do, and that's push our limits. That's why we are Team No Limit. Right now he's on a 2014 636, fully modified. It's got a lot of power modes on it, traction control, and the return of the 636 just made the bike amazing. From when it was from 2004 to 2014, Kawasaki has changed a lot of specs on the bike, and the bike has a lot of torque. Showa suspension, ABS brakes. I mean, it has it all. Kawasaki has done it again. So we got Jason right now rolling the stoppie, coming in high, 180. Warming up, making sure his tires are nice and hot, his brakes, bikes are dialed in. Now I'm doing a sit down circle. Jason on the tank, give it up for Team No Limit. Come on, Cali, make some noise. Give it up, he's still going, waving to the crowd, having a great time out there. Jumping right back to the seat, doing a wheelie, standing on the seat. Come on, Cali, I need everybody to make some noise. Put those hands together for Jason, Britton, and Nam, Team No Limit. The ZX-10 that he was driving, so a lot of Kawasaki has done it again with the ZX-10, power modes, traction control, 3 settings. So for beginners, there is a setting for beginners and a settings for expert, I believe. It's a World Superbike Championship bike, ABS brakes on it, a whole lot of different goodies on that bike, extended swing arm, and it's just Kawasaki again. Like I said it, they have done it again. Jason on the 50-50. Going in for some 50-50 circles. Give it up for Jason Britton. Making it look so easy on a 400-pound bike. Come on, Cali, I need you to make some noise for Team No Limit. .50 drifts. One hand right to high chair. Again, Jason has practiced a lot of time to be able to do what he does best, and he's always killing it. He's always putting 100% in. Again, Kawasaki is a great sponsorship. They make great bikes, and they're always killing it. Next year, 2015, we got the bikes out there already. Again, the H2 coming out. It's incredible what Kawasaki comes up with, and we're always going above and beyond. Jason coming in on a wheelie, staggered, getting up close in person, waving to the crowd, one hand. Come on, Cali, give it up. Let's make some noise for Jason Britton and Nam, Team No Limit. Put those hands together. Still going on the bank. I asked Jason one day how he does it, right to tank spreader, and he told me it's just a lot of hard work and dedication. We have a lot of sponsorships, a lot of goodies on the bike. One of our biggest sponsors, again, mentioned Kawasaki. They have done it again. We have Jason getting ready to do something crazy. Riding the bike backwards. Going right into switchback mode. Driving the bike with one foot on the steering. Give it up for Jason. Come on, Cali, let me hear it. Switchback coffins, making it look so easy. Still steering out. That is a very difficult trick he has done. And we've been practicing this trick forever now. And he's got it down and dialed. So give it up. Let me hear it. Give it up for Jason Britton. Now I'm doing no-handed circles on the right side of the field. Thanks to Kawasaki Formula Drift for having us out here. Great event. A lot of spectators, a lot of fans. This night has been amazing since day one. But Jason always killing it, making it look easy. Look at that bunny hop. That's a 400-pound bike he's tossing around like it don't weigh nothing. Come on, give it up, give it up. Jason coming in hot right against the bank. Getting up close in person. Right up to the fans. From a stoppie to a stand-up wheelie. Staggered. Coming right around a circle. Right on the bank. Give it up, give it up. Right into a dev spin. He's having so much fun. I know he has a big smile underneath his face. And if you get some good photos, please post them up on Instagram and Facebook at Jason Britton 1 and Jason Britton 1 on Facebook. Phenomenon. Hanging out over there on the 04636. Jason into tank spreader. Right back into the seat standards. This takes a lot of hard work and dedication again. Once again, Kawasaki has done it again. Putting this 2014 bike together. So many modes. So much good stuff on this bike. Can't even stop mentioning it. It's such a good bike. I mean, you know, there's tons of torque from when they started making the 636 back in 03, 04, which is an awesome bike, but now lighter and better and a lot more power to the 636. So give it up for Team No Limit. Come on, Cali, I know you can do better than that. Give it up for Team No Limit. That's what we like to hear. Jason having a good time out there. Thinking of what to do next. We got so many tricks up our sleeves. Hopping right into high chair. Going right around the track. Looking at the fans. Come on, fans, let them know you're out there. Give it up for Team No Limit. Jason Britton coming, falling way back on a high chair. Still going, trying to go around that track. Looking at the fans while he drives by. Following the track on a wheelie. Give it up, give it up. Come on, Cali, make some noise. Jason's having a great time. I'm having a good time up there in the skybox. I'm up here. My name is Jay Stunts, a.k.a. Jay. I'm part of Team No Limit. I'm Team No Limit's announcer. And all we do is travel the world, have fun, and just ride. Kawasaki, again, one of our biggest sponsors. And they just done it. Jason trying to stall right on that wall. Let's see if he can do it. There it is. Stall. Give it up for Jason. Phenomenon. Jason doing some drifts right around the same spot. Holding it down. Making it up close in person to the camera. What we love doing the most. Back-to-back drifts, circles. Lighting it all up. Dunlop. Thanks to Dunlop for the tires. Without Dunlop, we won't be burning out so many tires. Dunlop, another sponsor of ours. Monster Energy, HT Moto, Impact Tech, saving our bikes. Jason getting up close in person to the cameras, what he loves to do best. Show off his 2014 Kawasaki Ninja 636. Come on, Cali, give it up for Team No Limit. Let them hear it. Let them know you're out there. Make some noise. He's having a great time. Doing a couple drifts. See what these cars out here can do. Jason's about just as good on that bike. Even better. Making it look good and making it look really easy on 2 wheels. Riding switchback burnouts. Trying to get that tire to roll and start spinning. So much traction on this track. Let's see if he can get it going. He's working on it. It's a pretty difficult trick. It takes a lot of hard work to do what he's doing. It's cool. We're having a good time up here. Got J-Rod joining in.
Jay, you're out here killing it, but obviously you're just talking about it. They're being about it.
Yeah, they're being about it.
I know you're a rider and you'd rather be down there, but it's good to educate the fans. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
The progression of stunts, similar to drifting. I mean, you're seeing some BMX. Look at that.
One hand on the ground always. He was making sure the floor was clean there a little bit. There was a little bit of extra rubber there.
Getting the white glove out.
Yep.
Cleaning it up.
Cleaning it right up. Like I said, these are 400-pound bikes he's tossing around like a pedal bike. He makes it look so easy, but it's a lot of hard work. Everybody just seen a bunny hop. That's a 400-pound bike he's tossing around like that. And like I said, once again, Kawasaki with the 636, moving on up, stepping the game up every year. 2015, with the H2 coming out. It's crazy the way they're coming out with all these bikes, and every time they come out with a new bike, it's always stepping the level up higher than what it is. And Kawasaki's a great sponsor. Wow. No-handed sit-downs, going right around. Give it up for Jason Britton. Bringing it down, no hands. How about it, fans? Who's enjoying the Team No Limit Stunt Show? Nice, that's what we like to hear. Little quick shuffle, kangaroo action. Coming around from a drift right into a wheelie. Parking the bike, one of the ways we park our bike. Give it up for Jason Britton. I wonder how many more times he's going to park the bike. We got a lot of different ways we park our bikes. It's crazy, but we get it done. He's coming in for a stoppie. 180. Give it up one more time for Team No Limit, Jason Britton and Nam, myself, Jay. Let them hear it. Let them know you're out there, fans. Think he's going in for some sit-down, no-handed circles. Give it up, give it up. That's a very difficult trick. But there's so much power to that Kawasaki and so much torque that it just keeps the bike going. Jason, 50-50 drifts. Clapping right to the fans. One hand switching up to high chair. Making it look easy.
We talked about this yesterday, but just educate the fans as far as, if this is the first time seeing it. I mean, about stunt bike riding, but, Jason has his own shop at No Limit, modifying the bikes. But what kind of modifications do you need to do to your bike?
Well, we first started off with, Kawasaki or any stunt bike, but foremost, the Kawasaki Ninja 636. Also, to protect the bike, we just got a new sponsor for Impact Tech, which if the bike lays over, we lay the bike over. It protects the bike full on. Don't break no plastics or none of that. Right. We have rear hand brakes, Brembo, another big sponsor. HT Moto with the seats. RSC, so much good stuff. I mean, we do a lot of modifications ourselves at No Limit Motorsports. And, Jason, come down, come see us, hit us up. Team No Limit, jasonbritton.com. And, just come by, stop by the shop, and we modify we modify the bike to your needs. Whether it's just street riding or stunt riding. We do a lot of modifications on the bike, so stop by, Team No Limit, Jason Britton's Team No Limit Motorsports.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Britton, you know, he used to have a TV show, now just traveling the world talking about and just being an ambassador for some two-wheel, obviously, action, some stunt bike riding, and now an ambassador, and been a long time riding that green, you know, riding that green bike, got the M-Claw on it, and a little walking sketch, right?
Yep, a little walking sketch, right back on the bike, making it look really easy, you know, but it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to be on the bike and to be at 100%. You know, it's not just buy a bike, put it together, and get out there on the stunt lot and be about it. You got to also practice and put in your work, you know, hard work, dedication, like I said. And, again, Kawasaki has done it again.
Oh, there it is.
Some sketching. He's been, if anybody has saw the movie Biker Boys, he was the one performing all those stunts, making it look easy and having a great time doing it. Again, Biker Boys, if you haven't seen the movie or checked it out, go check it out, Biker Boys. He's all the stunts that Jason Britton's done, all the stunts in that movie, and has done it all.
There it is. Rocking a couple donuts there for you. Hard parking it, wrapping it out.
Hitting the rev limiter.
All right, looks like they're shutting it down there with the yellow flag. And that'll be a wrap, Jay. I mean, just a fun, you know, warming up the track, man.
Warming up the track. Now give it up. Come on, Cali. Give it up for Team No Limit one last time.
Jason Britton, Nam, and Jay up here in the booth, putting on some two-wheeled action as we go into some four-wheel action. We'll introduce you to the top 16. High five,
Thanks
Jay.
for the love, Cali. We love you.
And again, at Jason Britton 1 on Instagram, hashtag FDirw. If you're into the two-wheel type, go and tag it up. Jason Britton, Phenomenon
on Instagram, Facebook.
Right. And again,
Jay Stunts on Instagram.
There you go. So, again, Jason Britton, local dude, so thank you again. High five.
Thank you.
Yo. All right, well, we're just moments away from introducing to our top 16 drivers who's going to compete here at the House of Drift. It's a sold-out crowd. Standing room only. The infamous Irwindale Speedway is the House of Drift. 11 years, aging like fine wine. You know what? It's going to be an action-packed round of competition, not only finding out who wins, but also who holds the 2014 Formula Drift Championship Trophy. Just real quick, want to let you know if you are Hector Palominos. Hector Palominos, make your way to level 3. Show me your ID. I have your credit card, buddy. So, again, Hector Palominos, head on up here. And I have your credit card as we have the tag board there. Tagging that 77 Celica. They're coming in for that Takata Formula Drift wallet. Jared Deanda, Ryan Sage here. Thank you for joining us. Again, hashtag FDIRW. Got Jeff Sykes in the building. How we doing? Will Fornicus tuning in. Tire Fighters winning that Braven. Remember, we're giving away the Rev'd Award tonight. The Rev'd Award, courtesy of Rev Nutrition Bars. 1 of 1 Base Camp X Axe to our winner. So again, we're moments away. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the sights and sounds as we're getting the stage set for the one and only House of Drift. Round 7 of 7 of the Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro.
But they're... One, two.
So, tennis right here.
Mic check. 1, 2.
1, 2. Mic check.
Well, as you can see, people are streaming in. We have our VIP experience. If you didn't know what that is, it's basically for future rounds of competition. You can actually get a VIP experience. We have our VIPs actually walking the track. You get a better idea of the track, the conditions, how sticky it is. You see that guy jumping up and down on the sticky track. I mean, they lay a lot of rubber down there on track, and these fans, I know the IDC guys are here, the Irish Drift Posse there in the building, BDC, I know the Fail crew from Russia there in the building. I mean, we have, people are still strolling in from the paddock area. We have a sold-out crowd, standing room only. So we are getting set. We'll get the VIPs walking around the track. They're going to stay on track for the top 16 driver introduction with a very special opening ceremony. And remember, this is the exclamation point on the season. It all comes down to this. Who's not only going to win the overall round of competition, first, second, and third, and of course, the 2014 Formula Drift Championship. Frederick Osbo, Chris Forsberg, who's it going to be? We'll find out tonight. Under the lights is Larry Chen of Speed Hunters. He's snapping some pics. Red, white, and blue. You can see the VIP experience unfolding. I want to thank our sponsors who make this event possible. Formula Drift presented by GoPro. GoPro, the world's most versatile camera. The United States Air Force, official military sponsor of Formula Drift. Ford, go further. Hankook Tire, be one with it. Hankook Tires. Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. Falcon Tire, we get you going. Achilles Tire, tires you can trust. Associate sponsors include Exity Clutches, Motegi Racing, NK Wheels, and KW Suspension. If you didn't get a chance to experience the Razor Crazy Kart, be sure to check it out at razorworldwide.com and, of course, on Instagram at razorworldwide. The 2014 Crazy Kart is the ultimate drifting machine that'll let you spin and drift. Be sure to visit the Razor booth behind the grandstands or check us out online. Who wants to win a GoPro? Well, you can win one right now. Pull out your phone. Text GoPro FD to 46776. Again, GoPro FD to 46776 to win the new GoPro Hero 4 camera. Limited to USA only, and this giveaway is live during race weekend only. Text now, and you could be the winner of a brand new GoPro Hero 4 camera. Text GoPro FD to 46776.
Check.
Take your track session to the next level with the new GoPro Hero 4 Black. With a 2 times more powerful processor and 2 times faster frame rates, the Hero 4 enables you to capture stunning immersive footage of you and your world. Learn more at GoPro.com. You can see the Norwegian flag waving there, and there it is. Text to win a GoPro camera. One lucky fan will be chosen today. Text now. Message and data rates may apply. Text GoPro FD, that's pretty straightforward, GoPro Formula Drift, to 46776. Text to win. The Hero 4 just came out 2 weeks ago, and you could snag one courtesy of GoPro and Formula Drift. You've seen custom rims and scissor doors, but you've never seen them combined with Air Force technology and know-how. Check out Project Supercar from the United States Air Force in Vendor Village. Before you head home, head to Vendor Village. See the Vapor Special Ops Supercar, the custom car that melts Air Force battlefield technology with the Dodge Challenger. Exity Clutches, durability through advanced engineering. All Exity Racing clutches are designed from the ground up as performance clutches. Exity has the most trusted clutch used by the most abusive drivers. Check out all the performance products available by visiting ExityUSA.com. All right, so we're going to lay out here in just a moment, build the hype as we were about to introduce you to the top 16 drivers here at Round 7 of the Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro. All right, well, here we go. We're about to meet our top 16 drivers. Are you with me, Irwindale? Wait. This is the House of Drift, right? Are you with me, Irwindale? Make some noise. There you go. I don't even have to ask. You start pounding your feet. Well, the United States Air Force is the official military of Formula Drift. So at this time, I'd like to start it off with a very special ceremony. And I welcome the 369th Recruiting Squadron, led by Lieutenant Colonel Patrick, for the oath of enlistment for 15 future airmen.
Thank you for the opportunity for us to come and enlist our next generation of air, space, and cyberspace warriors. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your full name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the officers appointed over me, according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Again, led by Lieutenant Colonel Patrick, 15 brave young men and women dedicating themselves to our country. Now, if you would, please join them as we rise for our national anthem. And performing the national anthem is a great friend of ours, wearing that FD shirt, singer and songwriter, local LA resident, Tim Hardy.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Make some noise for singer and songwriter Tim Hardy. And of course, our brand new Deppers, led by the 369th Recruiting Squadron, led by Lieutenant Colonel Patrick. Thank you so much. I got to ask you again, would you please stomp your feet, Irwindale? This is the House of Drift. Sold out, crowd standing room only. Hopefully wearing a hat. Every seat's going to be available because you're going to be on your feet by the time we get to the finals. We're going to crown a 2014 Formula Drift champion tonight. This is Jared Deanna. Ryan Sage will be joining me. Jared Dan, the voice of Drift. 11 years we've been coming here. A lot of broken cars, broken hearts, broken dreams, but also champions have been crowned here. For 11 years we've been coming here, and you're about to be part of Formula Drift history once again. So we bring out our 16 gladiators in the metaphorical Coliseum that is the House of Drift, Irwindale, California, Irwindale Speedway. Now is the time you pick your favorite drivers. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get the victory? Who's going to get the championship? Blood, sweat, and gears. A culmination of 7 rounds of competition. Many tires, engines, spark plugs, gallons of oil, fiberglass, carbon fiber has all been shed for not only a victory and a championship. Thank you to the hardworking drivers, crew chiefs, mechanics, sponsors, crew, and of course you, the fans. You're all part of the drifting DNA worldwide, and you're tuning in for the one and only Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro. All right, well, we're getting our 16 gladiators, our warriors, our vehicles. I mean, I'm terrible at math. Who knows the horsepower that's out on track? It's a ton. Let's introduce you to our top 16 drivers that advanced from yesterday into today and now the top 16. Working our way from closest to the bank to the right is your 2000. All right, here we go. Moving left to right, closest to the bank, in the Falcon Tires Subaru BRZ, your 2011 Formula Drift champion, Daijiro Yoshihara. Coming on next from the Great White North in the Golden Net, Run BC. He's in the Toyota Mark II, Matt Spenabo. Your 2013 Formula Drift champion, the Essa Autosports Bilstein Yokohama Tires BMW. He is Michael Essa. A Formula Drift veteran, the Gretty Performance Scion Racing Hankook Tires FRS, the Goosh Cad Gooshie. Next up, his Scion Racing brother in contention for the championship. In the Papadakis Racing Hold Stumped Scion TC on Hankook Tires, the Norwegian Hammer, Frederick Osbo. Starting the Achilles Radial Trio, coming to us from Japan, and the Achilles Radial Toyota Soarer, he is Robbie Bushido Blade Nishida. Coming to us from Ireland, in the Oracle Lighting, Achilles Radial Dodge Viper, Dean Carnage Carney. Your 2012 Formula Drift champion in the Achilles Radial Toyota Soarer, he is Daigo the Ninja Saito. Flying the Texas flag on the roof, now residing in Northern California. The engine built by BRE and the Megan Racing Hankook Tires, Molly Chevrolet Camaro, he is Conrad Grunwald. Moving on down the line, the Flying 86, a Formula Drift veteran not only since day one, but also in that Hachiroku. In the Megan Racing Hankook Tires, Toyota Corolla, Taka Eano. Coming not too far from here, from Long Beach, California, in their Energy X Mazda Trix Mazda RX-8, he is Kyle the Menace Moen. Coming to us originally from the 808, that's Hawaii, now in Vegas, in the STR Racing Wheels hand-cooked tires, Kid Nuts Laboratory, 2JZ S14, Forrest Wang. A top 5 finisher here in the 2014 Formula Drift Championship. In the field suspension, Nitto Tires, LS14. He is the destroyer, Odi Bakchis. From San Jose, California, in the retina-burning yellow CX Racing Black Tracks, Nitto Tires, Vortex Supercharged LS 14.5, Matt Field. Next up, your 2009 Formula Drift champion, currently leading the points this season and up for grabs. In the Chris Forsberg Racing hand-cooked tires, 370Z from Pennsylvania, it's Chris the Force Forsberg. Rounding out the top 16. In the Monster Energy Nitto Tire Mustang RTR, he is 2010 Formula Drift champion, Vaughn Ginn Jr. Are you ready to send it, Irwindale? Make some noise! We are ready to go head-to-head, mano-a-mano. Irwindale, stomp your feet! Clear the track. And look at that. The 2015 Ford Mustang. One of only few actually in the wild. Vaughn Ginn Jr. looks like he's switching it up and getting behind the wheel of this very capable machine. If you haven't seen this vehicle up close in person, if you haven't heard about it, this thing is capable of high horsepower. It's got some crazy technology. It's a good-looking car, and I can't wait for it, obviously, to be on the road and spot one in the wild on the freeway. As Vaughn Ginn Jr., 2010 Formula Drift champion, says, you know what? This thing's here. I got to light him up. Our 15 remaining cars are going off track. Again, the championship is up for grabs. Chris Forsberg, Frederick Osbo. It's one of those two warriors. Hand-cooked tires already locking up the Tire Manufacturers Championship. After everything is over, join us for the podium ceremony. Our signature carbon fiber cups, our trophies, champagne, and our championship trophy. A sold-out, standing room only crowd as Forsberg, Field, Bakchis, Wang, Moen, Ayano, Grunwald, Saito, Carney, Nishida, Osbo, Gucci, Essa, Barbo, Yoshihara, and Git. Those are your 16 gladiators going toe-to-toe. Yep. Mats Barabo, Michael Essa. So a couple donuts there from Mats Barabo, that Mark II, Yoshihara, and Essa, your 2013 Formula Drift champion. And now we talked about it, now let's be about it. The 2015 Ford Mustang. Might have seen it in magazines on the internet. Here's Vaughn Ginn Jr., who campaigns a Ford Mustang, which actually has line lock as a setting. Would you please make some noise if you want to see a 2015 Ford Mustang roast some tires here? We're making history with a line lock. Some Ford technology, having some fun. A great looking car, and that thing's stock as a rock, but you know how capable the Ford Mustangs are. Ford, go further. Von Gint Jr. rocking a couple of donuts as well. The 2015 GT Coupe Premium. Black on black with the ebony Recaro seats. Von Gint Jr. throwing it down. Again, this is what you're essentially witnessing history here. This was one of only few vehicles of the 2015 Mustang that's able to be doing this. Can't wait to see one with Von Gint Jr.'s livery. Hopefully as early as next year. What do you guys think of the Ford Mustang? Make some noise. The iconic pony celebrating 50 years. So Von Gint Jr. make some noise one more time. 2010 Formula Gym champion Von Gint Jr. and the 2015 Ford Mustang. Featuring line lock technology. You can pop it, lock it, and roast some burnouts. Well, Ryan Sage, you can see the start line is clear. We're ready to do battle, but let's set the stage here as the highlights going from yesterday to today. We've whittled down to 16.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we still have the championship contenders out there with Frederick Osbo and Chris Forsberg. Obviously they could potentially meet in the Final Four, but we've got some highlights here to take a look as we go into the top 32 to look at the guys that actually were able to make it through into the top 16. We've got Forrest Wang, Michael Essa, Odi Bakchis, Conrad Grunwald, Daigo Saito, Kyle Moen, Robbie Nishida, and Ken Gucci on the left side of the bracket.
And then on the right side, Dai Yoshihara, 2011 Formula Gym champion. He's going against Dean Carnage Carney. Mats Bennerbo, who was surprising, got past Tyler McCory. He's going against Osbo. So that's one of the battles to watch for the championship. Takayano's going against Matt Field. And last but not least, Chris Forsberg, 2009 champion, is going against his Drift Alliance brother, Von Gint Jr., who's also 2010 Formula Gym champion. And, the rumors are flying. Is he going to just back out and concede? Knowing Von Gint Jr., if you're going to win, you're going to do it right. So the stage is set, top 16. It's going to be a barn burner, man.
Yeah, and let's take a look at some of those highlights from the top 32 so we can get you caught up on some of the action. Getting us to where we were today, you can see right here, this is Forrest Wang making it through into the top 16. A lot of people going into the wall there, Jared. There's so much action and carnage on course with many drivers taking in. You can see right there with Kenny Moen, a tough break for him. Not untypical for him. You see him a lot more consistent.
And you can see the sun really being a factor here. I mean, not only is the smoke, they're in that trail of smoke when they come off that transition, but the sun hits it too, so it kind of brightens it up. With Chris Forsberg, he got that automatic bye as Jeff Stoneback had to retire. But Frederick Osbo, I thought Landerville was going to be a contender. Osbo made quick work of it, and he's still in the fight for the 2014 championship.
Yeah, and just to be clear on the championship, basically for Frederick Osbo to win, he has to finish 2 positions higher, 2 rounds higher than Chris Forsberg. So if Forsberg were to go out in the top 16, Osbo would need a Final Four appearance to take the championship. If Osbo goes out in the top 16, Chris Forsberg will automatically be your champion. And anytime that Osbo goes out prior to Chris would be your champion. So there is a possibility that they might meet in the Final Four, and if that is the case, Osbo would have to go all the way to the end and win the event in order to take the championship.
But even if Forsberg makes it to the Final Four, he has to win.
Osbo needs to win the event.
What about Forsberg? If he doesn't, even if he gets a Final Four,
if they meet, that would them be meeting in the Final Four. So if he beat Chris, then he would have to win the event.
Gotcha. All right. So The championship is really what people are looking at, but we obviously have a winner that we need to crown for this infamous track. 11 years we've been coming here, and you know what? Irwindale, some of the best fans in the business worldwide. Irwindale, are you some of the best fans in the world? That was weak, Ryan. Really? I thought Atlanta was loud, but I guess Atlanta is louder. Is Atlanta a better crowd than you guys? Well, show me. Are you guys the House of Drift? There we go. That's what we're looking for. As, again, our judges are getting staged. We're seeing our first pair, Wang and Essa. Forrest Wang in that Getnuts Laboratory hand-cooked tires. And remember, we're giving out that Takata Formula Drift wallet, hashtag FDIRW. Get Jared Deanna, Ryan Sage, and, man, can't believe we've been doing this for 11 years, man. But you know what? Let's see a different perspective of the track. Let's go on track with our GoPro course preview.
We're here at the final round of the 2014 championship at Irwindale Speedway. I'm Tyler McQuarrie. This is your GoPro course preview, presenting it for the first time in 4K. Taking off from the start line, going up through the gears, trying to get as much speed as I can, up into fourth gear, flicking it into the bank, staying up on the wall as high as I can. I'm looking for the end of the outer zone. That's when I'm going to start to come down off of the wall, looking for the inside clip at the start-finish line, flicking it into the infield on the second outer zone, which is a real long one. You got to go down to third gear, grab a little e-brake, come down to the inside clipping point, then flick it to the outside zone. And that's going to end the run, and that's your GoPro course preview.
Well, right now you can see Frederick Osbo's team hold stump. They're not backing down. It's basically, hold stump. Don't back down and give it all you got. The Norwegian Hammer, the Scion, the only one of two rear-wheel drive Scion TCs in the world, as Papadakis Racing operated Tanner Faust previously. Forrest Wang scrubbing his tires, getting them heated up. That's Forrest Wang out of Las Vegas, originally from Hawaii. The STR Racing wheels, getting us laboratory hand-cooked tires. Fat Lace S14. He's from the contingent and the camp of the 2JZ, as opposed to the V-Hate. He has a sticker on the back, and there's a large contingency of drivers that are kind of purists. They don't like the crossover, but you can't deny how capable the LS engine is under the hood of a lot of these cars. So, Ryan, here we have Wang versus Essa. These guys have seen battle against each other. Very similar. I mean, just 1% off of their winning percentage. But Michael Essa besting Forrest Wang twice over his 0. So Michael Essa will not repeat back-to-back as a champion. 2013 Formula Drift champion as Hankook Tire girls get in position behind their respective driver. All right, Ryan. Forrest Wang will be leading. If you're just tuning in, this is top 16, round 7 of the Formula Drift Championship. Eye of Glass, Nate and James Kirkham on the line. GoPro doing the duty. Remember, follow us on Instagram. They're giving away a Meister watch. A Meister watch on Snapchat. Follow us at Formula_Drift. All right, so Forrest Wang and Michael Essa making sure everybody's in their respective places as far as track safety and officials. All right, so again, currently checking out the track conditions. There could potentially be somewhere on start. Checking the track conditions at the traditional start finish. Might have been some debris or some parts on track. Getting it off. And there it is. So, track is clear. All right, so Ryan, the stage is set now. We had a camera down there actually at the traditional start finish, so that would have been bad. It would have been flying debris. So just want to get it off.
Well, and here we go. Our first battle of the night, the top 16. Here we go. Forrest Wang taking on Michael Essa.
All right, here we go. First battle, top 16. Forrest Wang out front. Essa in the chase. Here we go into the initiation. Forrest Wang, nice heavy angle there. Essa down quite a bit. Before top 16. Wang brings it in. Tights it up. Essa back there quite a bit. Essa now trying to massage his way into that rear clipping zone. Essa trying to tighten it up. And bring it into the final rear clipping zone. It's Wang and Essa.
Well, here we go, Jared. Let's take a look at the replay here. As we can see, Forrest Wang gets out to a nice early start here, staying nice and high on the bank. Michael Essa is a little bit lower. You'd like to see him get up there and stay on that line with Forrest Wang. Great angle right here, good fluidity. Nice job on that inside clip. As you can see, Michael Essa actually misses that first inside clip. Wang stays very tight on this outer zone right here. He leaves just at the right time. It allows Michael Essa to dive in for a second there as Forrest Wang transitions back around. Nice job by both competitors. But you can see right here, Forrest Wang starting off very strong in the lead position.
Just a lot more angle, looked very exciting. Kudos to Essa, you know. Essa was one to watch from round one. Here we are in the final round. Progressively just getting more dialed, more focused, more head-to-head competition over the years, but also this season. And Forrest Wang, you know, gets that wheel speed. He looks exciting, not typically fast by comparison. So kudos to Essa, you know, following traditionally a slower car. Essa isn't one of the fastest cars either, but very capable, has heavy angle and has in the past. So look at that. Essa tapping the wall, scraping it for quite a bit of time, leaving his mark literally on the track and the wall. I mean, this is the final round, Ryan. You have to let it all hang out. As Forrest Wang now applying the pressure around that final clip into the rear clipping zone. Essa and Wang, a spectacular showing by both these gentlemen.
Well, it's a big move from the beginning, Jared, by Michael Essa, starting off very strong, giving one back to Forrest Wang. You can see Forrest is on that midline. Michael Essa is nice and high, but watch this. It costs him as he comes off the bank. Michael Essa misses this inside clip with Forrest Wang taking advantage of that. He's able to dive in on the inside as Michael Essa is a little bit on a lower line as opposed to Forrest Wang on that inner zone right there. It allows Forrest Wang to tuck up on the inside. He surges right here on the attack as Michael Essa swings wide and fills that outer zone.
All right, so the drivers waiting for the verdict. Ryan, next week we'll be in Sydney Motorsports Park for the final round of the Formula Drift International Series. We will also be in Japan in December. But buy your tickets now for Formula Drift Australia next weekend. Essa and Wang. Going to the judges. Brian, Andy, and Ryan. Forrest Wang. Brian, Andy, there it is. It's unanimous. Forrest Wang gets the win. Forrest Wang advances on, taking out your 2013 Formula Drift Championship. All right, here we go, advancing on to our next battle. One driver's already in the Grade 8. Who's going to join him? Odi Bakchis, who is just coming on strong in that field suspension Nitto Tires LS14. He's going against, which obviously should have an LS, in that Chevrolet Camaro. Hankook Tires, Megan Racing, BRE Racing Engines built. Chevrolet Camaro of Conrad Grunwald. Odi Bakchis qualifying 8th by comparison to Conrad Grunwald's 9th, so just one spot. So earlier yesterday, were some competitive drivers. Now how are they going to go head-to-head? This should be a fun one, Ryan. So Odi bested Conrad Grunwald. Look at Odi, look at the angle, but now, Odi actually surprisingly dropping down. Conrad staying high. Like the flick, the aggressive transition from Odi. Keeps it off the wall, though. Compromising that rear clipping zone to tighten up to that front clip. Good navigation, really kept it between the lines as Conrad Grunwald. All the drivers are kind of getting that one tire off through that chicane, but Odie actually kept it between the lines.
Well, Jared, let's take a look at this on the Nitto replay here. As you can see, starting off strong right here is Odie. He stays high, but he actually drops down. Looks like Conrad did not anticipate that. He won't get more points from staying on a higher line. You want the chase driver to go wherever the lead driver goes. You can see Conrad misses that inside clip as Odie was a little bit closer. Odie isn't perfect on this outer zone right here. You'd like to see him get all the way near that wall. Conrad is able to tuck in, takes it into the attack right here, surges towards the end. We got ourselves a good battle on hand here between Odie Bakchis and Conrad Grunwald.
And these guys went against each other all the way back to last year in Monroe, Washington, Evergreen Speedway, and Odie Bakchis got the win as Conrad Grunwald. 46 events, he's gotten 1 win, 2 podiums, a top 4 finish, and he's seen the win before. That was back in New Jersey a couple years ago. So here we go. As Conrad Grunwald will lead. Odie Bakchis giving chase. You see the red lights illuminate and go off. Signifying that they're ready to go. That's Conrad Grunwald. Let's see. Whoa, look at Odie! Whoa! Dr. Odie slams into Conrad.
You hate to see that happen. That was turning out to be something very amazing by Odie. We'll have to go back and take a look at that. Now bear in mind, on that bank, you're pretty much full throttle all the way. So Odie taking a very aggressive move right here on the inside. You can see he gets on the brakes to avoid Conrad. Then he makes contact there. Conrad spinning out after what looks to be the contact from Odie. We'll take a look at it one more time. You can see right here, Conrad wavers a little bit. Odie's on the brakes, makes contact, and then Conrad comes out of drift here, and Odie swings on by.
Look at this, fans tuning in from Sweden. 5:30 a.m. wake-up call to check out the top 16. Awesome. M. Stangberg. Evo Mike, how we doing?
Well, Jared, we'll find out right here if Odie Bakchis was at fault, if he comes up the loser here, because we'll be going to the judges' scorecards here since it was the second half of the run. I have to imagine that there's not many interpretations other than Odie making contact with Conrad, but let's find out for sure.
I mean, it was a similar situation to Robbie Nishida earlier on where you saw him make an aggressive move, and then it actually helped him out. I mean, Darren McNamara potentially got a little scared, but there was no contact by comparison to this. Odie, for sure, was at fault there. Going to the judges, Odie Bakchis, Conrad Grunwald. And there it is. It's unanimous. Conrad Grunwald gets the win and advances on to the Great 8. And then Megan Racing BRE Hankook Tire Chevrolet Camaro as the field suspension Nitto Tires LS14 is knocked out. Ryan, moving on to our next battle. Looks like it is Daigo Saito versus Kyle Moen. Now, Daigo Saito, the Ninja, takes not only the championship but Rookie of the Year in that 2012 season. I mean, just an absolute amazing career in 3 short years. 18 events overall, 5 wins, 8 podiums, top 4 finish. As he's going against Moen, where Kyle Moen has not beat Saito. We've only seen them battle against each other once. But Saito, look at that. Wow, great chase job. Slowly inching closer, but seems a bit twitchy there. Daigo Saito not completely settled as Kyle Moen is on it right now. Saito does gain that proximity. Coming at last clip, Moen scrubbing quite a bit of speed, but Saito, that allows Saito to lunge forward, show some horsepower.
Well, here we go, Jared. You can see Kyle Moen has obviously made some improvements to the vehicle. He's very smooth and consistent, staying nice and high on the bank, as is Daigo. But right there, he makes a little bit of a flub. He comes off the bank early. It causes him to miss that inside clip, as Kyle stays pretty consistent right here. Nice job on the bank, coming off just a little bit early here. It allows Daigo to come up on the inside. Nice attack by Saito right here. Good transition by Daigo as he dives back in, really pours the pressure on here against Moen and crosses the finish line.
Chaz Boyd, Sammy Slaughter, how we doing? All right, we're going to alternate the order. Saito will be out front as Moen gives chase. Moen seems possessed right now. I mean, he has something to prove. He's going against Saito. He knows what to expect. They've gone against each other one time, and that was back in Atlanta last year where Saito took out Moen. And the judge is actually asking for another replay on what transpired here. As we take another look, Ryan Sage conversing with the judges. Look at that, Saito. See a small correction there by Saito, kind of salvages it coming off of the bank. Good counter steer by Moen. Yeah, I mean, it's a good opportunity to look at that run again, really digest that run, because previous years we'd kind of given an advantage. We talked to the judges, see what the judges thought, but now, you know, we have foregone that and said, you know what, we're not going to give an advantage to either driver as the red lights illuminate and we'll extinguish. They're about to put it on and send it. Here we go, Saito out front. Wow, look at this gap. A huge gap between these gentlemen. And Saito going hard into that rear clipping zone. Would like to see Moen gain that proximity as a fire ablazing underneath that RX-8. Bringing it across the finish line. Now, we've always prided ourselves, run what you brung, and don't know if the RX-8 can hang with that vehicle and prove positive there.
Well, here you go. I mean, we talked about this a lot in the drivers' meeting about if a car pulls a gap, is he doing it by being on the right line and obeying and hitting all the clipping points? Daigo is pretty high on the bank right there. He stays high right here. He does miss that first inside clip, but you can see right here Kyle Moen takes a shallower line to be able to close that door on proximity, himself sacrificing some points to try to close at least that gap that started off so big against Daigo Saito. So Daigo having that mistake in the first run, but Kyle, not really much of a chase in the second. Will that be the factor that allows it to go into the camp of Saito? We'll find out from the judges right now.
All right, going to the judges. You know, Saito did have that mistake, coming off that bank. It was a quick bobble.
We saw Dean Kearney have a similar mistake, and they didn't necessarily turn the result over. They gave him a big deduction, but it was not enough to turn the result over. So we'll have to see if it's interpreted the same way.
All right, the verdicts are in. Let's see which swipe we go. Brian says Daigo Saito. Andy says Daigo Saito, and it's unanimous. Daigo Saito gets the win. Daigo Saito, the Ninja, 2012 Formula Drift champion, advances on to the Great 8. So 3 are in. 5 more battles to go. Right in our next battle, Robbie Nishida really coming on strong. He's going against a great friend of his, Ken Gushi. I mean, these guys travel the world together, competing in Formula Drift Asia together. I mean, when Robbie is in town, because he commutes alongside Daigo Saito from Japan here, I mean, they grab meals. I mean, they hang out. They're buddies, shoving buddies, I think. As Robbie Nishida will be leading. Ken Gushi giving chase. Nishida qualifying 5th. So he's a killer. He's one to watch. We'll see if he performs some surgery here on Gushi, as Gushi seems to be running strong too. But fortunately for these guys, they know what to expect. They've driven with each other before. The Achilles Radial Toyota Sora of Nishida initiates strongly as the Ken Gushi, tries to reel him in. Coming off the transition into that front clip. Both of them perform nicely. Gushi dropping into formation like a fighter jet. Oh, just as I say that, a big correction, falls off and exits stage right. Ken Gushi retires from that battle as Nishida completes it. I mean, that was he had good form there and just bit off more than he could chew.
Well, we saw that similar move in Seattle where Ken Gushi shot off course, and it ended up being intercooler piping. I have to wonder what the situation was here. He was starting to really make up some ground here. On the bank, you can see Robbie Nishida is on that middle line. Ken Gushi, basically a mirroring effect right here. Nice job as he starts to reel him in. You can see the transition off the bank into this first inside clip. Nishida goes wide. It allows Ken Gushi to tuck up on the inside without sacrificing too much line or angle. But right here, he's on the brakes for a second, and then he straightens out and drives off course. So very unorthodox right there for Ken Gushi, and unfortunately for him, Robbie Nishida will be sitting on a sizable advantage going into the second part of their run, and it looks like there is going to be a competition timeout. I can see the signal coming from the spotter stand, so we will move most likely to the next battle as we allow Ken Gucci to take a look and his team take a look at the vehicle to see exactly what was going on. So it does sound like it was probably a mechanical.
All right, well, there it is. And you just want to make, safe better than sorry. All right, so we are getting word, Ryan, that competition timeout has been called. We will pull the next pair, so Nishida will back up. You can see him already pulling backwards in the Achilles radial soarer. Gucci will get hands on the car. You're allowed one and only one competition timeout. Ryan, our next pair will be Dai Yoshihara and Dean Carnage Carney. More Achilles tire rubber with the Falcon tire, teal and blue Falcon tire Mustang. Dai Yoshihara, 2011 Formula Drift champion. Looking back to championship form. And getting that BRZ dialed. Twin turbo V8 Subaru BRZ. All right, well, Dai Yoshihara, Dean Carnage Carney. There we have Dai Yoshihara running the Turbo Life Turbo by Garrett. The Turbo Cup is up for grabs. Turbo by Garrett putting up $3,000 in the Turbo Life Cup. Dai Yoshihara will lead. Dean Carnage Carney and that Dodge Viper will be giving chase. Japan versus Ireland. Here we go. Dai Yoshihara initiating into the bank. Let's see where he stands. Dean Carnage Carney compromised the angle to get that proximity. Woo! Dean Carney. The Irish spirit right now is strong, but no way. Dean Carnage Carney lighten up the Achilles tires and lighten up the wall. Flame shooting out as Dai Yoshihara rounds out the course, and Dean Carney takes it hard into the wall. Let's make sure he's okay. Ryan, let's take a look at this once again.
Yeah, I was thinking in my mind watching at this part of the battle right here that Dean Carney was playing a dangerous game. It's a very aggressive move, but look at this. As he comes up on the inside, he pushes a little bit too hard, he pushes him to the inside, and as he transitions back, he's offline. He makes contact with the wall there, and that is the end of the run for him. We need to see Daijiro Yoshihara actually cross the finish line for him to be able to count his run in the scorebook. He does do that, so he'll have an advantage against Dean Carney, and now I imagine Dean is going to have to take the vehicle off course to see if he can make any repairs to it, whether or not he has a competition time out. A tough break for him. He was carrying so much momentum out of these last two rounds, especially coming back from Formula Drift Canada at St. Eustache with a podium finish there, and then obviously the incredible finish that we saw between him and Darren McNamara in Seattle. An unfortunate turn of events for him right here. We'll have to see if he can make it back to the track.
All right, so Dean Carnage Carney inspecting his vehicle. A little defeated there, but should hold his head high. And that Oracle lighting, Achilles radial Dodge Viper, getting some handshakes from some respective crew. Tangelo Drift, how we doing? Angerman, seeing delicious in the mix. JDM Elite fellas. All right, so we'll clean up the track and we'll pay some bills. You're watching round 7 of 7, the final fight. The Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro. Dai and Dean, Yoshihara and Carney. I don't know if 5 minutes going to be enough to fix this thing. When we come back, we'll see how all of it unfolds here at the House of Drift.
America's future will be determined by your dreams and your visions.
For some of you will travel where no man has ever traveled before. Some of you will fly the fastest planes that have ever been built. Reach the highest altitude that man has ever gone to.
Whether you serve in the skies above or on the ground below, each of you has stepped forward to defend your country. The American people support you. They are counting on you, and they believe you truly do represent the best of America.
Hi, I need 50 on pump 3.
Hey, boss. He's back. Not again. Get the sign. Eco Boost Engine. Freebie for Mr. Ford Fiesta.
The 2014 Ford Fiesta, with available 1-liter EcoBoost engine, has an EPA estimated rating of 45 highway miles per gallon. Less stops, more squeegee.
Beat that guy.
I'm Danny George. Behind me is my hand-cooked tire, Mazda Miata.
There's a Sasquatch up here. Be careful.
Saw it. It was in my mirror. I turned around.
All right, well, as you can see, we have Dean Carnage Carney on the flatbed. Emergency hookers coming to the rescue. So Dean Carney, I mean, sustaining a lot of damage there, Ryan. We'll see as they assess it. But update, Ken Gucci, Robin Ishida, Ryan.
Yeah, during the break, hearing from Ken Gucci's team that he is actually going to bow out of competition. So that will be the night for him. That'll get Robbie Nishida moving forward. He will face his teammate Daigo Saito in the Great 8. So a tough break for Ken Gucci, unfortunately. But we still have the second half of Daijiro Yoshihara and Dean Carney potentially to happen if Dean can fix his vehicle. But we'll move on to our next pair, it looks like. And this will be one that we talk about in championship contention is Mats Baraboo and Frederick Osbo.
All right, so we're seeing the Falcon Tires Subaru BRZ of Dai Yoshihara on the line, wondering if Dean Carnage Carney says, I don't know if there's 5 minutes isn't enough time to fix the damage sustained on that vehicle. So Dai Yoshihara, the Falcon Tires girls are on the line. Is this a victory lap and advancing on for the 2011 Formula Drift champion of Dai Yoshihara? We're getting an update here from the officials in the tower to the ground. And we are seeing Nick Dizon there of Vegas Drift. Next year expanding to New Mexico Drift, Colorado, and Arizona. So the signature teal and blue. So we are getting confirmation. Ryan Sage conversing. Daijiro Yoshihara advances on to the Great 8. So Dai Yoshihara pulls it around. He crosses the plane. The Falcon Tires Subaru BRZ is advancing on to the Great 8.
Well, it seems like a battle of attrition here, Jared, as we talk about these drivers really pushing the vehicles and their limitations to the extreme here tonight. As we know, all drivers are not preparing for another round. This is it. This is the final battles that they're going to see of the 2014 season. And this next one up is going to be a significant one as we talk about the championship chase. Mats Baraboo and Frederick Osbo. This is a must-win for Frederick Osbo if he wishes to continue the trek towards a championship. If he loses this battle, Chris Forsberg will be your champion, so we will talk about that if that happens. But this is a big one right here, a must-win for Frederick Osbo if he wants to find himself as the 2014 Formula Drift champion.
Couldn't have painted a better picture myself, Ryan. Great job. And obviously, as you said, championship contention is on the line as we are out of focus. But you know who is focused right now? Frederick Osbo. Hold stump. That's his motto. That's what he lives by. It's on his car. He is the Viking. Being the Viking, but the Norwegian Hammer. Hand-cooked tires, shrouded. Papadakis Racing, Motegi Racing, AEM. Not only grabbing his first win, but grabbing his second win. I mean, just with such a dominant performance by Chris Forsberg this year, grabbing 5 out of 6 rounds of competition, 5 podiums out of 6 rounds of competition. Can he do it once again, Chris Forsberg? But we're potentially seeing a championship run here. I mean, the pressure. I mean, I'm feeling it. Are you feeling it?
I can only imagine how pressure-filled it must be for Frederick Osbo at this point. It's also got to be pretty pressure-filled for Chris, too, because he's been leading the championship the entire time. But this is the moment when he has to prove himself if he wants to make it to that next round. He's taken on a formidable competitor in Matt Sparaboo. The guy has shown some signs of brilliance. He can definitely take it to Osbo. Osbo's got to stay consistent, focused, and just try to make it through into the top 16. And for everybody watching here and live on the live stream, this is going to be a big one. Shout out to our homie Lycan Strife in Amsterdam.
He's always watching,
text.
man.
Yeah, there he is. So
yeah.
This is going to be one right here for the ages.
Well, Ryan, Osbo and Mats have gone against each other. This is last year at Texas Motor Speedway. And, unfortunately for Mats, he has gone against him in the same vehicle because both of them have been running these respective vehicles. But Frederick Osbo did get the win last year in Texas. I mean, look at this percentage of winning, 67% for Osbo as opposed to Matt Sparabow's 25%. Both these guys, Rookie of the Years. Here we go. Is this a championship run? Frederick, the Norwegian Hammer Osbo initiating. Great angle. Matt Sparabo, he's back there quite a bit, but he's a killer in that big drift limo. Back there quite a bit. Now can he carry that momentum, that big heavy car into his rear clipping zone? And here comes Mats with that 2JZ Mark II into that front clip. Osbo performing a great lead run right now. Bringing in that rear clipping zone. Boom goes the dynamite. Frederick Osbo, the Norwegian Hammer, a flawless lead run, Ryan.
Yeah, not a lot to criticize there. You know, we'll pick out a little bit. As you can see, Frederick Osbo initiates. He establishes an early gap right here against Mats. He's on a middle-high line, which is pretty good. You'd like to see him, for insurance, get up a little bit closer to the wall. He comes up on that inside clip, but he hits it pretty well, not with a ton of angle. You can see Mats right here, tries to close the door. Frederick stays consistent. Those tires right there are locked on that angle. Perfect job on that inside clip by Frederick. Mats coming up on the inside right here, trying to attack as both drivers cross the door. So it's a good lead run by Frederick Osbo. Matt's hanging in there, doing the best that he can. Now he's got his opportunity to take the lead.
You don't want even the judges' hands. These guys have only gone against each other one time before. Frederick Osbo got the win, but Matt's just more dialed, more practice time, more seat time, more head-to-head. I mean, he's been doing more stuff across the country, and that gold in the net. The family owns and operates a hockey goalie camp in the Great White North of Canada. His mom is watching. His girlfriend's here. His dad is his crew chief, and he's had 6 events. He's been in the top 16 twice, so if he advances onto the Grade 8, not only are there huge repercussions and ripples going through the paddock for the championship, but he'd make his top 8 showing for the first time. But Osbo, I mean, he seems dialed. He seems focused. He has his dad's here. I saw him. I saw his sister. His fiance's in the building, Vinka. And, they want to see the Norwegian Hammer take it to the top. Here we go. Mats Sparabo, Frederick Osbo. Does the hammer stop here? Mats Sparabo initiates, dropping way low on the bank. Osbo drops into formation like a fighter jet in that 4-cylinder turbo. Scion TC. Oh, Mats Sparabo. Huge angle. Osbo keeps his composure. Great performance by Osbo. Sparabo with great angle. Osbo, how he kept his composure, I'm very surprised. Bring it on around, and Mats with a little twitch at the end. Osbo is a man possessed. A great showing there. He could have easily been taken out by the back end of that big swinging drift limo that is Mats Barabo's vehicle.
Well, that is definitely championship level driving by Frederick Osbo. As you can see, Mats is on that low line. Frederick takes it right with him, doing exactly what he needs to do as a moving clipping point. Watch this right here. Matt gets wide on the angle. Frederick sees it. He anticipates it. He's able to tuck and dive back in right there. Does not make contact. Nice job on proximity as he closes the door right here as Mats comes up on that inside clip. Frederick back around to the inside, shooting out towards this outer zone. Mats tries to max out the angle, but Frederick Osbo is right there.
All right, so there we have it. You got to think that Frederick Osbo has the win here. Just such a stellar performance, keeping his composure. I mean, you have this big, shadow of vehicle, the drift limo that is the Mark II. You have to think that Osbo advances. Let's bring it on up. As the judges' verdicts are in, Mats Sparabo. I think the Barabo stops here. And there it is, Brian, Andy, and Ryan. Frederick Osbo, car 151, clinically insane, is advancing on. Hold stumped, continues here at Formula Drift, round 7 of 7 of the Formula Drift Championship. Here we go, advancing on to our next pair. Ryan, Matt Field versus Takayano. Matt Field in that CX Racing Black Tracks Nitto tires, Vortex Supercharged V8. He's a beast, man. And Takayano, I think this is the first time we're seeing him in the top 16 this year in that Megan Racing hand-cooked tires, Toyota Corolla. And the Flying 86, he's been competing for 11 years, and not only 11 years, but also in the same vehicle. They've gone against each other one time before with Matt Field getting the win. Matt Field, 44.9% winning percentage, and Takayano, unfortunately, I mean, that is pretty low, man, 17.2%. But he's just been banging away for years, man. I mean, it'd be nothing greater for him to take out Field, but I'll tell you what, Field is on fire. There we go, going through that start chicane. Field, absolutely just dominant performance right now. Taka going through the course. Field, a killer, out on track. So Matt Field running through the course right now, putting on a clinic. A killer run by Field. Takayano not even part of the equation, unfortunately.
Well, Jared, not much to say here. I mean, obviously, Taka did not stop, so he didn't think he was getting punked off the line. It looks like a clean start there. He does just shut it down basically before initiation, and Matt Field just lays down a killer lead run right here. I mean, inches away from the wall on the big bank. Good transition right there as he goes a little bit long on that inside clip, but for him, just a practice run right here as Takayano is not a factor in this run. As you can see, Matt Field looking very confident in his vehicle, nice and smooth. He's got one more run to go as we'll find out what's going on with Taka's vehicle to see if he can move on into the top 16 as Matt Field.
All right, Ryan, we're getting official word from the start line. You could see it. No horsepower, strictly manpower as Takayano, the Flying 86, is barely a rolling 86. The Drift School USA, if you want instruction, Takayano's your guy, local here in Southern California. Matt Field will clear the plane, and he'll advance on. We're working quickly through this top 16, and now we're down to our final battle of the top 16. Two former champions, two best of friends. The gloves are off. Mano a mano. Chris Forsberg, 2009 Formula Drift champion, going for another championship.
So, Jared, real quick, let's just state what's at stake here so we understand exactly what's going on in the championship. You've got two former champions going up against each other with one guy in Chris Forsberg, the ability to take the championship. He's leading the championship right now. He does need to hedge his bet if he and win this round if he really wants to have a shot to be able to take out Frederick Osbo. If Chris Forsberg loses here in the top 16, Osbo would just need to make it to the Final Four to take the championship. So this is not necessarily a must-win for Chris, but it's I need to win this to make sure I can make it into the next round so that I can actually take out Osbo if I meet him in the Final Four. Chris wants to win this. He knows he needs to. Mathematically, he doesn't necessarily have to, but it would require Frederick Osbo making it to the Final Four. He wants to stay in competition.
You always want to be in charge of your own destiny. You don't want to wait in the wings. We've seen this scenario play out before here at Irwindale. Justin Pollock was waiting in the wings. Dai Oshihara crashed. Justin Pollock crashed. Dai got it back. It was crazy how it unfolded. Chris Forsberg, 69 events overall, 8 wins, 24 podiums, 5 top 4 finishes, 15 top 8, 20 top 16, and 5 top 32. Going against Vaughn Gittin Jr. I mean, these guys have been competing since 2004. They have more experience than anybody. Vaughn Gittin Jr. has beat Chris Forsberg 6, as opposed to Chris Forsberg getting 4 wins against each other. So Vaughn Gittin Jr., Chris Forsberg. Forsberg has a 68% winning percentage compared to Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s 66%.
I can only imagine what the discussion between these two guys might have been before this battle here. You know, I know they're friendly, but they both want to win.
They want to win. Vaughn Gittin Jr., I know the way he thinks. He says, if you're going to do it, you got to go through me, bro. Oh, and Vaughn Gittin Jr., correction. As Vaughn Gittin Jr. corrects, goes into the wall. Chris Forsberg out front. Transitions into the inner bank. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. a correction. Forsberg navigates around that front clip. Vaughn gets out of shape, and Forsberg pulls across the line. Ryan, right out of the gate, Vaughn Gittin Jr. makes a mistake.
Definitely not what I expected there. Well, let's take a look at this and see if we can find out what happened. You can see initiation right there. Vaughn, he initiates and then he loses it, gets on the brakes, falls back. Now he's back on the gas. It's obviously going to be a big deduction for Vaughn Gittin Jr. The judges may even call that straightening, so he could potentially have a 0 there. But he was able to get back and drift. I mean, Forsberg, on the other hand, is basically immaculate out front. Nice job on the inside zone there and also on this last outer zone. So it's going to be a big hill to climb for Vaughn Gittin Jr. if he wants to take out Chris Forsberg.
All right. Irwindale, are you having some fun? Make some noise! You're witnessing potential history here. 2 former champions, best of friends, now bitter enemies, as Vaughn Gittin Jr., I assume, has to be sitting on a disadvantage. Vaughn Gittin Jr. will lead as he pulls to the line. That Monster Energy Nitto Tire Mustang RTR doing some burnout to that 2015 Mustang. Man, I sure would love to see that thing compete next year, the 2015. The Mustang RTR brand expanding worldwide. Chris Forsberg about to go against Vaughn Gittin Jr. Let's see if the Hoonigan advances on. Chris the Force Forsberg initiates, tapping the brakes, dropping down on the bank. Forsberg applying the pressure, slowly gaining some distance between the two. The pressure mounting, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. goes at the rear bank. Coming into that front clip. Not an inactive chase, but would like to see him closing that gap towards the end. Whoa, almost getting into a tussle there.
Yeah, I mean, the second run right here is basically...
You seem kind of bummed there.
Yeah, no, but the second run is basically just for the fans because, I mean, it's going to have 0 consequence in this overall battle. I mean, you know, in my mind, that was basically a 0 by Vaughn. You don't see that by Chris in the chase here. You know, the only thing you can do is basically nitpick his run, but he definitely doesn't have a 0. So this should be an easy win for Chris Forsberg. It's going to put him up against Matt Field in the Grade 8, which is going to be another tough battle for him. But it looks like Forsberg will come out unscathed and get out of the top 16.
All right, well, let's see. Going to the judges, the championship contention still alive for Chris Forsberg. Going to the judges, Chris Forsberg says Brian, Andy, and Chris Forsberg gets the win and advances on to the Great 8. The 2014 champion has not been crowned. But you know what? You know what has been crowned? There is Frederick Osbo watching his competitors. If you enter the Achilles Radial competition to win a set of tires, pay attention. Set of tires is going to Miguel Sanchez, an autographed crew shirt, and Crystal Castellanos. Excuse me, a set of tires goes to Miguel Sanchez, an autographed crew shirt goes to Crystal Castellanos, and $150 goes to Justin Sherwood. Achilles Radio will be contacting you Monday. Again, Achilles Radio, set of tires to Miguel Sanchez, autographed crew shirt to Crystal Castellanos, and $150 to Justin Sherwood. The Turbo Life Turbo by Garrett Cup, $3,000 is up for grabs. The Rev'd Award, as voted on by the fans on Instagram and by the drivers, $2,000. And the Basecamp X Axe, 1 of 1. The 3 carbon fiber trophies, and the 2014 championship trophy. The Tire Manufacturer Championship has been wrapped up by Hankook Tires. Here is Forrest Wang on the line. Ryan, there's our first battle, the Grade 8. Let's break it down real quick. On one side, Forrest Wang versus Conrad Grunwald. Daigo, the Ninja Saito, is going against his best friend, Robbie Nishida.
And then on the other side of the battle here, we see Daijiro Yoshihara taking on Frederick Osbo, and then, of course, Matt Field and Chris Forsberg. The right-hand side of the bracket, Jared, definitely looks the most tempting and the most exciting. If Osbo and Forsberg get through their next battles, they will meet each other in the Final Four, and we will have ourselves a real championship battle on hand. So it's going to get interesting here. But first, Forrest Wang and Conrad Grunwald.
All right, well, Forrest Wang is on the line. Conrad Grunwald about to give chase. Both these gentlemen on Hankook tire rubber. Again, locking up the Tire Manufacturer Championship. It has escaped them for numerous years, but they finally got it. Risk takers tuning in. How we doing? Mustangberg. Hashtag FDIRW. Let everybody know you're here. Part of history. Little Miss Moto. Here we go. Forrest Wang out front. Conrad Grunwald giving chase. Wang keeps his composure. Conrad Grunwald a bit twitchy on the bank, but now getting that proximity. Can he tighten it up? Forrest Wang. Look at how dial force. Scrubbing a lot of speed there, though. We talked about how speedy or lacking of speed is Forrest Wang. Conrad really seeming to struggle there in that chase position. Not very clean. He needs to tighten it up, but it gets difficult. I mean, Forrest Wang scrubbed a lot of speed on that second rear clipping zone.
Well, let's break it down here. As you can see, Forrest Wang initiates in the bank. Conrad Grunwald is right there, just a little bit less angle. Then he tightens it up a little bit. He is twitchy, like you said. Watch Forrest Wang right here on this inside clip. Perfect. Right there, but you can see Conrad Grunwald was about 3 feet off. Then you can see Forrest right here on the wall trying to shoot out as wide as he possibly can. Conrad staying with them pretty well as they come up on this inside clip right here. Both drivers do a nice job right there transitioning back around as Conrad trying to close the door here, but Forrest Wang stays wide and does a nice job in the lead position.
Well, Conrad Grunwald will now lead Forrest Wang giving chase. Alternating the order. The 2JZ S14. Where are my Forrest Wang fans at? He's got a strong contingent of Get Nuts scientists cheering him on. Where are my Conrad Grunwald bow tie fans at? Make some noise. Here we go. Megan Racing. Hankook Tires BRE. Chevrolet Camaro strong out front. Conrad massaging that S14, trying to get door to door with Grunwald. Transition. Conrad Grunwald into that second rear clipping zone. Forrest Wang brings it in. Conrad a lot more comfortable out front, but Forrest Wang closes that gap. And into that final rear clipping zone is Conrad and Forrest Wang. Great showing by both these gentlemen. There you go, the fans stomping their feet here, Ryan.
Yeah, that was definitely fun to watch. As you can see, both drivers coming into the bank right here. Good initiation by Conrad Grunwald. He stays nice and high on the bank. You can see right here Forrest Wang trying to closer battle than we thought initially. We'll have to see how the judges take it into interpretation.
So the action continues here as we are now getting the verdict. Brian, Andy, and Ryan. Ryan, what are you thinking? Wang or Grunwald? Conrad just he seemed a bit twitchy there on the lead. So there it is. Brian Eggert says Forrest Wang. Andy says Forrest Wang. It's unanimous. Forrest Wang gets the win and is in the Final Four. Wang just, yeah, I mean, does really well. Can he make it a perfect event? You know, he's in the Final Four. He has to go against a serious contender of one of these Achilles vehicles. Robbie Nishida, I mean, take a look at his qualifying. Nishida qualified 5th. You know, and then Daigo Saito, I mean, he almost didn't qualify after his first run crash. Puts it together and then qualifies. Daigo Saito qualified 29th, well, so barely making it in.
And look at this win percentage right here of Daigo Saito, just to give you an idea of how amazing he is as a driver when he's on and he's in competition. 77% overall win percentage. That could be the highest in the field. Now he has a little bit less years than some of the other guys, but no doubt a champion in his own right. And now he's going to be taking on his teammate in Robbie Nishida.
Now, Robbie and Daigo have gone against each other, you know, not only here but also in Asia. And Daigo Saito won back here a year ago, and that's where Daigo Saito, you know, he's going for 3 in a row. I mean, he won the past 2 years here at the House of Drift. Can he go 3 in a row here at Irwindale?
Well, it'd be a really great statistic for everybody watching at home that follows it that deeply. We'll find out right now. Robbie Nishida is blazing fast, though, Jared.
Yeah, Nishida is strong out front, and the horsepower difference, whatever. I mean, it's just, you know, it's a number, but, you know, I don't think it's going to come into play. It's drivability. It's really showing. Daigo Saito hasn't been exactly, see, there's that twitchiness again. You know, if I'm a judge, I'm looking at that on form, on how you navigate the vehicle. But look at the purple and green Achilles all over the track. Daigo keeping that proximity. I liking it, loving it. But just has to drop back as Nishida. I mean, if this is a qualifying run for Nishida, it's a great showing. I liked how Saito had that proximity. Just massaging the car. Would like to see him a little more settled. Seems almost, I mean, it's acting almost like a all-wheel drive car, excuse me.
You want to see him get in the pocket and stay there and be fluid and consistent. You can see Robbie Nishida, no real wavering on the bank. Daigo is very, very close right here, trying to mirror the line. He wavered a little bit, but it's just going to be a minor deduction as both drivers go a little bit wide right there on that inside clip, with Robbie Nishida getting the better of that zone. Then Daigo on the attack right here, tucks up. He does make a mistake. It causes him to fall back just a second, but all that horsepower, he allows him to roll the throttle right back on. He gets back on it, then falls back again right there on the last part. So it's a really good lead run by Robbie Nishida. Daigo had those moments where he's surging in, getting that proximity, trying to stay in that mimicking position, but then falling back just a little bit. So good back and forth battle between these two competitors.
All right, so Daigo Saito will be out front now with Robbie Nishida giving chase. We're on the left side of the bracket. Again, this is our second battle of the Great 8 on the other side. Dai Yoshihara versus Frederick Osbo. Field versus Forsberg. You guys having fun, Irwindale? You guys feel a wave coming on? Here we go. Saito and Nishida. Initiating into the bank is Saito. Nishida back there quite a bit. Now is when the horsepower comes into play. But Saito dragged it on the wall. Transitioning into the rear. Clipping zone, the second on the inner bank is Saito. As Nishida gains that proximity and slams into Saito. And Saito continues on. Shoving buddies. Taking a look at it again.
Well, Daigo Saito, pretty amazing lead run right here. I mean, how often you see him scraping the wall at that level right there? He's such a strong chase driver, but he's putting on an excellent lead run right here. He does run shallow on that line, and what you didn't see in that in the run right there was Robbie Nishida actually going off course, but it may not matter because right here he tucks up on the inside, makes contact with Daigo on that surging attack. Does not phase Daigo. Daigo crosses the finish line and should have an advantage here, but we'll find out because it's the second half of the run, even though with the spin and the mistake by Robbie Nishida, we will have our victor right now.
All right, going to the judges. I assume Saito's going to grab this win one step closer to a three-peat. You can see Nishida a little defeated there. So make it official. Brian, Andy, and Ryan, both of them going for the Turbo Life Cup, presented by Turbo Bike Garrett. Daigo Saito unanimously gets the win. All right, Formula Jet fans, let's get a wave going. Closest to the bank. On three, you're going to stand up, work your way all the way through the VIP tents, and wrap all the way around back to you. So on three, stand up closest to the bank. 1, 2, 3, stand up. Come on now. Get a wave going. All the way through, rippling through the trackside. Grandstands into the VIP. Coming your way to grandstand 3, 2, 1 coming for you, Achilles VIP and exiting. And it's coming back to you where it began. There you go. Do it again. Send it. Come on now. We're wrapping it around, getting set for this battle for championship contention, Ryan. The wave is going. Ryan, let's talk about this battle. Dai Yoshihara. He already has a championship under his belt. He grabbed the 2011. Frederick Osbo is still in it.
In the hunt is Frederick Osbo, but again, as we've said, this will be the third time that we've said this night. This is a must-win for Frederick Osbo. He needs to advance in order to win the championship. We'll keep our eyes on Chris Forsberg. He's got to be watching this battle. If Daijiro Yoshihara beats Frederick Osbo, Chris Forsberg is your 2014 Formula Drift champion.
There it is, and Dai Yoshihara has been absolutely on one. He wants this more than ever. We haven't seen him on the podium in quite some time, and he wants this. He wants to get back to championship form. So Dai Yoshihara Falcon Tire Subaru BRZ. And Ryan, unofficially, as far as the Auto Manufacturers Championship, they're about 100-plus points ahead of Nissan. And, I mean, that would mean that unofficially Scion is your Manufacturers Championship. So Dai Yoshihara, 70 events overall, 8 wins, 22 podiums. In the 2014 season, qualified 16.
It's got to be an interesting position for Daijiro Yoshihara, who's been in a similar position to this himself.
Yeah, I mean, this, he won the championship in 2011. Here we go. Dai Yoshihara, Frederick Osbo, championship contention on the line. Dai Yoshihara initiates strongly in that Falcon Tire Subaru BRZ. Frederick Osbo is right there. See how we navigate past that front clip. Dai Yoshihara right on her. Frederick Osbo cannot be shaken. Old stump living up to the motto. Dai is dragging the wall. And past that front clip into the rear. As Dai fills the rear clipping zone and crosses the finish line.
Ooh. Well, that was close.
And Ryan, I mean, these guys have seen battle against each other 6 times, with Dai Yoshihara winning 4 out of those 6.
Well, look at this. As you can see, Dai and Frederick initiating both basically on the same line here. Frederick trying to stay as close as he possibly can. No major mistakes from either driver right here, as both drivers hit that inside flip with good angle. Trying to see if Frederick Osbo can close the door. You can see Daijiro Yoshihara fills that entire gap. So does Frederick Osbo. He's right there. Not a lot of mistakes. Both drivers showing a lot of skill out there. There's the first little sign of separation, but it was a great lead run by Daijiro Yoshihara and an awesome run in the chase position by Frederick Osbo. I think we have a pretty even battle right about now.
So, Osbo now out front. Papadakis Racing Hankook Tires. Dai Yoshihara. Falcon Tires Subaru BRZ. Remember, Ryan, the next battle, Field versus Forsberg. Here we go. Send it. Is this our 2014 champion? Will never stop here as Osbo tapping the brakes. Dai Yoshihara, a little bit of shimming there, trying to gain that proximity. Maybe deciding keep it close as Osbo dialed into that rear clipping zone. Dai Yoshihara losing some angle, getting close. Nosing in and into that final rear clipping zone are Osbo and Yoshihara.
Well, here we go. Here we go. Let's take a look at this run by Frederick Osbo. Look at Dai makes a little bit of mistake on the beginning, just a little shimmy there, loses angle for a second. Frederick Osbo's on that mid-high line, coming across his first inside clip. Both drivers are wide there, but Frederick Osbo moving the way. It's his job and role and responsibility as a lead driver. He does stay wide on this inner part of the bank right here. You can see right there, that's where Dai makes a secondary mistake on the bank. And right here, Frederick Osbo shoots out wide. Dai with a little bit of less angle right there. So if we were to criticize, those would be the only things. But it was by no means major mistakes by Dai. We'll have to see how the judges take this into account. Very close run here.
All right, Ryan, going to the judges. Brian, Andy, and Ryan. Osbo, remember, championship contention. Is he still in it? Did Yoshihara have enough to take out Osbo? Going to the judges. Brian says, one more time. Andy says, Frederick Osbo, and Ryan says, Frederick Osbo is still in it to win it. The 2014 Formula Drift Championship is still up for grabs.
Oh my gosh. The tension is so thick.
The internet is exploding of WWFD. I mean, they think it's scripted. Look at Andy Luck riding shotgun there. The sticker with Chris Forsberg. ODP. So Forsberg versus Field.
Same situation as last round. Forsberg needs to win this to really hedge against Frederick Osbo. Obviously, if he makes it into the Final Four, it's a must-win for both drivers. He's got a big task on hand against Matt Field, who he's beaten 4 times, and they've only faced each other 4 times. So Matt Field, winless against Chris Forsberg. Will this be the moment that he takes out Chris, or will Chris continue to move forward for his charge in the championship that he's led all year long?
All right, so you want to be charging your own destiny. If he wins, he goes against Osbo in the Final Four. What a dramatic fashion. Here we go. Forsberg out front. Field giving chase. Forsberg. Throwing it in to that rear clip. Field applying the pressure. He's right there. Field is applying and looking like a neon shadow as Field gets thrown off course. Field makes a mistake as Forsberg continues through the entirety of the course, bringing around that final clip and into the rear clipping zone. So Forsberg rounds it out with Field. Man, lost for words.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at this, Jared. You can see Matt Field very aggressive on initiation here, staying very close to Chris Forsberg. Forsberg very consistent, locked in. Nice job right there. You can see Matt Field. This is where it happens. He makes a big mistake right there. He goes on the other side of the clip. That looks like it's going to be a 0 for Matt Field. We'll verify that. But big mistake right there by Matt Field. Chris Forsberg in the lead position, and I can see right here Forsberg's team actually signaling to race control that they want to take a competition time out here. So we are at the end of the bracket. We'll see exactly what's going on here with Forsberg's car. Did not seem like there was any issues with the car. Have to wonder exactly what's transpiring here.
So as we're seeing, I talked about it. Let's be about it. The Takata Racing wallet of FD. I told you to take a selfie. Hashtag FDIRW. Take a selfie with the 77 Celica. Let's rip through 10 photos that I thought were pretty solid. We'll choose a winner here. All right, S.J. Liano. That one's pretty sweet. Over the shoulder. Little photo ball. I like that one. Don't know the guy. Give it to guy. I like the unicorn. This guy just ain't care. Gilbert Padilla. All right, that one's all right. Pretty good. I like that. Trying to win a free wallet. Cinematic. Let's go with the kids. All right, there we go. Van Tarrant. Bradford Fish Food. Eating food. Nice. Like that. All right. F and Kevin. Looks like he's crying. I don't know if he loves the car or advancing on. Keep it going. All right. Aliso Arvelo. What else do we got? All right, sweet car. Again, a few more because you know what? Let's get on to the action. So Field now, so there was no competition timeout, Ryan?
No competition timeout. It was a false alarm. Forsberg's back to the line with the second half of this battle.
All right, here we go. So Field with that deficit. Forsberg. Here we go. Field finishing into the bank. Field. Great angle from Field getting high. Forsberg. Applying some pressure here. But now this is when push comes to shove. Sometimes literally. That's Forsberg now gaining that proximity. Into that front clip. Field taps that front clip. Now Forsberg noses in. Almost too close. Almost parking it was Forsberg. Make some noise, Irwindale.
Well, remember, Jared, Matt Field sitting on that big mistake. A 0 for him in that first run, going off course. Chris Forsberg just needs to hold it together here, and we'll move on. And it looks like we are probably going to see Chris Forsberg and Frederick Osbo do battle in the Final Four. An unbelievable changing of occurrences on track between all these drivers. As you can see right there, the most exciting part of the battle right there, at that part right there, where Forsberg for a second got a little hiccup there, but shouldn't be too much to worry about.
Going to the judges, Field and Forsberg, with that big mistake, Ryan, from Field. I assume Forsberg will meet Osbo in the Final Four. Make some noise, Irwindale! Going to the judges, Brian, Andy, and Ryan, is Forsberg, the Force, still in contention for the 2014 championship. Brian says, Chris Forsberg. Andy says, Chris Forsberg unanimously gets the win. Forsberg advances on. He's seen the Norwegian Hammer in charge of their own destiny as we see Osbo preparing for battle. Two gladiators Gentlemen, choose your weapons. The hammer versus the lightsaber. You got the Force. You have the Norwegian hammer. Unbelievable. It all is unfolding here when we come back. The final four is set. This is round 7 of 7 of the Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro.
We have broken the sound barrier and pioneered new paths to space. But where is that new frontier? What barriers will we break next? Every day we are given the opportunity to sign our name to history. Just close your eyes and look inside. You are that new frontier. I'm General Mark Welch. These are my heroes, and we are American Airmen.
I know when I toss my car to a turn at over 100 miles per hour, it's going to hold it. If you don't have confidence in your tires, you have nothing.
And look at this, history being made in more ways than one. There was a proposal at the RTR booth before Top 16. Carlos and Cherie, she said yes, so congratulations. Look at that. Some history being made here. Yeah, congratulations. A proposal over there at the RTR booth as we just saw Vaughn Gittin Jr. going off course. Here we go. Forrest Wang, Daigo Saito making some history. Forrest Wang, he's on fire. How's that song go? Forrest Wang is on fire. Right, is that how it goes? No? All right, Forrest Wang, but Daigo Saito, he could potentially go 3 for 3 here at the House of Drift, Irwindale, California. The Ninja is going against the surfer that is the 808 now in Vegas. Gittin' Laboratory, the mad scientist. Here we go. SCR Racing Wheels, Gittin' Laboratory, Fat Lace, Hankook Tires, 2JZ S14. Going against Daigo the Ninja Saito, 1,000+ horsepower, Achilles Radial, Toyota Sword. And away they go. Again, this is the final four with Dale around the world. Who's going to get the win? Who's going to get the championship? Forrest Wang nice and high there on the bank. Pouring it on. Look at those bright neon SCR wheels standing out as Daigo Saito dives in, having some trouble hanging with Wang. Can he salvage a chase run here? As Wang brings it around in the rear clip. Saito lacking the angle as Wang is completely maxed out. Coming to that last rear clipping zone, Wang Saito showing some dominance, showing he's got the horsepower. Now, we talked about Wang lacking the speed. I mean, in qualifying, he does so well, but now in head-to-head, especially against Saito.
Well, I think Forrest Wang is writing himself some big checks tonight because he is so consistent. Look at that right there on the bank, so close. Daigo Saito makes a mistake right here. So get on the e-brake for a second. It causes him to go offline. Forrest Wang consistent right across that inside clip right there. You can see he's also tight on this outer zone. Now, this is where Daigo really starts to make a difference here. He's able to close the door right here against Forrest Wang, get up on the inside right here, tucks up right here against Forrest Wang, and just shows some dominance towards the end there. But Forrest Wang made basically 0 mistakes in the lead position, so he's going to have himself at least a decent advantage against Daigo. Daigo's going to have to come back and really take home an equal lead run, and Forrest is going to have to put down a decent chase run for this to force it one more time.
You know, Forrest Wang, we've seen 3rd at Irwindale here last year and 3rd at Texas Motor Speedway this year. He has 15 events overall, 2 podiums, and 1 top 8 finish. So, here he is in the top 4. He made it all the way to the podium. Here we are again. Daigo Saito can win. Hang with Saito. All right, here goes Daigo Saito initiating good angle. Killing it absolutely on the wall with Saito. Wang not part of the equation. Wang hoping that Saito will make a mistake in order to grab some proximity and some excitement as Wang. Ryan, just 2 independent runs in this instance up until that approaching that final rear clipping zone.
Well, the key thing to keep an eye out for is how did Daigo Saito run his lead run, because yes, there is a gap established here. He will get some points for that. He's right up against the wall. He does a good job there. Forrest Wang is actually down on the bank. Daigo does hit that inside flip, and he does stay pretty deep here on this inner bank. So he's doing what he should do as the lead driver, and with the lack of proximity by Forrest Wang, it could marginalize his really good lead run. He was not a factor in the chase until the end there, and he just dived in just for a second, but like you said, the speed a factor against Daigo Saito, just very strong in the lead position.
Seeing Lindbergh and Kirkham down there on the line. How we doing, fellas? Formula Dread operating Golden Gate Drift in the Bay Area. Daigo and Forrest have gone against each other 3 times. Daigo Saito, can he make it 100% once again? I have to think so. I mean, it was a great showing by Wang, but Daigo Saito just absolutely dominant, waiting for the judges. Again, Saito winning 3 compared to 0 of Forrest Wang. So battling 3 times, Daigo Saito winning 100% of the time. Can he keep that stat up? Going to the judges. Brian says Daigo Saito. Andy says Daigo Saito. Ryan says Daigo Saito. It's unanimous. Saito is going to the finals. And as far as podium goes, we have now changed the rules. We don't have a consolation battle. 3rd place is decided by qualifying. So, seeing the overall qualifying, Forrest Wang will grab 3rd place here at Irwindale. So he podiums once again this year. Congratulations to him, as he will be on the podium once again.
So here we go, Jared. Let's set this up. I mean, we've been talking about this all night. It finally came down to this moment. Let's look back at the history between these 2 guys. Now, this is important. This is at Road Atlanta. This is the pass on the inside by Frederick Osbo. Chris Forsberg just went a little bit wide. He left the door open for Osbo. It was one of the most spectacular things that we've seen all year long. Now, they met again in the finals at Wall Speedway. Chris Forsberg was very dominant this weekend, but Frederick Osbo came out strong, and right here on the last part of the course at Wall Speedway, contact was made between Chris and Frederick Osbo. Osbo would go ahead and get the win. Forsberg thought Osbo should be able to stay in there, even though with the contact, if you watch some of our Formula Drift Insider shows, and then finally in the last round, Osbo falling behind against Chris Forsberg, looking like Forsberg has a little bit of an advantage on this run, and then right here, Forsberg makes contact with Osbo once again. So what we have is we have an 0 for 3 Chris Forsberg against Frederick Osbo, but they've only completed 1 succession of battles here tonight. This is it. If Chris Forsberg wins, he's your champion. If Frederick Osbo wins, he needs to make it to the finals and win the event.
Let's make some noise, Irwindale. The championship is on the line. Get on your feet. Irwindale, stand up. Forsberg leading. Osbo giving chase. Make some noise. Forsberg initiates into the bank. This is for the 2014 championship. Osbo is right there on Chris Forsberg's wheel. Transitioning through into that front flip. Into the second rear clipping zone is Osbo and Forsberg. Mano a mano, blow for blow. The battle around the world. Good transition by Forsberg, and Osbo is right there. A killer chase job by the Norwegian Hammer.
Everybody's getting their money's worth tonight, right? That was unbelievable. Oh, well, here we go. Chris Forsberg in the front. Frederick Osbo dives in. Aggressive move from the get-go. Forsberg on a mid-high line right here. Look at the proximity by Frederick Osbo staying on lock. Transitioning right here is Chris Forsberg. Both drivers do a good job on that inside clip. Frederick Osbo locks in right here. Forsberg trying to stay wide on this wall as he can. Frederick Osbo dives in once again. Coming up on this inside clip number 2 right here. Osbo trying to tow it in. Falls back just a little bit, but an incredible lead run by Chris Forsberg and an amazing proximity chase by Frederick Osbo on the bank and pretty much through the rest of the run. Incredible start to this championship battle.
I mean, my heart is racing just from excitement. I know you guys are. Are you guys on your feet, Irwindale? Stand up. This is for the 2014 championship. Again, pay some respect to your neighbors, your fellow Drift family, but this is for the big trophy. Again, if Forsberg wins, it's his. If Osbo wins, he has to take it all the way to the top and beating Saito. It can all unfold right here, right now. This is round 7 of the Formula Drift Championship 2014. Champion Ryan Sage giving the play-by-play. A big gap between Osbo and Forsberg. Can he close the gap? Can he get that proximity? Osbo riding the wall. Great job by Osbo. Good transition. Forsberg. Not as close as Osbo was to him. Now closing the gap is Forsberg. Dialing it in towards the latter part of the track as Forsberg is bringing it on home. Make some noise for Forsberg and Osbo.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Well, here we go, Jared. Frederick Osbo in the lead position. Chris Forsberg in the chase position. Osbo a little bit better job on the bank, staying wider and a little bit in front of Chris Forsberg. Forsberg on the attack right here. Watch this move on the inside. As you can see, Frederick Osbo does not fill the bank as the best he could, but then he shoots out wide right there. Chris Forsberg takes advantage of it, comes up on the inside right here, and then really closes the door towards the last part of this run. So both drivers showing some incredible skill, both in the lead and the chase position. This is as close as it gets, but was it enough for one driver to edge out the other? Can the judges make a case for a winner here, or will it be a one more time? If Frederick Osbo wins here, he needs to win the event. If Chris Forsberg wins here, he is your 2014 champion.
All right, so again, making that clear, Frederick Osbo taking a look at the side-by-side battles. So you can see Forsberg and Osbo. Forsberg leading on the left, Osbo leading on the right. Osbo, a great chase job going past that front clip. I mean, Osbo, watch him as he chases down Forsberg. He actually taps the wall right there. You see him, and he did not get sucked up. That could have been devastation for Osbo. He kept it together. Forsberg was back there quite a bit, gained the proximity to the latter part of the track, but allowed Osbo to really shine right out of the gate.
Well, here we go. I see scores dropping. Frederick Osbo wins. He needs to win the event. Forsberg wins. He is your champion.
Going to the judges, Frederick Osbo, Chris Forsberg, Brian, Andy, and Ryan. Going Brian. He says, Frederick Osbo. Going to our next judge. Saying, one more time. Now remember, if Forsberg wins, he is your 2014 champion. If Osbo makes it, he has to go against Daigo Saito, and he has to win the event to be your 2014 champion. Going to Andy Yen, he says, Frederick Osbo gets the win, taking out Chris Forsberg. Frederick Osbo is in the finals. He's going against Daigo Saito. Forsberg has to wait in the sidelines to find out if he is 2014 Formula Drift champion.
Wow. Wow. That was unbelievable. Some of the best tandem that I've seen ever in the history of this sport.
And rightfully so. I mean, you're looking at your two champion contenders. Forsberg a champion. Osbo, 2 wins this year.
Now let's set this up because we're going into the finals here, and we have a battle between Daigo Saito and Frederick Osbo. Now, Daigo hasn't had the greatest season this year, but he's looking on point tonight. He has won this event the last 2 years straight. Frederick Osbo needs to beat him in order to win the championship. It's a big, big hill to climb, but can he do it? Or will Daigo Saito win this event for 3 years in a row? Unbelievable turn of events. I mean, people that say that that we script this, this one I could actually.
I think we did.
Yeah,
I mean,
this one is unreal. I mean, you cannot write this.
It's playing out masterfully.
Perfectly to our plan.
Yeah, my plan has perfectly explored 7 seasons, so many egos, so many drivers, so many potential variables, and it all's come down to the finals. It all unfolds. The tale will be told tonight.
So who
will be your 2014 champion?
We'll get new tires on both the drivers. We'll have Daigo Saito come to the line, and he'll take on Frederick Osbo. This will be for the championship and the win.
Unbelievable. When we come back, you can hear my voice. It's strained, but so are these drivers. When we come back, the finals, the House of Drift, Round 7 of the Formula Drift Championship presented by GoPro.
future will be determined by your dreams and your visions.
Some of you will fly the fastest planes that have ever been built, reach the highest altitude that man has ever gone to.
Whether you serve in the skies above or on the ground below, each of you has stepped forward to defend your country. The American people support you, and they believe you truly do represent the best of America.
Hi, I need 50 on pump 3.
Hey, boss. He's back.
Not again. Get the sign. Eco Boost Engine. Freebie for Mr. Ford Fiesta.
The 2014 Ford Fiesta, with available 1-liter EcoBoost engine, has an EPA estimated rating of 45 highway miles per gallon. Less stops, more squeegee.
Hate that guy.
Hope you guys don't mind, but the handbrake was a bad spot. I'm about to get you a better one.
How are we doing here? We're just getting settled. And as the Takata wallet is still up for grabs. We got it signed by our 5 Takata drivers. So let's take a look at this tag board once again. Jared DeAnder, Ryan Sage. And the finals almost, or it's set. Daigo Saito, Frederick Osbo. So there is the tag board. So there's Doug Artis, Joey Chavez, Joey Ray Chavez, hashtag FDIRW, Kevin Fleming. So there's some fans tuning in, and again, we'll give out this Takata wallet. Need to take a look at those pictures. Chose a few. We saw them earlier. Right now, I got to think that the mom with the kid, that one's pretty sweet. So,
yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, and we got a lot of fans in the building, and that signature green Takata harness. But we gave out some tires courtesy of Achilles Radial. And Ryan, we're going to be in Sydney next weekend, man. Another international round, Sydney Motorsports Park, teaming up with World Time Attack, and it should be a blast going to Sydney next weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'm going to be seeing a lot of you the next few days.
Sorry, dude.
I kind of like it.
I know, I'm just kidding. We have the banquet tomorrow. Also, Formula Drift on NBC Sports Network. Be sure to tune in for that. Check FormulaD.com for your local listings and the schedule. And, man, it's been a great year. Anything you kind of want to mention as far as a culmination of a 2014 season?
It's been incredible to watch every single driver come to a point where they've really exposed their best, and I think we've seen that there tonight. Even with Chris going out against Frederick, you never have seen him in better form. He was dominant the entire season. This is a legendary season for him. But for Frederick Osbo, he's edged out those wins. He's come to a place where he's been able to take out 2 wins. He's sitting on the verge of a third. He's got to go through Daigo Saito. Forsberg has led the championship the entire time. Yeah. Would hate to give it away at this point. You got to imagine what he's going through right now. Frederick Osbo seems to be on a different level. He made some really good moves against drivers in previous rounds, saving a few opportunities where there could have been some contact and things like that. So if he wins tonight, it's definitely deserving. Yep. He's fought his way here. He's had a great season. Both drivers have. You couldn't write this any differently, and I'm just so excited to be a part of this with everybody here and you guys, and a great way to cap off the 11th year.
And, you know, I've been on record saying that I think Chris Forsberg is probably the best drifter in the world. I think right now that, you know, if Osbo grabs this, he'll high-five him and say, congratulations, dude. I mean, he earned it. This is what he kind of wanted to transpire last year. So if Frederick Osbo grabs this, you know, with you know, that would be 3 wins in a season that he's never seen any wins prior. So here's Osbo and Saito, who have gone against each other before, and Osbo winning 3 times to the 1. So, and yeah, just the culmination of a season, our 11th season. You can see, and we are clear to send. Ryan, Irwindale, are we about to see our new 2014 Formula Drift champion? Will you please stomp your feet, make some noise? The earthquake is happening here, round 7 of 7. This is the final fight. Norway versus Japan. Truly international. Are we going to see another country represented in the championship? And adding to it, another drifters champion. You know, we're in the GoPro finals. Be a hero. Who's going to be the hero? Will it be Frederick Osbo, or is Daigo Saito going to go 3 for 3, 3 in a row here at the House of Drift? Osbo initiates Saito on the back wheel of Osbo. Is Saito bringing it in past that front clip? Is Saito correction, a bubble from Saito, salvaging it, getting that proximity. Is Daigo into that front clip? Wow, nice job by Saito, almost getting some damage. I mean, just clicking the boxes. Osbo is just dialed, settled.
Yeah.
Just transitions are clean.
I've got no resting heart rate right now. It's beating very fast. And you can see right here, nice job by Frederick Osbo, staying nice and high on the bank. Daigo Saito's right there with a little bit of wavering. You can see on the transition right here, Daigo does fall back a little bit, losing that angle on that inside clip. He's able to get back on the throttle. A little bit of shimmy right there as Frederick Osbo stays nice and tight on that outer bank. Key position right there from Frederick Osbo. But then Daigo Saito tucks in right here, really showing that proximity. So we saw a couple mistakes from Daigo Saito in the chase, a consistent lead run by Frederick Osbo. Now they've got to switch it up. Can Osbo keep with the speed of Daigo Saito? Will he pull a gap and make it a little bit more ambiguous for the judges to really nitpick at these runs? This is what it comes down to, this next run right here.
All right, well, Ryan, taking a look at the stats, we saw Osbo beat Daigo Saito 3 times. Saito winning 1 of the time. That was back in Wall, New Jersey last year. As we take a look, again, Frederick Osbo beat him in Atlanta earlier this year. So they saw them at a dynamic track. Now Saito out front. We saw Forsberg really drop the hammer, Osbo drop the hammer on Forsberg. Is the Norwegian hammer going to hold it high? Not only here at the event, oh man, look at that. Here at this event, but also the championship trophy. Oh, look at this, a red flag. A red flag. A cone is knocked over by Saito.
Oh, could it get...
It could. It actually really could. Again, Formula Drift fans, join us at the podium ceremony. I want to thank our presenting sponsor, GoPro. GoPro, the world's most versatile camera. Official camera of Formula Drift has transformed the way action is captured today by introducing a truly unique perspective to sports and professional video production industries around the world. Check out the brand new Hero 4 Black. 2 times more powerful processor and 2 times faster frame rates. Thank our other sponsors, United States Air Force, the official military sponsor of Formula Drift. Ford, go further. Hankook Tires, be one with it. Hankook Tires. Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. Falcon Tire, we get you going. And Achilles Radial, tires you can trust. So will Achilles grab the top spot? Or is Hankook and Frederick Osbo going to grab the victory and the championship? 1 cone down, red lights are on. Send it! Irwindale! Daigo
Daigo Saito navigates the chicane. We got a clean start. Going in. Frederick Osbo. Not as much angle, not as much proximity as Daigo Saito once again drags the wall into that front clip. Is Saito a quick transition into the rear clipping zone? Is Saito coming off the wall? Saito, close proximity, leaving Osbo in the dust. Is Daigo Saito. Ryan, a great showing by Saito and Osbo. Ryan, let's dissect this run with a fine-tooth comb.
So the first run, Frederick Osbo, nice lead. Daigo, a couple mistakes, but really good on proximity, some aggressive moves. Daigo nice and high on the bank on this run. Frederick Osbo trying to get up there with him. Daigo establishing a little bit of a gap right here as he comes up in the inside clip. He does miss that inside clip. A little bit of a mistake right there for Daigo. A little bit of wavering right there for Daigo, but look at the gap right here. Frederick Osbo falls back. That's the furthest behind we've seen him all night, trying to tuck up right here. Can Daigo get into this outer zone? He gets out here, trying to maximizing angle. So Frederick Osbo not having as good of a chase as Daigo does. Daigo made a couple mistakes. It's a close run. If we get ourselves a victor here, we'll bring the cars down on track. If not, we'll
see what happens.
With the judges' results as they take a look at the replay one more time.
So Ryan on initiation, the angle. Osbo slowly creeping forward. So yeah, Saito with a real quick transition past that front clip. Osbo hanging on that wall, man. Saito really launching off that wall into that front clip. So again, Ryan, if we get the verdict here, and it slides to Osbo, 2-1 or unanimous, that means Frederick Osbo is your 2014 champion. If Daigo Saito wins, that means Chris Forsberg is your champion. At the final fight, well, you're going to have to wait. We're going to bring our drivers down here. We have a winner. We have a winner. Irwindale, we're going to bring our two drivers to the start finish. Irwindale, round of applause for all our drivers,
Make some noise for your final drivers, Frederick Osbo, Daigo Saito, and Forrest Wang. Due to the scenario that has transpired, the smoke blossom there by these three gentlemen. We're due to the scenario of the championship repercussions. We have our two finalists because we saw them do battle. These are your final four drivers here at round 7 of the Formula Drift Championship. First of all, let's make some noise for all the final four drivers. Irwindale. Chris Forsberg grabbing 4th place here at Irwindale. Moving on down the line. Now Getnuts Laboratory, STR S14, grabbing 3rd place. Make some noise for Forrest Wang. The final fight, Irwindale Speedway, celebrating 11 years of Formula Drift competition. The scenario is, if Frederick Osbo wins, he also wins the championship. If Daigo Saito wins, Chris Forsberg would be your 2014 champion. Without further ado, I announce the winner here at Irwindale, California, the 2014 Formula Drift Irwindale winner. At round 7, the final fight, presented by GoPro. The winner at the House of Drift is Daigo the Ninja Saito. Frederick Osbo grabs 2nd place. That means Chris Forsberg is your 2014 Formula Drift champion. Round of applause for your final four. Your winner, Daigo Saito. Frederick Osbo, 2nd overall. Forrest Wang, and your 2-time Formula Drift champion, Chris the Force Forsberg. Make some noise, Irwindale! And there it is, hand-cooked tire 1 and 2 in the championship. The Reeds hat, you can see Osbo and Forsberg going toe-to-toe. The Force and the Norwegian Hammer, the Ninja, congratulating your champion. And if you're an Osbo fan, I have to assume that he's going to come back stronger, bigger, badder. There it is, officially your Formula Drift champion, Chris the Force Forsberg. Look at that. The camaraderie. If Osbo won it, I'm sure Forsberg would be right there. The Papadakis Racing Team working hard. So Forsberg, 5 podiums out of 7 rounds of competition, escaping them in Texas and now here in Irwindale. As we get a closer shot, you see Bongen Jr. celebrating with his Drift Alliance Pro.
See if we can get.
There's Bongen Jr. getting on Frederick Osbo's shoulder.
I guess.
A great showing. And remember, Formula Drift fans, join us for the podium ceremony. The Speed Hunters closing ceremonies. This is Jared Deanda, Ryan Sage, and our star-studded cast of drivers, 55 drivers, whittled down to just 1 here in Irwindale, and giving our carbon fiber Formula Drift trophies. We'll present the Turbo Life Turbo Cup presented by Turbo by Garrett, the Rev'd Award, the contingency checks, the carbon fiber trophies, and the heaviest trophy of them all, 7 rounds of competition, all culminating into 1 championship trophy. So there it is. You see the hat, the first embroidery on the side of the Reed's hand-cooked tire hat. Ryan, we're going to get into position here for the podium ceremony, but you could see some celebratory hugs from different drivers. Life blasters there, Bohan snapping some shots, Hertretch of Hoonigan, the head drift Hoonigan in charge, Christopher Forsberg, James Kirkham, Jacob Agajani, his manager, celebrating Sully life. It's not RTR right now, it's RTD, ready to drink. As Ryan, it's been one amazing event. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's been such a long season. It's been exciting. We've seen Frederick Osbo just really come to life this year, grabbing his first win in Jersey, backing it up in Texas. I mean, just, you know, if you're an Osbo fan, I guarantee you he's going to come back even nastier than ever. And, you know, just, I was joking, but man, if Chris Forsberg lost his championship, you know, just knowing him as long as it would, I think he'd be on suicide watch if it didn't go his way.
Well, we talked about that a lot leading up to this event, and obviously, you know, the whole story about this championship has been Chris Forsberg's domination of the championship. 5 of 7 podiums coming in, finishing up the season. He basically was the guy throughout the year, and not only was he the guy, he never lost the lead. And he got this close to losing the lead in the last run of the last event of the year. I mean, how can you script something like that? And for the guy that hasn't had the greatest season in Daigo Saito to come back to Irwindale, where he's now won this event 3 times in a row and play spoiler, is something of significance that I don't know that we'll be able to match anytime soon. It's been an incredible season. One of the best on hand. We've seen some great guys come up in the mix. We've seen the Forrest Wangs of the world and the Matt Fields really develop their skill and their quality of vehicle. They are the next generation of drivers, but right now we're seeing Chris Forsberg taking his 2nd championship in this next generation of drifters. He is the king on top of the heap right now. He's got to be living in a basically a dream state, because it came down to that last run. So congratulations to him, Frederick Osbo, and the rest of their crew and teams who'd had a great season, including Von Gint Jr. locking up 3rd.
Yeah, and it's, you know, we're going to celebrate tomorrow at the banquet. It's just been a magnanimous season, as you said. I mean, you said it perfectly. Just adding to that, you know, the Rookie of the Year, I believe it was Jeff Stoneback, unofficially, but Scion wrapping of the Manufacturer Championship. You know, the TC, a very capable machine. You know, rear-wheel drive TC. There's only 2 in the world, but rules allow that. The FRS, a very capable machine. We've seen that. You know, unfortunately, Gucci going out, but even with, you know, Ryan Turk, but you know, it's been great to really see, you know, just all these drivers come to life.
Yeah.
And Hankook grabbing the Tire Manufacturer Championship in grand fashion, 1 and 2, and that Tire Manufacturer Championship, that's a coveted thing. You take that back, you know, because we use tires like toilet paper, but man, they are hypercritical items, part of the equation. So you take that back to your CEOs and say, look what we did. That's a great thing for Hankook Tires to really hang their hat on.
Yeah, I don't really have much more to say than that, other than thank you to the fans, and we appreciate everybody coming out tonight to the largest, again, event of the year, beating capacity records once again. It's now #1 up on top, besting Long Beach, another sellout event. So thank you guys for supporting Formula Drift and this community, and congratulations again once again to Chris Forsberg and Daigo Saito for their wins tonight.
Well, on behalf of Ryan Sage, thank you, man. Handshake. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. As you know, we basically are closing out a season, but we'll see you in Australia next weekend. We'll see you online. We'll see you in April in Long Beach. Stay tuned to FormulaD.com, as we're going to be having some updates as far as the 2015 season, the 12th edition of the Formula Drift Championship. We'll have some updates there come November in Las Vegas at the SEMA show. And again, stay tuned. FormulaD.com, at Formula D on Instagram and Twitter. My voice is gone, and that's a wrap. Again, we'll see you in Australia next weekend, and then we'll see you in Okayama, Japan for the final round of the International Championship. But it's been a great season. Thank you so much, and again, don't forget to send it. And again, on behalf of the whole Formula Drift staff, congratulations to Chris Forsberg, your 2014 Formula Drift champion.
I know when I toss my car to a turn at over 100 miles per hour, it's going to hold it. If you don't have confidence in your tires, you have nothing.
X-Eddy has the most trusted clutch used by the most abusive drivers. When it comes to sliding sideways, X-Eddy Clutch has you covered. Head over to exedyusa.com for more information.
I'm Danny George. Behind me is my hand-cooked tire, Miles Miata.
There's a Sasquatch up here. Be careful.
Saw it. It was in my mirror. I turned around.